Hello there. Welcome to the Amma Manson Show. So, hopefully, you are not a stranger here. But what goes on here is education, definitely some empowerment. We add humor, information, and just a good vibe generally. It is not just a talk show, it's a live show. We talk about life, we unpick life, we find solutions to the things that stress us in life, and we make progress together. It is the Amma Manson Show, and my name is Amma, your girl, your educator, your motivator, and I kick your hind wherever we need to. Enjoy, invite other people to join in, and hopefully you have a wonderful experience on today's show. Let's get straight into things.
Morning, Ebusiafo. Good morning. I know. Say edwuma fra say die. Mu nyina munnim say ensem no. Say ya ne beko. Say show de nya wo bada na o ma me ada asore ya na ene ye no. Enra because me koda na masore. Na me ne mo aye wo bada na he me ye bia man sore. Say de besi abre ne nye bini. Nya fie me hura frim pem. Me din so ye me ne mo yo wa ya na masore betena ha. Title no ye wo ma me ada asore ya na. Which is even better for more US because I feel I'm Mada. Can I mo bada na me ya mo hoye wia. But me hano. That's that time na me Mada. Hey, Cruzo Hazard. Mbo nasioni imwenye anaongea. Hey, I think it might be Swahili. I wish I spoke it. But mambo. Bechache munyina meba munyina kwa ba mesro. So when video, I share the video for me because of course, this time is very unscripted. This time is very unfamiliar for majority of people. A lot of people have no idea that Amma Manson will turn up on a show like this in the morning. But it's very important to me. Say I am many more connecting my film. I have feed you. And because I have feed you, sorry, I just wanted to have a brief conversation with Munyana. Nancy, many would do pi. But me person many would do especially about Saturday. I drink. Yen ebi before yen ta nye good at ye boy ya drink hobay. Ebi before aya yen ta nhwe enema a challenge your mental health no. Ye nipa bi a aya ye dream sikasem, ye dream materialistic enema bi ho. Aya ye value other things above sa ya dream and ye tell and so until things go terribly wrong. Ye tell who say bibi ade ni siwie etoda kra ade ni sikra ye hu asie wi agija na ansa de yen akirija bi ebia nyame ye yadom a obi ahwekuko bi maka akire se de esie mom ye ni nkomo enra metu video bi abonten me ka kire mo de enti me sori kwa adwuma na de enti na me ama me ye sori kwa adwuma and me kire mo de enti aya me sori kwa adwuma de bi nyese magimi keke me kwa adwuma because me pesa me bo madwen ho ban. Now, since me this video need to up on the kind of feedback I have had from people is shocking. I thought says I me and I make a public knowledge already. Let me name says I news at the mancrophobe. Say I bet who say a news the many pebino as see ye didn't come up briefly. Mean check and then a fear and then a tutorial into my swire. But even when we go tutorial, I want to make a little bit of time so that we can have a public conversation point. Near the Anamon Wabrabo. Now, me catch them say me sorry because me person minisika. Nam dear Madi. You know, me catch them say me person minisika. But me say catch them also say me de bomb my drain home. And who yam you? Na nipa me say you know. Ehwehwe me ami group di ade atuma fe me seche me hunu group no monka fra wate na se me kasa me ne me ami hudi nkomo se be me yes stressed ana se ne ma pii cause I won breku na for me dia et say oh me who so better so me do for my field do I have feed you Say Amada sorry anani ye hello auntie ya ado auntie ya here you be screen so here that's arrow busia for church mu nyina book no that's no reflections for a thirsty soul auntie ya for that brother Troy mu nyina monko baby link no ma me dia to ha no monko na monko mia na monko to book ni bi na monkan book no na apart from the fact that me person mo support ya ye nuante ya no enema pii wo mu a mo so mo besia adie nie hey adie I have feed you too much hey this payment is too much I have feed you hey brother I have feed you I will be kwaje jan ma feel more than more ma feel me say die adwuma 70 say ama me yesterday weekdays no dey frefre kobo no aya na yebo no am say yebete so kakra because as I say me sorry kwa adwuma no pa nkasa be by now ka be wa adwuma and it na ahomachi weekend kura mentimi ana ma sorry ne nam hai ye ni nkobo me say adwen ho kobo na pese me mudi awo mrekwa nyampon amane na ya wo sorry kwa adwuma wuni kunu bra kwasi wa ye bra kama I have a first time. Oh, Sister Ivy. Oh, for Francis Medasi, who is this first timer of ours? The church today, who the person is. Let's welcome the person and make them very comfortable in our little family. It's not a big family, it's a small family, but it's a very close-knit little family. You can't see yourself. Okay, Auntie, it's an overlay and it's an overlay. I heard Matty said you made me use this, but I will send you. Oh, I will Matty, me pacho, Auntie, I send I will the link for the book so I will can get the book and we can continue to read. I will paper copy Auntie, I bet me post paper copy there, bro. Me pesi nyina yen saka book ni bi ne statica. For Francis me pa show. Who is our newcomer? I am welcoming your newcomer. I hope the newcomer no what one TV among can yanka brofo kakra no so one TV. Me say me sorry kwa adwuma because of sad way. Oh yes, of Francis Mahum, I've seen you. Newcomer no na me hwehwe no na mka say wo obi abaso wo ye newcomer. Akwaba of Francis. Me no me yonipa bi a mete saadi we ase entem. Senye saadi we a mete ase entem wanka asem to me. Enka asem to me. Makasa ase we a kire mo pen se me wo me ba brante no. As a young girl, na nkrofo call maternity leave all the time and I thought that the concept of maternity leave no was very romantic. Into me nyame ye madoma menyem me ba from that menyem me ba and I'm starting say me planning my maternity leave. Angie says I have feed you dodo. Mama menye yanga kakra. My auntie ya advert ne kakra mo hwe ba bia ye deko. Oh ye ko ho me papa chow. Moa Juice Plus na ya ka no. Mo pesa mo ba na mo be checking it out. Come and ask Amma. Let me hook you up. Let me hook you up with the products. Let me hook you up into the business. Let me sort you out whichever way you need. Into links in that one. Wow, person would be the me call now Juice Plus maybe. And then me person auto free so we hook for the juiceplus.com no. Person WhatsApp and so WhatsApp is our number no. One sabek information. And you know I got to ya fifi and I have feed you guys, you have no idea. Maybe I drink once and I make a say na me come maternity leave. And I remember said me go to books. I went to WH Smith and I went to buy books upon books and came to arrange my nursery. Said ye na me. The person me spend the time was our nursery ho. Bet na ho. Ti bi could crack time radio. Edi be see nursery ho mama. And I make a far a phrase books. Me name me bad ye be shim. Nia be ye dien. So Mate. I will teach you all the little tricks in display arts. No matter. Wow, person we be no so. Oh, mama sotia. Say the amount of young levels day. The other one also the ama-manson.com/shop na ho na magic ni nyina wo. Okọ ho abetimi ato niema wo sa niema we su nyina ebi wo ha me na me ye ebi wo ha nyem na me ye ni nyina wo kọ na akọtọ eba putugum hwiegum eba nkwan kuro no ha. I want all of you to start getting familiar with my shop so you can buy things from the shop, and the teculicious simple no amode tutu no ni nyina keka kabum na ohia na eswate ohia ne doso necessity. Okay, it's me. My next remove next the mapa. So time na me ni couldn't kwan yet 3-bedroom house. I had more money than sense. Na me wait. It's na me save pots of money. The ashe to crew we maybe wo na mabetsinem. Na ma 6 months na mabetsine fie. Na me ba ya be di maternity leave, mo maternity. Remember, say I am also a woman who had never taken a day off for a dream. Kebachi, I have only ever resigned from a job, but I resigned in January. And I served my term out until July, and I'm free. But that was the job in January I resigned from. But that job was messing with my mental health until I resigned without having a job in hand. They be as a resign a me prepared you my phone and I'm second my phone and I'm notified say I have got a job, and so I will resign and go to this job. Into me resigning free and I'm already employed here. That has been my life all along. The maternity leave was going to be the one time I mean time of my sniffy. I mean romantic view ideal in my head until the maternity leave actually happened. Okay, Matiantia. Auntie, I'm a problem. No, you haven't added yourself. Check what the bottom. Ubehunu say you have not added yourself onto the feed. And to click on it, add yourself, and then you will see yourself. Overlay independent to say, I see what you mean, and thankfully, I have worked out what it is. Okay. I hope some answer our question, but if not, come back to me. Phew! Afe ama me betine fie se me bedi maternity leave. Eho na nokure mu nokure about me. Me suban. Me said ye programming me about my dream mu mreyo. Sa niema ni nyina me start se me hu. Na me ti niema bi ase. De bia me ka kire mu se onipa hunu wule na dim. Sa time na me nim me lane. Inti man waka ni nyina ekọ maternity leave no aya no mani agye wo mokotene fi na me ka asa men so yes ama ni bi me kwa kotena ho no makodi maternity leave mistake me nkwa me ko se me kodi maternity leave wa asem we koto me wo sa maternity leave ho te said ye mapak me fidi wo hayi ana patututu me sorry. The neighbors na wo main street mo amonim England no obia wo ni fie de, but aya is off street parking on street parking ye mudodo no ayenya nti be car no na wo mi fie na nim, but on the streets, on the road. Sada neighbors ni na parking nti edro enwumira beba na ya park car no something tin to the end of the road anopa so a obehunu so obia tu na fidie na obia akọ. Those who worked were those who had cars, were those who moved their cars in the morning. Economy. Nana go say, Nana, what can I say? When I'm a 6-month notice, let me make it $10,000. I have the greatest honor in saying, say I am $1,000 short, and I'm going to make that $1,000 in the next 2 weeks. And so, yes, I would have made $10,000 in 6 months. The challenge you gave me. And I accepted wholeheartedly. Nanako Ventures, Nyankupon on shira wo mami. So people like you can come on the internet and throw foolish women like me challenges, which make me want to rise to a task and do the impossible. But Nanako Ventures, without knowing how the flip I was going to do it, when you told me, say, what challenge you to see who could make $10,000 from the internet in 6 months, you know. I was crazy enough to accept. Nanako Ventures, I have made $9,000 so far. and I am going to make the next 1,000 and meet your targets. And meet your target and meet your challenge. What's the next challenge? I have a challenge for you. You are hitting the points. You are hitting the points. Amaman sending shushe ni mu betina fie. Saa time na machiri ba na ba me nchen ya wo besusu mi mu. Okọ na adwuma. Mi kunu amene nete, osori a wokọ na adwuma. Na se saa nkrofo we mienu ye me adom no mutu o car kwa mi kunu tu ne car. Na neighbors do tutu o car na mi nua kosi afiri fie kokọ adwuma sei no a. Na empoma ewo mi fie saa time na nso sei, but ahono empoma sei no. Sei but na ye ketwa. Na ma begina empoma num ewo ha. Na me hwe nkrofo a etu o car. Ebi okra na me ba no bo me kon ho okita me. Me ba ne de na ne ho manika, don't get me wrong. Me fie yenta ni me ma wo ho. Na ma be wo ba mu ayaw. Me ba mu ane ne ho fe. Afunu nkuru also ba tu. Boy, you meet me dressing in blue. Still for what a beautiful girl. It is not a boy, a girl. He is a boy. Me ba fe yaw. Not the sudden now afro. So the word you're romantic. No, romantic even as a baby. I could kita me draw me be power bomb me kon ho na me kita ma de na me kata chese aso ba mama wo. Ti me ba de jai. So akwara na confirm me ma me hu say me yoba. Because me all my life na me nya sure say me yoba o say me be ma o. O ti say vagina by mistake no. They be na me ka tell when ya la say vagina by mistake ni nyo no nko. Me so sa me vagina by mistake na me ba bomb me kon ho na me hug ma de na me yama de. Me ba de now I was enjoying me ba. Nemo say nkrofo ni nyina tutututu wo ka no wo kone ka menko ame de ni friends ka kwan ne ho no a. This thing hit me. Hey? The world is moving on, Ama, and you are the only one left behind. Sada no me huru sada no ba biti me yem hye me. Na me dibi dikase kurukuru na mkofa me phone am free health visitors. I'm say, hey, sister. And then I found myself standing in the window, watching the world move on. And I was the only left behind with the baby. I tried to have a conversation with the baby to see if the baby could answer me. The baby didn't answer. The baby smiled. I loved the baby smile, but Charlie, there was a huge deficit for her. And when I health visitor, I catch him say, Ama, maternity leave, maybe 2 months, 2.5 months, and you need 3 months, because you will cut short your maternity leave because what do you mean anymore? We've interacted with you for a while, and you know, we were watching to see we knew say you would be the kind of career woman who would struggle with staying at home. We've been afraid of this thing for a while. We've been asking you questions and you've been giving us the romantic view of everything okay, but we didn't know. But then now one can say confession way. Go back to work and start arranging early return to work. 7th of July, the year 2005. United Kingdom, no, and as our date, no, it will mean something to you. Me bad me want to March the 17th, into April, May, June, July, and I'm a koi. You can confirm it. I've been dealing with this return to work early day in koye physical. Me koye day in through June. 7th of July, no more member. Na me sign it on finally, so that I will start work again. 7th of July. Ebusiafo bikita me ba na me taxi mu na me kwa adwuma na makoye May. Meaning why I even went in a taxi that day. No, I think I had left driving for since me woye na me see me I wasn't driving much to be served, so I have to take a taxi. Me dan pass me ko na me say ya bomb London bombings no 77. That was the day I was going to work to start to finalize return to work. It was 17th of March, July. Then I started my back. My maternity leave. Why? Because you who say my dream way, intimate the fitna. You who say my dream way, any damn share. Semen kwa me share them. That's a nipan coming home. That's a yes, a minimum need in Kobosi. My dream way started sending out. My dream way was started so one and I'm and your concern or Okosisu. There be sent would you concern or creating the idea of running a slank. my dream way so when you ya or started dream my brother boom sem. My dream way so when you ya no kore ya pa wo my dream no catch me. Se my dream way me jano na memfa ne nye hwe no start so wurawura niam mu ayiyi niam a kire me a niam afo tan pe ene yi kire me. Na by the time I will be mfonyi miensa mfonyi 9 de be kire me na me amabra bod me hu say critical point enkoyi beautiful nanaya sis it's saying auntie ya show you the money ni de yenya nuru ho Adia. You know this sister of yours. I can do all of it through God who strengthens me. Na da mi anka sami ntimi nya no kra be kwa ko hwehwe mi nua bi obetimi abo aba. Achei, I'm telling you, Nana. Auntie, as I say, the money need to buy me, so I can't show you, but I can show you evidence that the money has arrived and I have chopped. I'm hoping, send Nana could say, set me new targets in here. And when I make the money, I can keep some of the money and I can show you some of the money. One of the installments coming from that money is coming from my Juice Plus business, and it is arriving. Pat show. This month, say August never see chairman. Mo amo say yakoka 40,000. No amo say munti be done. Are you chopping the 40,000? No, I'm not chopping 40,000. But Ama Chiwamanse is chopping 3,000 and over for the month of August. Mako check me pay. You're more than 3,000. Yes, man. Yeah, man. As the friend say, Jamaicans will say. I say, "Many are for P. The guitar when she but it's because I don't make up for them sound. It is said in Caribbean. Me, I'm a Caribbean. So, why do I sound Caribbean? No, me not that form. Yeah, man. I am more than 3,000. I am aiming for 5,000 by the end of the year, and there may be 10,000 by the next year. And Yami in 2 years. Maybe a 40,000 one crop for Kaka, and me, I must be the money Mamusa. Oh, that the money Mamusa. Oh, that the money Mamusa. Hey! And I could send Patrick and for next target, bra. I need the next challenge. And I'm more challenge. Bring another challenge, you. Bring another challenge and let's do this. And I mean, so I have a challenge for you. Just as you've helped me with challenge, you know. Men so be person me ma challenge be on a DB. Maybe I will tell you. Me say. Nipa ni bi wo hɔ a yɛwɔ adwene mu mmerɛ yɔ with different aspects. Ɛnyɛ nneɛma nyinaa nipa nyinaa yɛ ɛna nipa ni bia ɛsɛ sɛ yɛkɔyɛ. Yɛmu bi wɔ hɔ a ɛsɛ sɛ yɛpie firi fie kɔ adwuma. Menra yɛyɛ corona testing, massive test again. Everybody wɔ yɛ school hɔ. Ɔmo ba yɛ school site hɔ na cyber test yɛ. Sɛ mo kae a 2 weeks before no ansa na yɛ start adwuma no ɔmo me yɛkɔyɛ test. School no. Having done 2 weeks of school, I buy for cyber anura. A massive testing. School ba could be where you chain ho. Or monipa ba could pay failure or failure test near shutty school no. Until no bano. And the head teacher and catch and say, Obian fan near ma or here the year juma kwesiadano. Don't leave anything behind. Make sure say Ajibia will be here with the bachelor dear kwesiada no would the best worker mudia coffee just in case. Say nipa ba akokora failing no moka so my ma ye betimi ato akoswa chira online. Oka sa asem na metisa akwara me pese mi gya me ho to from na mi so. Me fie hire me de me pe me fie fo asem pa, but I am not one who stays indoors to work. The 6 months of online studies no, it did my head in. I am one who needs to separate a juma from a fee. I've come to know. I am one who needs to have BBB and sorry and papa ye BBB. As a sorry and papa. I'm a woman baby come BBB so that I feel important. It's a mental illness, I know, but I like to feel important. I like to feel so on fast woody. But that's now I made maternity leave. Then me who say no way about me subai. Let me know. They be staying at home and cooing and crying with baby is not my talent. What can I say? Me catch them vagina by mistake. Me no. Me a vagina by mistake. Me mentality vagina by mistake. Nti say see ama hunu say me vagina by mistake no. Me ye me niema, ese me toto me niema as a woman who has a vagina by mistake. I am never going to be one of you women who want to be Mrs. Aponchibiti. I won't conquer ye bibi ma wo ho. I will never be one of those women who can sit down. Let me vagina by mistake. I will never be the kind of woman who will stay home whilst my husband goes and feels important and come to meet me and I will be happy. I can never do it. And who is about me hono. It's a same to me near me be. When him say make us a vagina by mistake, no mudu do no amosre. Mukasa menko. A lot of you have a vagina by mistake too. Now your society any condition any program and a some of you have denied your truth for so long. You think say you are better women than me, vagina by mistake, but munyina moteseme. Mudu do no amoteseme. Enti se obeka no koda wukunu ma wugya ye adwuma no a wutifie no wani biri wukunu kakra. Wukunu sorry anapa no wo dress ya kwa adwuma na ahwese de wasi ahye ne shirt na odi spray agu no ho a. Na fe wo wonder say ma na ewa adwuma no mo ne ne ye den. Why no wo dress bi akokire wo? Mebo a vagina by mistake. Wukunu dress na wo kwa ni ye gya wo nko a wo fia na wotiri ho aye sakatu te se bodani no a. Wo hwe wukuna aya na ye wo ya kakra. You want to claim say you are happy staying at home, but you are not. Many of you are depressed because you have vagina by mistake. And you see a vagina by mistake. I have to admit it. Me your vagina by mistake. And because I am vagina by mistake, and my mentality doesn't suit artificial or bad year na Ghana for creating. Actually, me never vagina by mistake, macho. I am actually a normal human being. Yes, I am a human being. I know I'm a girl, but I'm a human being. We will need feelings like a human being. But so one of my friends by vagina by mistake, why you're comfortable. I'm quite happy to call it that way. My humanity is very important to me. My femininity is there. But me deciding factor. I am more than just femininity. That's what I'm saying to you. Now why you ready? Oh yes, the world is moving very, very fast. Nana, I am more grace to you and God bless you too. Amen, amen, amen. And thank you, Sister Ivy. I'm a Manson, aka Vagina by Mistake. I will own that title. Media my who say me vagina by mistake. And the man who say lane no na midim. I don't shake in that lane. I don't move from that lane. I will not. And then Mada sorry to who show the and then you bad now. Mamma that sorry and I feel I have feed you. It's good to see you. I'm a vagina by mistake. Masem na make a but we do no I'm also you toto by mistake. But my dream had it's not necessarily concordant with Ghana for perception of what a toto should do to you. Toto has not changed your mentality. Toto has not changed your dreams. Toto has not changed your aspirations. Toto has not augmented your reality at all. Vagina by mistake. Maybe I am willing to call myself that so that we can keep it moving and I don't want any stress. And Matt is saying, you see a quadruma. Then saying, now what you weigh no me for my yako, mikunu, edumum for moment nephew. I'm sorry, I don't pan me quite speedy. I'm just sorry, Jared. What do you stress? Also, why they chase him? Say, make baby, any puff of let me hear the puff of come and see me at work, especially this week. A teacher for he has some of the technology. My office was like a friend is a wako over office time at September 11th. Now all the friends say department heads and their ministerial and therefore you never know that's what my office was like. Now it's me office. Oh, honey teacher, we have no mama tissue, my people when you said my croc, my children, dear. wo ha no biaba no tiatim matenase makrokro machro de ye wo ha no biaba I felt like I was actually making a difference to enkwara no a teacher for ni nyina kire wo made no. And I was making a real difference to a teacher for one ankasa in helping them manage what is a very difficult episode for them. And you know what is funny? Whilst I was doing that, Amma Manson, the crazylicious me, was feeling benze. I sure was feeling benzified. And when I mean what fulfillment really is, fulfillment, I realized what fulfillment was. And I understood and appreciated why I get the hell out of my house and like to go to work. Me were office for normal basa no. Me ni nipa de dinkita. Hey nipa ya me do ni nam na me. Nipa ya me de pa me ne nam. Nipa me ensa no a me no mo tifi ha no mo ho ani je pa ba wo mo no so enough. No. Debi hey ashawo. Unkwa. No. Yes, we are not ashawo. We don't even want your money. Fremi kunu ne bisa ndese wo tade a che bia bra wo bre. So person tade de che bia ma bra wo bebre. Because one just steady ade no by the time I will be working out ehunu se binya mepene na matoma de. Eni ma bi wo he mienu ofi ha. Ebia me di nkomo bi na me kunu hu se af na we ase we de na ni je ho. 22 no koto dwom so beta me na me hunu so we your friends ekunu pa de ben etwia kai ebi ono te ho no a wakoto de abehye ho wo twen wanya time no de a kire bi na my surprise o ha bon se me yi ba na me de ahye be bia me de hye se ede enenim so na no ade na me ka se me koto se wakoto Baby could idea what to be the mammy pa mamma need you pa while working out to say beboa a service in kitty. Maybe I will hand with me with yama and the mean to me talk. Maybe young Quarano, Bibi Abba, Benia Brimichi, Bibi Meban was settling Quarano or Shem Quarano, why you Bibi will harm a service. Those things that I can't do for myself, and no way at the chemi, and I appreciate it so much. Because pa say I'm a peka. Oh, how about some train about? Me train from me. I'm the neighbor. But the Madiaba, Eddie, but we never me. Me three could know, I didn't want them. They be a me bad and be the machi. I'm the because my mentality doesn't wait for anybody to do it for me. Toto by mistake, no. Ne hunye many pino no. What's ya say? But mumu dodo no anu a moti se me no. Mama memu abia dada mo. Mo de hwehwe ni mu akwoti ase se mo betimi aye housewife. And a future imposticas. Wuntimi nye. Because what's na fie abosome ba ko abosome mienu a your mind will begin to turn. Tena fie abosome miensa emreyo a ewo wadwi mu be start ya da ne ho adi wo be start ya clingy wo be start ya needy na for what dane put inspector kotia wuti fie ho wo suspect bibia wo fie ho you begin to feel inadequate. When you begin to feel inadequate na obody no start to say presenting who to you are. Now, could you not show na kohese de wofu aye tabraba si ho. Remember say one kasane the one thing ana ehyewo usuban mu ma any adwuma a wo ye any mfasodie bia ewo wo so e de ma amansan. That was one of the important sources of your validation, which works for wo self-esteem. Na a balance wadwen. And na wapene so ama wo bia dada wo na say adwuma no wo jai. No wabetene fie say wo be housewife. But housewife now obey and cleaning ne apraprano. It doesn't really validate you adequately. Ebi kura wuku no kura no appreciating ye. One kasa no hunu ne say that ye important bibia. It is say you feel unimportant. Na wo feel. What started to feel unimportant? Abo so wukura ma by first send you email dear ama. What when you say wo hun sheda any faso wi ase. Wukunu no kura wokɔ adwuma mu a wone ma na ɛwɔ hɔ no mu twi soloku. Disaster mbae. Afe wo behu say what asem de ba wutirimu no start to I'm partner say wo adwuma with the perfume gu no ho. He's shaving a little bit more frequently these days. Hey, what's his the draws? Hey, and so e bia na sa na me kura bi nkyere hwe. But what drain they will call ho no be start again. Nti afe wukunu ba op park in the car. No we need tempo mam na wo hwe no. Wo nante a wo check hwe say ne nante asesa. Hey, there. That authority has been taken. Your legitimizing factor has been stolen. You don't have validation. Your self-esteem will be affected. Anne, for Francis, Anne, yes, you see, no. We will buy a lot of things and you will not have space for it. I thought I maybe couldn't have out to be your sister. Now, I could have the way going. I could have not the coin. Oh no, you have to be real. Sister Cynthia, but we have to learn to be real in this community of ours because we have been too secretive for too long. No cry make actually make a toto by mistake, no more straight. But in your kwa na me toto by mistake. Mumudu do no amoyere no me toto by mistake. A lot of the women you are hiding at home as housewives, when we are mentally unstable because they are toto by mistake, they should never have been housewives. The society nti oferi wunti osuro wunti eye de se wo no nkwa na se wo hwe benti. Wanya amobeka se wo ye ma me boni nti obeye. But edin sunsan so obebre ye nyina enu nti ne ye bre no. Yeah. My many self-esteem no kwa. Afida ko twam na ohunu na fu e wa hwehwe mu a. Remember so no an self-esteem no, it is taking a nosedive. Eti ohunu na fu wa hwehwe bai. Mafu nie ewurade bawu. Akwa beja me hwa kofa ba ya. Say nti ade no ananka e form no will take a deeper nosedive. Sister Nadine, I started here na dey. Sister Nadine did it to kwan ko go tabim. Baby Nadine de ne nam na sumdue ni ho asumdue ni ho. Ubehu ne se wan kasa na wone ne te ne won so so ma anya asumdue. O ma anya asumdue. Oh my gosh, I will mammy send you and then you will table be so. We will shake tables. We will shake tables. We must shake tables. We have to shake tables. I send you a link. Well, I was so personal when you shake tables, then let me know. I send you one so link near the table who shake your Miss Toto by mistake. Vagina by mistake for your door. My friend is the age. You can't say no. I am not say your man and qua problems. There be your man and qua problems. Call my husband and ask him. Shemikuno. What back actually says me wo. Na me my dream shame ma. Na me self-esteem ye rock solid. Or no one kasa. The word or nina bonti and shedam family hosa. Be yari any ba and I'm a Inspector General of Police. And when I be huni near ma. I wouldn't ye.
Yes, darling. But seriously, I said, what's a menka? What's a menka?
Metewanka. I also what's a menka.
I'm a tonka.
I mean, what's a menka? Medenya miase. I mean, you saw a overlay in free ho. In your quine.
I saw my walk in Master say,
Kabi,
the woman they say, a total view of Hana, a Maya, Yahuya Nika, Yahuya Nika pa, sa a vagina by mistake, a bill will be also we see in will be a dear bow. Now, one of the things a man who said by nature, you are not somebody just to sit down for things to happen to you, but you go get it personal. As someone who can similar situation as what I went through. On my first, I won't say I will fall from the yana nipa hotel. Into the assumption say, ukomua, ubenya sa time no, busu means ya, and as our nonsense no, ning as our face in Mikumubi. One of the funniest things say, say ubedru sa point na wa adwen ne keka ne ma kire wo na, because you know what, obi asori and obi akwa adwuma for years. That is what you've been doing. You've been programmed. Na obi akwa adwuma minim say bia UK nko but minim say abrochire is abrochire, so it's similar. What area microphone nyina akwa adwuma then after what are you doing now? A lot of things are going on.
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
Me say I got my health star was very great. Or no dear, me say from the one I know who say, because if you were on a appointment or whatever, yes, me kweduma. After na my friend once I got a
they suspect.
Me di me fu ya ko dia juma me ba na my friend no I'm late, I'll be wait for me. And she knew. But men are not into, but they being expert, they were just looking at me. Today, my friend will say, I knew it will come to the just that I didn't want to.
That's exactly what they said to me as well. They know, they are professionals. It's me friend woman, or they need know to me. They had actually been monitoring me for 8 weeks.
I will never forget that woman.
Yeah,
because he made me discover myself. No,
bam.
One fancy me. Na me jitu mo.
You're not correct.
Now that my friend say or say anyhow, because me I knew it is
I suspected it. I was expecting. Yes, that's what they would tell you because they are professionals and they deal with the mabebre and they know say career women no. Wo kotina maternity leave now be kind of career women no you do no you toto by mistake.
Amen. My main bomb back when no people will really align with very quickly. May dear mommy who ye. Afe who say fufra mu yedru. You I mean afe one che ya untare that nen ko ni ade. Na afe ubu start fu you think say one che ya fiti anopa kosi anwumre na wo hye atade ba ako kakraka bi ase maternity one no well where we nso kusu hye maternity dress na jongro to say house girl no.
No for. No so.
Kakra.
When you perfume no for.
Then I say you begin to one show you na what started doubt to who say am I sending? Yeah. One of the things say say yes spouse they don't even know that is not the way they are thinking.
Nope.
But for the first set or no quantity me cover big a why irritated.
Bam.
Because you be the body be because of what you
bam.
By you refusing to accept the fact to say, Jumana won't call on Emma or yes, I
won't
now person to cheeky cacramano. I say, be a person who time or different, and then I feel I will be fear and I just a big crabia. I just said, I'm when your bearman and Safua. Who we are not or drive a man and woman, not call for movie brew. Yes, you can align with the fact to say, who we you know, who can ask the sound also. Why? Because yen is to baby dead, yeah. 1 year to say, BB Cosso, and when a view of 1 hour, yes, I the bino, and she should one who say, or baby yen insane or uko face being why your friend post antenatal depression. A view of why we are lucky now, I recognize the fast, then no hellish. A view of homes who are certainly a feet nano, and they said, ya what you know, de bia done it, our brabassa. A fenia my bayan when I were when you so. One, yeah, Messi me, a drew baby.
Hey, I want a man and a female wonka. Walk as I come at the article.
Sorry, I dear me who you say, Mikunu address the crime, my auntie, a Jumaka can I wish I tell you. Oh,
son, I make no, why not address your watch? Hey, what's the Sunday boxes?
Bravo, see the debut of the Sunday boxes, yeah, but unim. For the just I can't get my head around the fact to say what is going on, and then I was Papa then say BB Koso, and now even if the man is happier, it took a long time for me to know said yeah, Kosuni. If you na me so can because I was very unhappy and very miserable. Even though akwala ma wo no for me na wo ho ye de man somebody like me no. Just imagine my adwene ya me de be abehia akwala no.
Yeah.
Inti no akwala no is not my burden. So what you say? But the one who say the way I was brought up, and I said the debia, especially in your tia bruchino. I don't know, but I don't know. Say bia, one you okay? Timothy be 2 years, 3 years, no. Minimara, but can you be a thing or when you ba be so. A biom, I told the blue or unye jumanintino. Even certain decisions be hokrana because the papa income na yintino. Or no, or trying to who will na the kono waye and san ya the catcher. Look like it's because me feel say a yamina was some yes, I didn't, and no point to me to my coma. For instance, say a papa ne full so who will feel shakalenti, my mania shopping, and look the back of the organic
shopping.
The most expensive one. Still, I will have a problem with it. Every crown and come and call and top remark one.
Metofon. Now, mom, I will me way. And Chinemiana with me to Chinibi. Teacher say, me good enough. Into one aquatonchine de Breme, who me yabawa will hope on chair with you. Miss say, Madame Abawa, and I to tell you, and the Breme. Now, dear Bessie, what you have put so seven no ameboa. Eh, now what dress and I will call you, Manami men dress.
I know, yeah, Fukan is a free Jumaba. Maybe I can so what copen and once a business and then the end ye and I said, no, did. Hey, child. And then what bring me to open such a saying. Over so say, same encouragement. No, me enra me saw video na wo ka about enu man says mami kwagu was na be ke go bet bi afa ho ni wa ya ka wo page so che say
I dem aka
dia ye ken it does not resonate with everybody but se me ka e be a mental health bi a wukom one this might have led to it. Yeah. Meltdown be a wakum and some of you after one woman man every mom say awade enegu. Why? Because during your maternity period when you are not working no situations utterances be akoswa you cannot take it back. Bam no kura no na ye ka kire wo no. Enya se wo no oba papa. Enya se wo dim how to handle a home. But emomu no as at that point in time what was going through your mind and you think you have a say, which I agree. But let me tell you, vibe papa because as more or less no unye jumaninti upebi anka wopeno. Maybe mobia ne kondo jollof pa ni kunu sudi fufu. Te se me brakosi ondi ompemo. Ono ni die ni fufu de man no pa wi anwum obedi. Said the otia no tie. Odi fufu anopa awia na dweten wo tapo no krachi obedi de obedi fufu na furu ye nya kese me na me kama no na me hwie fufu ne keke no sister osre me a me hwie ma ne keke no me no be ka so obi hubi obi di mfra me egubi mu se me spread me expand eti buka we no edru ho no na so wo sa ati bi animu a odi ne fufu a wo no wo dwen ne ho ono fufu kosia kra wo de to so kra obedi or that kind of person enti nyo obi a ne ho ya homete enso no kra ye wabufu.
Oh, of course.
And because ono no mentality ne se mi na me fufu oni nti no de bia no wan hwe yo beto fufu ho ne ma
and I said no
consciously because of all say na wo bia de nti na wo so odi fufu how be how enti no obeto ho ne ma enso bia na wo kwa do ba ira ya che. Yeah. That is where the real deal is. Hey. And that is where the real deal is. Or call your shopping, dear, but and yes, and yet more than so or why
man or to buy it. Maybe say me nifufu, me cram it even more distinct. And yes, I mean pay for no me nifufu. Me kunu way would diffufu. It will bar what the fufu when near money bar. Na fe maka chem ho enti se a menya adwumenti ba yere kra menya benwe.
Oh sister ama And
it is about one top by yere back on fan to mama. And yeah, ya say, me cast same way na me manu amo was no of a Francis say what for the first time with the Yamia, me person me manu amo was no. They will not talk to you, but this is what happens. It's or the phone Bible so which na hona wash. Say, ya kwa wenti one no or peme no be worry me ni ana so person me work a mano. If you have mano. Or person me come woman. Fufuo a meka ma ne ntini wo be ware me wa hu se wo ba boy oni sa me mepe menkan bosumi nsia ni wo fa menkan ma afie hada he me hu hia no fufuo nko an wo de ba enso bia na nipa kro no kra wo ba no so onye na be se fufuo no kra wo de ba gigi wo ofu se wo ye wo papa wo de fufuo no ko niam wa amre but enye sa na wadwen ne wo beka no because your self esteem is
na ka kira wo sa.
Your self-esteem has been knocked, and because your self-esteem has been knocked, your validity is reduced. Etiafe wo be start say wo ye na make na wo yiri hunu say wo share supporter fofora obe wonder wo ni tirim say hwan na wo share dia kwakire no.
Hwe say wa o ayi asore kra no bebre kwa asore de nkrofo kokoko no one nkrofo wo problem nya hwe you.
Of course,
what said de kwa asore ana e bia bra kwasi sere bra awu tirim. Eya wa adwene say no kura ya ba akopɛ na bi wo hɔ a nipa mpɛ saa no kura ya
yebeka
na enti wa adwene mu afa say sister Florence bi or you very nice nka ho hyɛ da ni problem bia wa adwene ya wo say watu abom sister Florence hyɛ especially sister Florence hyɛ atade ya fa nka wunya ya na nka wo na wugina mu
no ne bra kwasi abesere
no ne bra kwasi asere hey
na bra kwasi so asere back
na ya mom ya pon asore na mo kɔ no fu an kwa asore no kra nkeye sister sister say bia ye gusu a ye kan ya afa na wahu no kura bia ye kan kire wa sore waka it doesn't matter, and this is how I dealt with mine because not me I will be overwhelmed into the me and say me call part time. At least I've gone out of the house. And I realized, say, I wasn't working for the money, but for the fact that my insanity, it is not got to do with staying home. But some mekwa bonten.
Okubuni nipa.
Mekwa bonten na obi ehu se me nso makwa aba. And kwaku ne de wo baji o, ba e very limited e wo niema bi ntu behu se time and your career woman no are building a pension na ebi already 50-55 or say I want to retire early no we won't say 50-55 no now say na only 20 years in every cleaning job 18 hours
ewo
say nyame anya wadom na wukunu wo no tama wo no kunu ato mortgage papa na ye mere yade ye bi stroke bi abeche no tubo say we the sister na ne nkwala pray hours ho de bia no wani abre. Because you have to prove adwuma mu ho wabre enso na go so te so what you say and that is the difference you see how we do nkosua no me nso na me mani abra mpese me kwa adwuma no me nkosua na to agu ho enti edru 50 na me feel say baby am de me tubetu manya bi me wo masom due me wo capital kakra me ye adwuma me se kire me mpem kwase ase me nya obi adwuma 55 me a medom ya me mafuo na afi kakra na ma masuma gu ho no makogema de me wo private pension bi kura masan ko school pu
bam
so what you say enti no kwaku ne de wo beje ene de wo di nkosua no wonye me enya me na wanya me na wankasa wahun sa ase e wo mu a na munemu na kakra na aba so na nya saa na wote obi wo ho a sese kwaku no woje enso de bia wanum amu na nka sister nka won te se o enti obi timi ka se bra ne de oyo na na yere no emunemu na no nya obi ya ne sister ntokwa a wakwa bebrebe na nya hwe se wankasa wama tirimu ya by force by fire in the name of say media maniate I want to be smart on the system. No, the system is there for a reason, for people who are very vulnerable, who cannot make it. But if you can do something, do it for yourself.
The system, the system wants you to come for the kwaku. And also, yes. Kwaku na system na moko to chira abrofo no ane yedi mato benefit no so mumu bi wo ho amoka ase muni minyansa. Abrofo no as part of limiting techniques no is your friend is a carrot na wo dangle kwaku no. And nra me bo so wo video no so nti ma me chire bu mu. Me, I must say, I can have a savings account because nobody evaluates my worth. It makes me a saving. Me second scare and who ya say me shino. It me the to baby because me ya majuma. One wa would kuno as some means testing. And as part of my means testing, one more by searches. So what savings will be unity mount. And you know this. And until you cannot maintain a savings account. Sikane ba no yi show bag na woody. Sikane ba wouldn't be to edit to baby the 20. You will find yourself call a man who edi kwaku omunyina dem wa asema me be kan mu ba yomin so emfa me ho. Wo bie bi mpass ya esen Primark. Because kwaku sika na adwuma ye.
Mpass na wo kan. A dynam pana wo da so no. The wardrobe obie no one amfa ne ho antwoke a. Enema be di abono. Why? Because
and yes, ye nokre udi kwaku no na so wan use sika no a entama. Inti sika ne ba ya and the sad thing they say wo enema no a wodi sika no so ye bia ni ho a eye asset o ni nyina ye liabilities and wodi sika ne to inti afa wo be wie no na sika no ye calculate a sika afa won sem firi kwakufo ho no edoso but wo ni hwehwehwe de kire nipa no a wo ye adwuma no wo nim say wo the freedom to save because there is nobody about to come and hold them accountable for anything no me bo so me so a because jina shop na me hwe shoe no a na maka kire me ho de me twen mato jimi shoe me nya to e na me diskara to me nya ska me de beto jimi shoe na me nto shoe no na mtem baby it can sit in my savings account because it is not going to be used to decide anything to my detriment munim council estate no a wo te kwaku so aban ne tua wo dan ka no a eye areas bi pe na wo betimi akogye dan wo ho na aban betua ni nyina ka aban fo omo control no ho one person will coach you you will stay in those estates your entire life. And the truth of the matter is that estates they have the shittiest schools. Baby at CEOs name penny 40 no. One more chia tax no. Baby a woman mako school no. Aya the resources more. Yet the good schools no akusia akwaba.
The whole point is people who are so eager to be on the system doesn't know how the system runs. They don't know, say, okay, ya na omonti asie. As no say, life, me, I won't sit here and be hypocrite and say that everybody have to be in the same spec as Amma.
Which because,
and I say, Obi lifestyle no should dictate the pace that people should go. But so long as I am talking to you with somebody, Obia or no so started from scratch. BBN as a support means intimate me a scratch. I'm a crowd so on the school for the end by intino. Anya she crano. Bibi bani a sanwe be air cockrana or non can fan. Intimate me no wa. I gonna say, and I won't I come from that background. And we're different. The Americans say we decide to do things differently. I don't want to be add to statistics. And one of the mean testing of the whole thing, they say, one of the bad days ago. Now my back girl need be some say, Adena, na down for we say, I'm there if you be any more. And you know what? I just want you to know, say, life and your baby anywhere, nothing is for free. Intimate to me, boss a church and I'm making, and I make a chair and say, I want you to give you a different life. Say, I never cry for you never to see poverty. Me, but you, I don't want you to see it. That is the reason why I do things that other people don't do. That is the reason why me pesa me buy kesiye eseme enti I'll pay for extra classes. Se me wokwa kumua because I am in certain kind of system no mean to me nye maybe. For instance, make I say me pesa me do piano lessons. Okay, wo so wo nisika e na buy show. How do you pay for piano private piano nuano? Why would you pay for it? How would you pay for swimming? So what you say? And all these things, if you are able to do, I don't know, but UK benefiting is different. ABNA different from maybe a US for the other countries.
issue ho akosia akwa aba mahunu se ene you have the haunted look in your eyes mashada ene ma haunti mu nyina ene mu nyina mo beka nokre na mo de atete mu nyina mo beka bi but don't say there are slight differences in the benefit system, but there is absolutely no difference in what it does to your mind. The benefit system, it leads to dependency. It is the dependency mentality which will take you there. What benefit in this one? You feel so you are outsmarting the system, and the system knows you are trying to outsmart them, but the system has an ultimate aim for you. So it will permit you to outsmart them to get to Tekuni Simpwa, but it will make you dependent in the end, and it will get you and no kahubi. Ain't na ahidium for no, omo ye dear, omo ye say no. Ye the near man sikan kitibi ni incentives and kitibi the trap and a trap wa wo bekwa share some social system bi mu a won't see as yet. But uko shemu wie ne ye bracket o mesi mu mo UK no. Mo mano aya wo mo secondary school sa titiriwa ye ma wo school target akwada bi wo ha yesi wo benya A star akwada bi wo ha yesi wo benya D mumu bi wo ha mo man ye very intelligent but yesi wo mo benya D nti won ti ase sister
because of the address system of free
postcode ka ho ne ye de calculate baby a
thank you
wo ba ne betimi adu wo whether wako university aya ya mamo fele niema in the United Kingdom and most people don't ebisa wo highest educational background wo say high school no match that ho wo bi papa ye professor dey outcomes the same because professor no or social network bi a obetimi dia influence niema bi dia boa ne ba professor no wo kwa the bad demo there is a reading table professor no wo hwe ni book ni nasa so wo be hunu bookshelf after bookshelf professor no obetoto niema bi wono a wote baabi bi na council house na wote mi no kra mumu bi wo ha you are very aspirational but dan no ankasa 2 bedrooms woni nkwara 4 na mote sa 2 bedrooms na wodi reading table ni besi na wodi besi
bank bed ni
dining table me ma no omo ye online studies wo fie ha na wotwe yakosua mahunu wanim na mema ne mienu no ani mekunu ene wo nyina wo online wo fie ha na wotwe we na me ne mekunu bisa senti ye kwaji 2 bedroom flat na ne yetimu a enka wo bo se papa na kire na de woyo waya na me ba ne ba ko ti table kro no aho de woyo waya table kro no aho na ba ko so hwan na beti hwan de hwan na beti hwan de eti wo ba ne bi wo ha wo pesu osua de o enkwara ne bi wo Ghana for enkwara dodo na very aspirational but baby a wo benya tokro makora bi a wo se toilet so no wo tene sua de toilet so wo mu fie toilet so bibi sans had say it's the only room with a key
sister me
only room
ni pana me so wo di kwaku na wo kana won ti ase wo no even the system it does not understand on ti ase o me na me ka che raba bi say said ye wo tie ne de nka obetumi ne bani made me nye teacher ni ba said akwala ne ni made no ne said akwala ne ye no meaning say 11 plus exams no ko ma ne ba ni tro bi anka grammar school bi e wa hanka obenya me ka grammar school ba ba kasa maka biribi a Mada said sister no afa mitirimuka
of course
just because I've talked about grammar school which I didn't know till COVID ibaye na ne ba na me ye fine enti ne ba no e na ka chem say one ne ma make school asem a I don't know or he doesn't think say ne ma me wo ba bi e ma no I say it is all right everybody is going so you too I then a person who quiet extraordinary enti o hwe say de me ya na me encouraging na and no throw exams without even ne ma me mpo enim akwala na ya fa no afa na ne ma me be bisa me say nto be de na me say oba na yeso watwa nti kona koka abrofo asema me ke na ya rekwosem na je say ne ba na nkasa akopre school ama no ho ama me nim ade na ya brefu say enti we no ye kan say grammar schools because of that kwaku so na me say ne kwaku gie ne hwan oho de na me say
oh you are going there
enti no eno fra of say be affect no enti no won ko because okwa e wo so okọ ha and e wo so yesi and am sister adan na obe say wo kwaku gie na wo je na affect wo ba wo kra ko school ha abenya grammar school ko I will be a proud parent inti fiti bear 2 weeks ni and I must start a psyche in mind. I think me bet you what kind of nonsense is this?
What they are called may say juice plus ya by ye be could and crophobia have couldn't be metra. Woman named Sequa couldn't cry ain't affected, but a bay ya begin couldn't one metri. What is here, ye be on try because couldn't one assess or bomb by a horn and crofrontia. Quail couldn't a woostro see a bedgy free with 71 year who a wabrabo. Quail couldn't a woostro see a bedging to a back woman in grammar school. Woostro see a bedgy.
It's also the brother called grammar school, sir. He will be fine out. Yeah, so quiet. And I'm a sister. In general, now I was some the plain truth to children. I'm saying, listen, what Danyamia say, oh, ba, and need that for more. He have the right head on his shoulders. On your teenager, or person or on the draws, or person who go school. Now, begin to reason with your child. Neja is nonsense. You're part-time, at least. You're part-time for support obano. And your baby I will go to your but Makolani who said when it that is all that your child is asking from you. Because and a bit me about said Debbie or one obey here desperately. No me ni ho into what will you do? Oh, I'm not the become adventure. We are some video in the link and a man. And I'm so the ocean you now block me.
Maybe I made my record, the message put me on subscribe and share any issues. I could say, I'm going to say, what's my body? I could say, my chance to say, what dear? Are we messing with your head?
Me chobia. Kakra. Now they medina by about day.
I do within a bass saying.
Hey, boy,
I don't see Williams nearby.
Jesus Christ. I just realized that Papa Babe couldn't say Juma Winrow.
What it is, they say you were destined to prophesy, Dr. Akosia Williams. I like that.
I made dog away.
Dog.
I'm something I make quite good in much a chunk of work with you. And yet, I'm not going to dimra. Almost all you from a dog for.
A PhD or any area more where your dog. Why?
I will legal you want me a dog.
With me,
now it's a PhD, you become a doctor now.
Bum. And you do it, Yakaho.
Doctor, henceforth, but you're more from Doctor.
Papa, they'll go away. Yavisha, what did you do? Akaho.
Now, a doctor will legal, you would send any American Nipa Bear, Fatty said a Trump will see
now, when I catch us, I had a member practice.
Oh, God,
what
you move from me, see, from see.
Now, I
you are my friend, Judge. Talk to me. What's the thing?
Some can say, maybe South postpartum depression. Why you
Hey.
First question, Pacho, is your toto a correct one or is it also a toto by mistake?
Flamenco, Ama. That's a
Flamenco. And they are toto by mistake. And I say you're
Sasa mwa wuka wa ha maka chosa ama yesterday want okay
yesterday
yeah no me the other day me say by mistake everywhere apart from career no suban no no kasa no bibia say I wonder so God just they disturb me for nothing or my fellow men they see me as if say just for one reason but I'm like you know I'm just like you. My mind, my way of living, my everything is like you. Anyway, I like the sense of humor now. I'm out there too. Your movie personality, you know, it's quite interesting. As I work at the embassy, the Ukrainian teachings we will not say better dado.
I tell you.
And you may be assessed and you may be. I'm with you. Messi a vacancy at the right time.
Yeah, dear, I'm why, but yet, yeah, my minimum the cast, I know credit to the Yankee boy.
No,
okay, no,
the point is,
Intika, na enchiri maybe a method ye beto you because baby, I had done be where you share power and near manua you no, you share.
May ya baba will be a mistake so a dear cry may. Why? Because I'm always busy. Always busy. Then, okay, if I say be a teenager. And the background we come from, no, not the way I am may ni abrochire and more friend or money so I didn't na ye figure ye who ye dear papa. But ultimately said I may nipa me fa nipa. I'm not that type. Me to me shut them and traffic across
Kafra.
oh
Kafra. Aku si akasa.
Etina me to be I who I did tram so by star. Na me to me traffic across that. As will be a obi ayera na wo hwehwe. Na ye ma kwan ofa ba bia wunya cause we bi wo ha be korna just say mistake die ye di ama we obi e de na no tafre ho kakra na enu po wadwen ho ahwe so obeboa wa ni nyina e kase na me so de ho so de me nko ho emma so jai oboa ene enka cause ma no ya they call me saucy. I will tell you the green mark I mean I didn't filter nothing. I just had to tell you. You know, oh, me about a giant now, papa will put on me yesterday. Make it straight. And I just walk. It's a you huddle because the country called Ghana no. And no money a day ko o de man no obi so de man. And only better you know. There's no way I'll be free. No way. It was quite a struggle. Now me ba no. Unfortunately for me, na me ni abusua wo kuro yi mu. The only thing I thought could calm me down was to be with a man.
Oh.
And to the young ones listening, I know it's tough. I know it's crazy. I know say there was no provisions well made for you and all that. So you run and you travel abroad looking for greener pastures because was single mothers and we've struggled quite a while. So now you're pese and you may be different. The guys I share Bobby 2 years me ba me yesterday me hey. Na me aunties ne hwe manim di and you know Ghana no bia dwere se abrochire wo ba no se bi nua no esu sika to ba betete na wakofie no akoyi ye di abe o me mama promise afa me ba e naja be ma I say okay the first year was bad baby am cause here no nipa na tete me life papa otata me so me se mentwe and oyi me di to abonten and I made the cocoa share me namfufu yase maba we bi am no mko asori bi am ko it was tough when nya ni papa so amesue no another thing then me share be ma meto akọ different states akọ share boy bi eja ono so afi no no so ahye da aba akọtena together afi pepepe mu na menyem boy mewo I don't know why I did what I did. If I could turn back the hands of time, I won't make those mistakes. They do time, you know, I sit in a few babysitter. That alone was another headache. Na stress wo ho. Bills ni ade no. It was tough. Like you're saying, wow, I was a very skinny, petite girl, flat stomach. Everything was intact. Then you realize that change is about body more. Certain things you want to do, and it's oh my God, what is this? You never got all this because me can you many bitch but I was someone who right. It's unim nieko. Sometimes abofra be susana. Why you so depressed? Hey, na obefre nipa woni no awo banen so kra phone kra won fa brat baby what chilling na o de so na so be wo nti wa wo ahwe oba oh yeah it was bad. It was bad. I became very, very aggressive more.
Bam.
I became depressed. and ye can want some na yemfantana mehunu and a more kind of metri. Then I didn't know what it was. I didn't na bills ne pale up na nipa no nyoma okekesi so ensiso. Yes, and komo bia ni wo so aye ni wudie said ya na wo wuken ono no kofa ba enti wo ne hwan na me no abe discuss bibi e de na ade ba fie me ye bibi a me be ka cho but on say na nkampo e bia wo ka me de madwere kakra beba na yakeka abomu ahwe se ye ni stay be ya da bi eti be hu ana biribi asɛn ubehu na biribi aye basa ubehu na bia ese bills bia ka kire biribi ye twam ese say utu ko baabi oh Jesus nipa bro
She.
abre na medwa bibia na aboafu amafo ofo mo ho kwa na chese ubisa ye kwahin ye kwani ya ba problem
Yeah, announcement no want.
thank you na me nkaso bia ho I don't talk to nobody. Me kwa sorry I don't talk to. I suddenly me dia chirako but me ni obi ani nkomodi. Me nka me hu nko nipam.
Hey.
Yes. Me ya rough kitwa baby me no sabeti aye sa me rough.
Mada ni
kitwa bi me kit rough kitwa bi but unya me say me no be free. Me ntimi participate was sorry in anything like bibia ni ho amani je ho sa me pese me ye wo. Me de makono ya pon me kofie that's it. And you realize say what is wrong with you? People are given where I don't mean given as in council, yes, of course, because I won't go to my bed anyway. Maybe. And you can't even give your service because you are so upset, so mad with yourself. Say, wankasa, thinking and looking at yourself in the mirror, say you are kind of negative. So you don't want to go show that negativity, no unnecessary attitude, no. Somewhere obiante was here, they don't know what you're going through, they don't know psychologically what is pushing you. Na yakotu dimbi. Hi doc. Hey, the real doc now ben your mama Mrs. Samidin answer. Why?
There can be many docs.
It was tough. Na ukostradie na unya because bills has not been paid. It could be even part of Krasika. Say for you. Ababa, what is that word? Oh yeah, what's radie? What's radio? Obi akotin and move free. Now it gets tiring when a grown-ass woman will go and be asking Bema for every dime. Every dime. Nani pano ebrena ni bufano akakwadjofo kokopeduma ya but then and then then nipa le wura fiso say wanyem wo boso me nkro atrafie thank you and ya man how did you mean fancy papa say trafie da kankra me madwene mu no sanka ho kira ba anka say you communicate say oba pa say de ye nkoyie me ana me kan ba meboa san ne ye beye no onti anu o beti no in a negative way way utifie wonya hwe na me so me pe me hu ya sabe nye sika ni afani primani na bribia me pese me de to suwe na asa ho ayehi
wo de kwai
ho ayehi papa ho ayehi na kwa kuna sam na na mo kan
yakasa
na awo kano mo hono side no ye ha no kura ni se krata kura ni mu a wunya agisa abrabo no eye tough pa na bia mofra no ma right na adie bakwa asese memehu ni ye ka na ye twa no half and half ye mududo na wakwantuo mu no school kono eni hosa yeah that's the truth imagine say na ye digital e wo fie no kids are home learning how many parents are going to be able to teach their kids what they should do with their computers, their homeworks, their assignments, and all that. I worry a lot. Yemu bi kura yehu ABCD ni ade yetimi kan kakra ne kura no. Okure ni nyame anim ne meme bre. Because abrochira di sua no ente se Ghana de no.
Sister.
Me ba pani no akohwem. Ibu a fa mani so anu afre no madam bra. No ahwe o se o mama is like this. Tata no aye. Me 6 year old kura nim computer mu se me. Enya me fa ni. Me kan no kura no print.
The phone ni actually no kura me bo kan be ka phone mu ni. But no crowd don't know anybody said.
And then Obi bisa no, the Godfather bisa and say the favorite car there was a Rolls Royce. As I grow, oko type police car na chere man, he was shocked. And I say akola where this is. Car that will be so person will turn. Oh yes. And I'm catch say I get ready or no about your trace mu type ni bia. When M1 enya ne car da. Never na Rolls Royce assist there. Masa, oh ba no I steady. So 80 it's tough. It is tough. Yenum binu anase munum binu anyame abie kwa ama no. We no me sreka ama afoforo no se. Na mo ka na manya abotra kakra ma ama you know, even though say you try to encourage, you know, we should find a way to also help others who don't have certain privileges to
and also
look at other channels and not feel like they mean nothing. They are not doing anything. They are. Oh yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying so that it doesn't sound like say, oh, be person no dear or be called nimwana or be you know, because it is tough. But medemanu you know. Ghana for the best we can do, which Dr. Pope Etroye, and I was happy, is to make sure say our kids are better than us. Sika dapadie no aye ye wo fie no ebinum no aye ye wa yesrem why. Invest in your children so that when you grow old someday, these kids will come back and look after you. Omo be show e wo msi ye kasa brochire nkwala nhwe ma wofo but ni nyina frintete ye ne asetena woni mofra no e betena kakra bi no wo so fatu baby try to get life insurance and no here Ghana for this thing. We'll talk about it another time. It's very important. Ye bo wodin life insurance no be e be kana me be wu ana auntie bra sister you go down today obi anim de da obi free mu na when nya imagine what you've done to your children. The sadness. Nobody can take care of your children the way you can. So you are missing the small paycheck that you bring home is also gone. The day you die, the day you become disabled, everything is gone.
Akosia is talking about my
everything is gone to yes, Sremo. Leaving a legacy, no, it's not about those mansions you are building at home. It's not about these little nonsense we do. The little you can do, no, we see kako savings kura sika nem, na ukebu ye twam, na life insurance is in tata. I think you've done enough for your family.
Wakasa Eric me ba wo. Onim. Me ba hai na me ma no moko school ba e wo kuro no ane yete so no. En kuro no ane yete so no. Na sa school ne nya no na ne boy den pa but a British school up omo fa British staff nko a. And me hwe niyama mu no in the balance of probabilities ne na sa school na ye pa na man kwada no koye ye to aba kuro foforo so baby a ye baaye no it just happened say nka me na me choose one ke bi enyi say na me ko no ba me ba panyin no wo final year the schools ni nyina mpe final year students omo mpe because o papa final year students bi a wonya akwara wo betimi asua ade ne wo be wi a obese wo statistics. It's the next year, no. Instead of reporting 100% pass, maybe I know what 92%. Yes, next year parents a fee paying. By the way, utia international school you chiaka. It will be a person chiaka no wako nebano ko baby a be guarantee nebano outcomes. Now with baby a way the most expensive school, and na womu dia womu jitu Mr. Womu Benjamin Bano. Sa ye can't see a Benjamin Bano minimi kuni ye wa. Yesun because ya ye hunu fees ne dodo And then maybe but Nkwarane started school last week. I promise you, in the 1 week now, Nkwarane started so mo course school. No, many me couldn't ye di dance ye beton ye kurom fo nyina de Nkwarane course school. Unim de tia. So Nkwarane nyanko ho na wunhunu the differences between say the teacher for ne kire Nkwarane de. Na wunya hunu the differences between me man no call online school, but online school no kra just us for school uniform dressing. And so what betina camera na chi. It is that kind of attitude. When to me show pajamas and show hoodie and man teacher for woman. So they are that kind of school, and they are insisting on the near maybe and maybe we could start this year who said when we are near man catches hey and cardia cassia well form. Yeah, cassia be plantations. I no farm cra. I grew up in a near me being kitty be and make it a lot of difference with a near maybe. So when you the other side of the way other educational systems, it's me one kwara, and this school woman they will teach them discipline, not grades, discipline. So that discipline no we'll substitute it with sika with anything The point I'm trying to make with ye nyina say I thought that yehunu bibia yehunu ne say eye baby amedena kono eye. But maybe we also need to broaden our horizons as much as we can every now and again to see the other side of the argument, because it appears the other side of the argument and also Eric, my member Ivy. Akwaba my menkocha Eric one can be me charger about what who is a charger Eric Casa, but you will phone also. See me message.
Okay. I was my idea. And when I see women encouraging the public and encouraging other people, na maniaje. Ako, wifey, why are they ever?
Hey, yaba da bume.
Na, uka assembly. To be honest with you, one kuane Ghana near. Menena kasa watache on life insurance. I'm not going to lie to you about anything. See, my minchere adofone TFWD. Upese uye yedie ma wo unchiri ma enye edan. I'm just going to tell you point blank. I'm not scared of what you say. DTNA. America in the late 80s, 70s, there were two people Back near friend Rockefeller, back near friend Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, Oko Tennessee, you can say Nashville, the main city, no. Vanderbilt University, no. Onune see my research that. Then time, no. Not a money. The Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg of their time. Vanderbilt was kappa, Rockefeller and so was cap. Now, Vanderbilt no ever ni sika ni ye no. Ojama ni man in form of wealth. No achiche. Ako, what the 200 million. Many are buy ya what she, what the 150 million. No achiche ni say now. Rockefeller, Nedian Wanyanisa, auditor Adibia, not just life insurance, auditor, what we call cash flow insurance. Nasa cash flow insurance, no. Okriti Adibise Abusiano, Meto insurance of Abia 200 million amamo. Moon to me until this number of years. But cash flow, no. Unya insurance, no. Now, almost so unya returns on your kind of say principal amount in a down unya dividend one. It is say 5 years and as 1 million no and as 100,000 no a bewo extra 10,000 a month to me until that 10,000 out. Now, after that time no so uko borosika. I was so uko borosika from the dividend, not the life insurance. Uboronswa, I was so utuya. It was
a lifetime insurance.
It was circulating around the family. Now, what happens when they say, "Obi biara ye be no a free Sir Rockefeller Busio no. Up to date, America has all kind of top 10 richest people in America. Rockefeller family no eka. Up to date, Vanderbilt Musiafoɔ no, sir billions of dollars na in the late 70s and 80s na papa no wɔ no. Omo akyiri kwan. Omo did sisi dan on Manhattan. Mansions using it for flashy cars and sisi ani nyina akɔ. Sɛ ya yɛhwɛ CNN no. Man bi ewo CNN, mi referee ni din kakra. Oka Vanderbilt abusua no. Or very popular pa omu news we no. Mi throw ni din down mi referee ni din kakra. Wahum. Now, people from that caliber of way no, it became so tough to even for them to get money to survive. The American nyina say yenya life na sisi ya yinchirima emre. I keep on saying things that people think, say, oh, you are saying it because of say, me, I will not leave my children with money. I would rather leave them with life insurance, not any life insurance, cash flow life insurance. Totu no montite unkite. Umani nyina spread it to her. Akora benyini no, ope bibia shabra bonasia, he or she can tap from that life insurance. Oh, yes, one. Now, let me tell you the trick. Yeah, this guy could go back and think and say it was scanner. Yeah, I am mystery. Who was cow bank and just so you scanning? The banks buy insurance with your money
and make money off of
on dividend. No more the kakra babe man. As you go for na who we are say bebreno. Omoka say, hey, na yana omudi omuntu tax. Jeff, Amazon guy no want to tax. Na say Trump into your tax. Meti we ask you know, I will never blame them. You know why? When you buy cash flow insurance, who amount now what they are taught life insurance, you know, is not taxable.
They're non-taxable, yeah.
But the dividend, you know, in a year taxable. Now, the trick is this: if the dividend get to some level, a year high pay, I bear more taxable. No, quite could now, so I look at the full. Yeah, so you spread across.
Doctor to doctor. Said I'm a life insurance. Nanka, you Doctor Pope till life insurance. Enka boni no. What are you? Shame Atlanta Junction. Ni enye.
So at the end of the day,
Tini antena Ghana hona mensumentra ha ni enye nyaka credit manage.
Kaklama ye yesra about for second P ni entiase because our dividend dey be dey santiase.
Oh, okay.
And dividend dey be dey kan
you. Aso ka me ka no so
your friend ensi ho ananya sa na friend no. Ensi ho.
The unya e free ho no.
Ani enye okay, sorry.
When I say omo de wusika no akwa ye adwuma bi na omo ye adwuma no ba kum bi ya omo ka kire say ye de 1 million ye adwuma ye be ma ho $10 into a compound interest a omo calculate niam bebre into wonu mom no de obenya free mu so omo tete omo ka wi a infaso na ebe ba de omo beti ama wono eno no dividend out of your investment. Now here is the case omo nye sika no omo to life insurance no bebre. They spread it over. Almost spreading it over. That is not wealth. That is what we call.
Okay.
You are creating an opportunity for Udachi. They will never go to a bank to go and borrow. Because you know why? Banks
they have the dividends to borrow from.
Use your money to buy the life insurance. And they get the dividend, not dividend, you know, into my mouth. What does $10,000 equal to banker? According to the laws, they can't lend out more than 90% of their money. Until Obiba, only did 10,000 to pay normally at all life insurance for the bank. Now, I'm at 9,000 from Eddie Amobi as a loan. No, mama, no interest of 40%.
No money can
Sikano ewo 9,000 no hono. Obi 10,000 no de buy and umo akwaji mu 9,000 utua ho 40%.
Thank you.
40% na busum bia utua ma omo no. No mo de to ho e de ato more life insurance. It will say nipa 10 and I bet 10,000 no bosia. It will end up generating $100,000. Don't forget the actual dividend that is coming from the insurance company that the bank is making. Okay, so you have to. It's not rocket science. It's not like say making anything. They created opportunity. Vanderbilt, Abusiafo, they couldn't create opportunity. Rockefeller, Abusiafo, now they still have wealth in this America. It's the American say adwuma bi a wuye bia no. Whether say we home care, whether say we engineer, whether say we whatever. Obia one necessary insurance, life insurance, buy it for yourself. Don't rely on your company. Mena mento insurance now. Obi emedi. And yen is
mame nka we ketewa bi. Minim nipa mienu. Ada namfofo are very close o. Enne kwasie na woni obi ahia. Wo se bra wo life insurance. Wo kwakwan so. Otwi ehyen kese bi. Wo se mento. Me twaku ato aye den. Oh me ye adwuma pa. Eni na mienu. 2 days. 2 days. Nipa ne kwakwan so wani 2 hours okra na yere ne nema. Na take it up in form. That's it. Everything, including truck, got bent beyond a. Why you couldn't afford nothing? And my friend you still loved dearly, nothing. Adam for back, metikuro imu no buy e buy ye kuro imu be ebe di edra ye krata. Because I had no a quantum sim baby I know what here. Or they did the moon were yere woman 9. Ya kabiara. O dear drone will be for front dear, why because we could feel getting a better. Bra pie mua, no, we trim. Wanya, I could sit down. A coffee corona yam, no babu, so me and so over one ya shati. And the brother need 2 months. What a damn on your fine. You roommate to buy not on to me. A high blood pressure. Brother needed almost just and then I watch that. Madam for bompa ya mercy. Sister, brand new we wum yes any cream. Corona bridge, nipa best 10 current young yenas. Edi asemwa, ne life insurance grow ni bi. Wo ye juma. E ye living. Ama.
Indeed.
More explain.
Medemanu esiyama minua baba mu no. And from o current situation and let me post it bibi on Facebook say bam life no and fair to everybody. To be honest with you, life is fair to everybody. So but you got to deal with it. As long as you want to survive, I'm per se you do better from there. I will say we are ready. Sir, obey delay with the ups and downs, crophobia 19, sabotage, all those. It comes with it. Because we are no one also baby. Embryos baby no name X.
Speed.
You already won the battle before you.
Okay.
Now, as a American say, and from who said, me more in Ghana says life insurance near my city. But I have a crampo no. Now, who's a more funeral insurance, whatever level of insurance be a bit me at top for the sake of no. Yeah, we are no free wa. Bibi a wo ye or hanum. Oh, yeah, my memo no moonim or man can't no crack because they don't know. I can't blame Akosia for not knowing some things because he or she doesn't know. But here's the case. Sesiano, anya hwe krampo social media ho anya hwe krampo you can read. So want to mean read kra obi betumi akenkan na whatever. Try to create opportunity for yourself and for your family. Opportunity no make any tree na say opportunity kra make any tree say
Opportunity.
18
But over there, maybe some tree I mean, that can.
Akwanya.
good.
Akwanya.
Akwanya. Akwanya no nye edan a wo si agya o.
Yeah.
Yes, uko Ghana wo se unya baby di utiritu. Unya baby kakra di utitu a, that's fine. Yo obi obi ntumi ngim free wo man nsem. Being education. Minua man mo akeka bebre afa ho. And education no so no mo guiding kwara no on things that will make them prosperous. Any education be any education. Sisi ami wo hai se enye se ako ana se minua ba ama na se wo se minye bibi ma you have to pay me what I tell you. Umpe ako because through Mpempes you have to pay me for what I'm coming to give it to you. That's it.
Bam.
Me ako me ba Atlanta just recently. But I'm going to be I bear live in Timon. I came there for
okay. Are you people listening to him? What, meaning what?
I came there for.
Then you should have even mentioned it. Don't mention it.
Maybe.
What I say?
Maybe.
What about kakra computer? Some kakra to masu. Na me de kakra ma me mano.
And yeah,
Any
they-
wo zani
they-
zani no.
they-
Abaka
they-
ba ide ni bi pe na me tia mo are. Ba ide pe. Maji apo.
Omo pese omo organize second one in November. Now they called me to just talk about why right now there's a whole lot of hacking going on with Zoom, all this online, whatever. I just spoke for my minute there was 50 minutes. Okay?
Thank you, Araba.
And that's it. All what I have to do is to tell them this 15 minutes. I also pay baby Ameda. I also get him in transportation. Send me the car bar, you have to pay for it. And then you have to pay me based on my education level. That's it.
Bab.
And these people are not hesitating because that 15 minutes now on networking and I know because some people called me for a reference for one guy or give me information for a job, a remote job. Okay, let's create better opportunity. Yenya ye manum and shena ye de show almost say also be a doctor. Also be a quiet you can say nurse ni. Oh boy, everybody area was say where the obet me aye the was oyen. But a chrome hono. Oh yeah, doctor, chese we nyame. It's Ghana no mo say ya because we a doctor. I mean you are just an ordinary person who understands biology. That's it.
Hey. Eric, what has to do with him? Eric, I can't have briefly. I just want to translate and say, on say young crop no. What can be or what? No more the theoretical. No more decided say and apply into my memo application. I want to say Eric can't Rockefeller the other family who has century. And then Crawford P why they don't get this. Until let me break it down for you. School, yeah, your man kwadakwe. Mrs. School and kwadako. And no cry enough insurance from kwadabi. School be wha. They say, oh, more England. They say, maybe that's what in England and Kabeba Beko Eating College and commit to me when you never Eating College and Kabemanako. Eating College has been the college of prime ministers no to do no. Wabano wa your prime minister. Aya nane your friend is a cultural secretary and then education secretary. Aya sa uncle for ni and classmates and then the schoolmates. Kwaku kwatin ya say one nam conservatives no school our call ye kan ho bi. And as I say, or kasa ankrofo no ho. Sa positioning na wo betimi aboa wo ma amadanya sa contact no. There is no amount of money you can leave your children which can rival it. Abrochira sem na make actually me. Opa ko America kokko Trump nkrofo woni woman nam. Omo ana oni omo ye business no. Na say woni woman na nam. It we academics ni nyina na odi ni business for no na odi wo ma be hihim because obi e ya ade a woni ne hofo na eye. Time on one Obama was no. Ni Michelle were a lawyer. Kokore ni chief advisors no lawyer. Omunyina they went to similar law schools. They were trained by similar people. There was a network. There was a connection. There is an association, and it comes from school. Me can Ghana for be oha mukoko bepai ebepai.
They be amoka NDC ni MPP for one sem so my twins. The reason why MPP ni NDC for your twins ne enuni. Time I me ko uni no. Most of one more government say left and right ni na no money me ne wo uni. We roommate anyway, they were friends from Omoye Mrantie. CEOs ne Ghana no. The entire Omoye CEOs ne is because they were connected with minority and a majority leader be, and they were this way. He no mushia ye, womushia wo school and yen se janse. School no womushia ye. And because womushia me say Moi, mo was to say ni say school asema na ko pai, but the fact of life. Me say I'm from a world order, and maybe we a world order truth. And not necessarily also no but it is the people who will see your children in the class and see wobani the brain power. So wobani kwa mathematics no kasana nkodani nyina hu say hey akwa we ni math. That should be no wo hwehwe mathematician na obehwehwe wobano. Because the one person onim no we asia what math say nipa ni nyina one person on in the work classroom. I know what math chire obi. Do you understand where I'm going with this one? Enti senka wo besi dan dia ma wo ba anase wo beboa wo ba ma na ko school no wa boa no ma na ko school akosia the movers and shakers of the next generation na wa boa wo ba na ma na koye course amfaso wo so Ghana for ma dodo no awa brochire o ma ye graduates nso o mu nya adwuma because ebinim wo ha wo musua witchcraft e wo university
went to the same school
will employ you to be a witch why employ witchcraft. Wako invest in Biabadio, and this is some of the truth about unemployed graduates. No courses now and they were unemployable from the beginning. Law in the United Kingdom, ye free shortage occupation list in the year 2008. United Kingdom, ye free shortage occupation list, and so there are still people now. I want more pushing kwalasi woman kwa law. Ye free shortage occupation list because opportunity no so. But the kwarani in a law for ye.
Just to say something. Yeah, sometimes me can be a obi beka say oh bashi Ghana for do. Well, mama America and can say Ghana you were the best education resources. I don't know say system.
Yeah.
Okay. There is resource. Ye crop for muchira right from time I me baha high school, me no more grown up. My teacher for the kitchen said, no. Go and take the high school, you can say college elective math course because whatever you are talking about, Emmanuel, you know, is very funny.
No.
Wow. Those courses. And no, I make shortcut learned in college. It's maybe college. I've already taken majority of those courses, and because of the training, the resources our Ghanaian instructors taught us. Now, Ghana education system no you will input, you will the processing edge, and you will the output. We fail at the processing, that's why we get bad output. We have good input. Good input, they say. Yes. And math, you can say mental. Say. Mental. They are forcing you to use the brain. American, number cramming tankai, but me papa number still MTN numbers, you know. That time every day I remember those. But I'm being more Hana, me save one number through just the phone, menkai. So we have good resources there. Our teachers are good. This is where we fail. Akoranu drew SS, you know, almost a computer amount course. Now, it's only in Ghana, and our person year doctor almost 1 year science. 1 year this courses were high school unto me college. America, I started off as pre-med student, and I mean who's a pre-med, you know. Omo requirement ni omo citizenship ninsi mhunu mo amoje no that time no na meaning no I can't afford it, and I didn't have any co-signer that had that amount of whatever money for a loan to it me switch. I switched from pre-med and went straight into computer science the next semester. All what I needed was my advisor to sign. Ghana For you to even make that switch, it is so big to me from one bed doctor. Ne one send the says Nipa Mada. Next will be a physician assistant. There was one I met in Kolebo and and said, dude, you are just a physician assistant. You are not a doctor, so shut up. I told him point blank, me come here, me papa yare, made the nabaho. As someone catch him and say, BP a drew now with the mammy papa no, but your money drew 90 years in as if one idea, more drew beer. And I make us say, Uncle you call yourself a doctor, right? You don't even understand the etiquette of what you are doing. And you know, people who are a little bit able to pass through that small processing edge, you know, we kill the talent of our own people in the processing age. So they end up coming out as raw input, raw output, sorry. Me call easily gone. Unless if we go home, unless for Ghana, they are looking for people to come and call them. Corona time. On mine be say Canada, any Sweden, any other countries. Nurses, great revenue. Ghana is the only country that we have nurses who are staying home, who are looking for men to give them money to survive. So what is that? You can't even understand it. Now, so no sound now. Almost one science. You know, America, they come and do registered nurse. Yeah. Registered nurse, no mass na fairly or more honor, no. Almost that is the same the same mathematics that they are learning over here. So why? The difference is here they give you a way to process. So no matter what your input level is, they can turn you around so that you become a better output. Ghana, if you have the good input, we spoil it through our processing and get bad output. That's what we don't see. And can yanko build a website send kwara ye post to amo. Na education system no krampo no database no munim na de ban. At Russia. Now minister na muna share education system no so he doesn't even have a clue where the system is manipulating from. And you know all these things are aya da bia meka se mu bi aba benya akwanya me asama meka ni se oba wa Ghana now so won school ansa wo de na ba UK no aba to us wo tertiary whatever make chiro oh how bring the person right away. And it says no so no obi person o claim so akọ university so they go and do sociology. Which Ghana ko sociology omukọ akoye e kan say we obi wa wa so we mechanical engineer say mechanical engineer car kura ni bonnet untu so ummie so da unim engine boat baby asise kura na so mechanic ya ko fitani ho na fitani na so bo ama ono hwan na okọ school. So looking at all these things and assessing it, we get to understand say nyame adom yen with the right people. Nyame adom yen with the talent but we kill those talents in the processing age. Abrochire other countries now they don't have those talents. So what they do is omo peki na no mass sign. Obi a minim na omo failing no 3 times for Ghana. Say wonim mass. The same no say or a nurse practitioner said to me prescribe nurse practitioner highest level of nursing. Nisika awaji bebre. Why? Necessarily panone a sideline in Ghana because to me passing mass because to me create those courses and stuff. It's we kill our own people now. I'm so glad say majority of us have seen it, and especially the women. You are coming out and then saying it boldly to empower those because you see Ghana, oh your banner is two or three things. One, you ready say we need to be burial and so the human amount. I say wunya. 2, either say ubesha asia ye wa juma ape kwanya obe survival. 3, and I obey selekwen.
Now, one person we are Juma no, and I hear Juma bank for no credit. Just a papa ni we was also with your rent amount and also papa.
Because why do we have I still think about so many things now. To me, I can't comprehend all those things. Now, okay, because we are NDC, we are MPP, whatever it is. But here's the case: is what it is. It's no no. So what to me, ape baby kakra, onu wabusu for mudru Ghana, utumi da. The mechanic say, yeah, woman improve
improve.
Sada na enche bia na me wuko obua unya nwuye
Improve wo ma
improve wo ho na improve wo ma
bam.
That is very simple because minimum bia oye Ghana ni owo oman we mu a nkwara ko school bakra no mkoye homework a enam se ba ko oye panyini na anya McDonald's adwuma oye nti no ose wo ko ka ho ko akwara na failing courses ewo ha no. So if you are improving your case and you are backsliding the whole process, you don't see the value of investing in those cases. But if your case are improving and you are also improving yourself a little bit, that's where you understand why things make sense.
Hey,
that's it. Many awon kwara. Ni madie. She is all about growth and stuff. Me and me no. The minimum is a mebo double. And if you come and tell me something about growth about Korano, I make us I will not even empower them because Papa can wait, Papa can wait now. But if you two are growing, it's easier to pick the case and tell them, say, this is what it is, this is what you need to do. It's very simple. Now, yes, sir, I'm not saying nobody shouldn't do two jobs. No, it's fine. But when you say, oh, you do pempens will be our life, no. Because the kids look at you. I've been in a family, the kids just told that even mom did not graduate from high school. I mean, that's fine. I get EED, GED, I'm good. Okay, because my man, it's not about school that will make you rich. I'm so okay, no problem. But my minchiro, unya sika. Na se unnim se na esi manipulate sika na. Obi a oko school be manipulate ama. Na wadi uhum faso. That's how it is. Enti no kura no, yemu bi ye kan mega say so aggressive. We are aggressive because our people find it difficult to understand simple things. Mema minu amanu ma ba mu bi minim say me ya kan say amanim so fire dodo, but I guess
you have to fire.
Passionate and emotional. Baby amiti wo hai metumani a abrofo me Glen Allen obi obe Google Glen Allen no Richmond no Glen Allen honom no omo school nko baby ami the same Richmond, which is the city of Virginia no or Glen Allen school, baby, I'm from here to baby, I'm school. It's just about 5 minutes walk or less. There is no boundary. Now, so deep Richmond areas, Numbia. There be the police 40 almost. I was school more. Never, what there be a police people are guiding. And you ask yourself all these questions. Why? Because they have segregated some section. You have a dine and I could thought dine ewo hanoma. In such a way, say, so we income in Duru baby omonkra and farm. That's it. And because of that, if you don't have your Hanum zip code, you can't go to school at those schools at my area, Hanum. You cannot. Even though you are not far away, we are about 20 minutes, but they will tell you don't have that zip code. You pull it up. Why? And you know what? Capital One, Facebook, Amazon, headquarters, almost see where you are. So you ask yourself, what is going on? They have realized they have to be at some sector. It is about time we have to go so hard with aggressiveness to penetrate into the system.
To storm the system.
And for us to do that, we have to Get rid of the backlog things that we have.
Your screen so well life expectancy baby be what's na arsenic poison in bekum.
Yes, African Americans are your war man we mu say yare ba ye mum ye wu bebre.
Yeah.
Wu bebre because aduane ye di no your shopping mall ye different. And I say baby cry kotonuane no. The things you can afford is different.
Yeah. Very, very expensive.
There was a time just before I call Ghana, now ye program in New York. It's I couldn't drive. Me fly to a home, but me hear no movement, no doors, so me quack or rent a car. Pulling me information. I said my guy no be say, okay, you want to rent this car? What type of work do you do? I'm there. How does that got to do with? I said no. This type of cars, we give it to some specific people. And then, if possible, we can still pull your. Meno can say, or pulling me information. And I say, okay, all right, we can hand it over to you. Me bisa mo na kake me mom me babe mamusika kake. Asamo kan say some people that are blacks or can plain that are blacks, we give them cars and then they end up giving us problem. Yes. Okay, me point blank. So when I saw that you were a black person, we need to pull this. Racism is everywhere. So we have to deal with it. But the way you can distinguish yourself, when they see you and they see, say, no, this guy and the caliber of Nyama or one, and this lady and the caliber of Nyama or one, pet, they will deal with you differently.
Eric Popu.
I know the Omo and the
I be a man. So Eric, my Ivy and come baby.
So where we dear, but not me solution said the can no me.
I me person me chow my woman intro na me ban ho because
koso na fa wo de bra.
And then the na me da head me say me take a but this are course in the train me by and I say me ba because I am very, very passionate with the insurance thing. And then another thing is a college funds, for the kids. Okay. It's very, very important. And me are very, very terrible in savings. That is my weakness. So I'm like, it is a baby to me a mayor day with them because I don't have these savings. Mayor day. It's what I realize and say. So that means the insurance will be very, very good for me. And the idea I didn't even get the term life insurance, the life insurance, and so you can. That's the borrowing thing that I all can in the best way, so that say, Miss Sister, it is say my insurance cry even kwalano, so my insurance na I'm a woman. What she told me was like, you want your children to die? I said, are you serious? Maybe when you ask me, I'm not saying if you're watching this, don't be mad at me. When you kind of ask stupid question, I kind of want to answer you some stupid answer. Now and I say, who be some question now? I mean, I BBS me answer on some kind of way. Oh yeah, na me say okay. They are a word they be able, but me was mama 5,000 koto funadaka. I'll be able to have the money to take care of my daughter, just in case Sebi, this thing happens to me. I am okay with that. And yes, I want my child to die so that I'll be rich. That is not what is in my head.
I think that said I
even look at Michelle Obama, a whole president's wife, America president wife, or first lady on shut down juma on practice look what she was pounding on say we women, we have to take care of ourselves and love ourselves so the love will transfer and get to our families and everything. That means what one when you share them. So you cannot stay home and say me kunu ye rich saying you need to get out there, get some fresh air, get some ideas, get some different. You can't say sika wo fie nti what na eno nti na wo kunu wo sika pa, mu wo sika pa. Eso ahwe na house boy ne ne wo dam.
Yeah.
Afa wutrim. Get out there, get yourself involved.
Yehovah.
Edwuma ne die eye number 1. And a school no. School no kwala school no. Mesra mo te se na menua eka ama de ne die be so, but sometimes I love ama so ma me ama. I always say the wisdom ne do so woni trimu. We keep putting wisdom and knowledge together. We should stop it. They are two different things. Enti obi o ha me ye doctor, enti me wodwen say ade minim nyansa anka me koye doctor. Who ye doctor so adwene ne nkoyi. Who ye doctor medical field no ho nko an e ma ne kase pa me mu abia obepai. Ye say ya obeye, but there's other things you don't know. Ye bisa computer ho ne ma. Computer ni na beba be hyehyɛ edem ho ne ne ma ni nyansa na wa ba be pai ni panimu. So the fact is that we are medical, that doesn't mean say you have to have wisdom. So we be bu obi a this kind of ma okra se twase no so ni munyansa bi. Na won won't change the other person. And that's one thing I love about I'm kasa won say wisdom no na di kan. Asa na knowledge no. Me knowledge na me na kekakra me mfenhye na mfa me ho papa. But wisdom dey be ambom pa ise rade nyansa. Amenyansa akoma. Even though no menru PhD sine hu fa ayukra na me hunu nyansa de me ma to some kind of way bia. So we shall me ha me iPad and da me ha no say. Beti a me she living and na me ubu a oba me files and papers books and ye twa me bed in no hwehia. Ye ka say nyina me go school once am afa pen me taking notes asem na nipa na eka no, because I don't want to be thrown off of what I really want to say. The fact to say wunkuta degree that doesn't mean say wa adwene no be ma na toasty anti ene wo ma no atifi a wuntumi ni omu nsuade. You can still learn, you can still read, you can still so won't pay reading and watch. And then yamia ya dum YouTube
audio ones
yeah dia bad bebre audio snap bani yi enti the fact to say wonko school no nya degree no embu hu abofia say obi a ono kuta degree, because degree ni no kuta no believe me who the bibi kitwa bi tina obi kai obi betumi akọ school. To say the man ko school obi di na adwene beje sa na wo ko school osofo obi betumi abeka cho say come sow a seed na a whole medical doctor PhD person na wo koto na wo tue sika ma sam kranche akra na fa wo tirimu hu ya bibia wo wisdom anka wo yes
Ivy.
ene no na ya me so fo nti na me kana
yo and you so for the asemba wa anu akoyi ano
me ametumi aka obi nim etumi de ne nsato o ku ta wa yi so obema na sore ayi si obehwe sa amedwa amebetena ase wudwane akọhe obofo betumi adi nkuto abegyina ho no se beyiye nku no wate asra bekom na nipa no degree ekuta na odigina ho na atamkuto
you're so silly, really.
Enya asam ketwa enti mesra mu nyansa ne hia ayi ni me bra okan bibi ade ba ko so me pese ye take it good say yen watch ye man what they are good at na yen pound o mema yen ka say doctor ne ye de na kwosho mi wan on to me nye nursing no e ho na adwuma wonti ne ye de na kwosho mi wan mogei ohun kura na bibi ye no your friend say wo hu sa akwala no te ho wo de na ko school so no akofa leather bi no no aye ne slippers me sro ma ne ko ye shoe your friend say shoe maker e ho na ni sika ne beba. Yeah, pay attention to our children and see what they are good at. Na ehonomo no ye make sure and then me ba penny in the frame mommy I want to be a palamisi a pilot nalile unsuro hwe kura but me kai say me na me say me kunu yesremuni say not necessary bike no moteso no mo that devil ni ayi no me see ye mo jana fa ho ewu me be to meet eto se si ana say me bo modin say living here me dey ya me mambo me degree no say pilot be free me nsabi ye yo honum no so
Nyankopon onhyira
ena dia ba ko a meka ne say meti hanu ma bompa ya ka kire rade say menwu corona ye ekoi enkumia ade a ye friend student loan ade a me de be che me ba no onya bida
Nyankopon hyira
student loan onye bida because say me hu say adwuma me ye enhye dam don so bia ntem ye college fund na dia me ba ne person oye ne still ska no enye yi nti dia meti ane say loan na magi bia say me dim na magi o sakra ne dia no na oji o me make sure say me tua so by the time obe wie school no na only loans bia because loans na mama academy
hey
Mr. Muma yen sua de na yen forget it me hu say minim so obi beka say oh empa ho ebi wo ho etumi pa ho no wage atom sa pa ho eti wo generation na e ba no na esi ehwe ni yie na ye pese ye ne nkrofo bi compete adaya kese ye ka dan na me do me ne ya ye frɛ me say dan bi a masima to wo me two gate me see ye akrofo no po mo pa o mo mefa me ndiama be na wo fie wo a o mo fa me ntumi ntofofo me na minima de kronti up to now menye de menye enti mumma me baff me ba me bathroom me to taase menye bibia ba main house ne bathroom ba komaye minim se me duru fie wa menya ba bia adware ndie me okay with it mumma yen to ye boase na yen hwe nkwala yi yen make sure say nkwala no they are okay baby o modu de bia asema me ka kire wo mu no say baby a me menru no me ma get to the point to say I look at my father, I look at my mother before na me ka say nyansa no ne ehia no say me maami amboa me papa amboa udu level bi a wo hu me say wa no ubetumi so aboa wo you don't need them
25 it's a broken record
you do not need them anymore why you dey so obeye bi awi
yeah
you cannot blame them anymore and me kai say ntimi so me pese nkwala yo muduru ba bi o mu start so mu blame me so ana
not
ntimi mpenesa no I have to make that corrections
that's it we yes I when yahwe
oh me say am my class your friend is saying
yes see that ni nyina dey see ho na say when man kwala no this kind of life when yahwe
na corona na ba no dan no class akwara ne person oton ko school why na taught you
Ivy question kura also bisa on say well nkwara no won eya I still go back to the basics yeah won nkwara na yen hwe omudin where they are growing up with and where they are growing up reason why I mean you try plenty keep Ghana and say we have a foundation there
oh yes
nkwara na yetete wo mo ha no ebi kura obi wo ho a onfa ne background ko na chi
there
sit down secondly
and they are
relationship here okay there's a 50-50 there's a 50-50 probability say akwara no ebi obeware ne yire wo krom ha a wonye Ghana ni how about that would they go back no they'll just go and visit
now what that know the question and
na me kura na me start you and fancy ya kwala na makwa ware krafreni ade na chese me ba so ntumi nkọ ware
obi na be kwa kwatena ba bia frafafo krom ba be se bo hwe sa se bo start ya che o kai sa edan na ewo obo ni obomen
ai
se ghost mansions this is obo ukobomen a ubekwa kwotwa dan akese bogesi papa bi dan na anansintin tan mu ma sa de ma de ma no ye but we are talking about these things me papa wuye no Me papa ejapade me nsa nka pin not pin me papa bra wo boy ye nyina say meka se dan we papa na hyehyeye eno ne ba me ho there was none break back okra me nsa nka.
Of course.
By the choices he made, by the associations he made, and the connections he made, was that owu pin mensanka. But one kasana having made the mistakes he made, time no ayewo yen, especially me mechiri ba no. Sa time no na one kasa so ahunu ni mistakes bi a woye ya ba property ne niema bi. Eniema bi wo ho a wo ba ye wo de sika kwohyehyɛ mu. Jerry ne nkrofo ka so wo ma yeku. A ye gi dan ne de kyeche nkrofo no free sa da no. Sa niema no woye nti when we were young, no wo hunu mistake no waye in acquisitions no. And because me papa hunu acquisition error no, he decided say me ni mechiri ba ni titiri. He was not going to do acquisition with yemi no. My dad built castles ewo mitiri mu ha. And you can clearly see the evidence of
very clear.
He built castles.
Yes.
Me papa, he reinforced my self-belief. Sir, I can do anything attitude. Me papa ne chere me. It's more valuable. Say be a was as you hanko it's more physical. When you who. But he made sure so what the investment ni share baby abusuani bia ni mintimi mpre ho. Because a dying wojaya abusuafo ne wo behye ho dro wo mo beje. And he had learnt it. It was si dying edisi mitrim. The best schools there was are necessary pako. Even though na ku no aba no wo mu ni hu o mu sika nyina asa no. Woni me maame nyina they will starve and they will get you into those schools. Program bia ni ho na no de bia am ka chem say menye business meboa. Be started some dream back to my mumu ahe na monim junior achievements for omo business basics course na mumu ahe na ye Debbie na rally international for young entrepreneur mumu ahe na ye Debbie Duke of Edinburgh may your gold silver bronze ni nyina me bi mumu ahe na ye and it was this awareness in sankrofo ni me no in taking me through those courses. Sadia ne nanka betimi esi adan akese sika no ane ye de sa ane ma ne nanka betimi esi adan enti in the latter years no hu no me papa na se we onipa wo hwe material enema wo beka se wa mobra castles ne enema no na wo expect senka onipa with the kind of profile my dad had oba back no kra even after the coup no se nanka opeso sisi adan a enko betimi esi bi but that time na mentality na shifted and because na mentality na shifted sadia we ehun adwuma ene wo ye. And in miniminu aketwa na brabo wo to obo ase pa na wo hwe se de ye mienu no se de ye se dwendwe niema ho empanyimfo no there is that divide between women they were of the time before by the time onya adwen sakra na niema akwa akire for empanyimfo ni mienu ye ketwa ni mienu na wanya sa change of mentality about building and investing in enkwara ne ha. And you clearly can see the opportunities are available and we're very different for yemi and yaka echire no in comparison to what we kind no. You see me papa wiye. Na abusuafo ne started se wo mo pre wo mo japade ho. Na wo mo ba me maame fie besesa me papa ne ma nyina na me fa me papa chale wote ne nasi chale wote e di gu ne potomanto so na nipa geye. Wo mo gide koye. Hey, I was being figurative. Me fa me papa chale wote e de kana henema ho. Me de ma nipa no woje me papa niema nyinara they came to collect it.
Why year no me boa.
Anniversary.
So much ejapade.
Yeah, me papa wo they came to collect it and I was being me mama me chichire me mama rest papa ne de ode be ma ye obi agede de egu ha. Obi agede. Ye mu bia ni kwa ye be fra me papa.
Nampacho den wo mo anyem nso.
And na me be kan kire say ho na me kan asem ne kire no me papa no no anim said the woni na busuafo omo interactions tie na wo ye wofa ni bi e kwa ne wofa asefo ho and wofa asefo from day one they do say wo mo wofa bibia wo mo beje enti me papa ku ni si ya wo hunu said the niema ekọ no hunu se so di niema bi hu agora obewie na nkwara ya bo asesa because abusuafo ne ba no wo mo beji niema ni nyina including the draws. And I'm past time so ya wo mo besesa niema na ye share the trunks and wo mo share ya mpa me fa me papa chale wote di kan ho no okwabra ne gye efiri me nsem me papa adie baako a ekita me which was my dad's property a abusuafo so ni wo mo mfaso was my dad's PhD certificate. Me papa PhD certificate is the only inheritance I have in my hand. Aye, kitame. It is sentimental value. It is something I use to motivate myself and to challenge myself. Their grandfather was PhD at 27, until they can do anything and everything. Na me de ye made eno na menya ye de wo de kire me wo bitrim ene ne kaaye. Me papa, thank God, say ohunu say nyansa no when we were growing, and his investments went here. Me kasa same way de she mumu bi nkran. Edan no amosi no mumu bi mudi agora ye begie afiri kwara ne zem. Ye begie because enkwara no mukrom ho no kra wonim ho. Especially yen ya yem kwara no kra ntie krom kasa ni ye. Wo akosi ya wukosi dan na akosi wo maami krom a enkwara no kwani e de agbesi so a aya no wo mo ne wo makopere ho ame ahwe. Kwada kopere ho.
Just yesterday, I was on a platform. Yeah, normal friend me say, Auntie, it's Ivy, advice. I always advise people, say, marriage, especially marriage couple, says, so who could see dying with fear, Miss and fa wudin any wuknudin and to so mo won kwala fan kwala no edin fa to fie no so and fa mudin and fan to so me agreement am ni me kunu ye ni say in case God forbid, which I know is now going to, because Ivia metumi aware for 18 the na me say nya de a ko baby ah de bia ya me o me de ai props no de bia me de ma be ma no if because other people I see their marriages and other men that I know, I look at it and I know saying me chawa room because some stupidity be or 2 seconds mean to me. I have to cut it a dorsal. And no some me kokan ye hwe se be ma wo ni oba ware upe masa oba na se yempe bibi ngu o mankwala na wo se debi wo de ma na wapa na oba na hunyansa akosi fie na wo se onton fie no no fa osika ma na oba na wia osika na odi esi fie enu nti wo frɛ na company fu ani makobo oba ni dua
ana obetimi abobo ana
enu me ka kire oba ne se mesrɛ no onfa snap me yensa eni nkosua no onfa create me ma na mfa 2 and 3 create enti be ma na ebo ano no so bo be ma na ebo no no so fa enkwala ni din efa to fie no so me ne me kunu dwene ho sa no in case even if we are alive and we get divorced, I don't have mean per quarter and be ane wako. Me ade a me penny queue ne lines ne sa cha support ne sa niama wow unim se wow unim nyansa se wo behwe wo ba enya me na me ka kire wo se hwe wo ba enti na me ye adwuma even I wanna me say before you think I have thought. That is me. Enti nkwala me wo mo kra no me wo mo because I can take care of them, not because I have a good husband. So in case anything happens now, God forbid, you leave me, I can be able to take care of my children. Me family into obiaso. I'm a very, very happily married woman, but me a single be side and side bisa. Me family into also because me say we any party said me any partner and to be an adwene na torch.
Yeah.
Sana also an hwe ya adwene ni be torch. Enti no yemfa nkwala no I remember say me koto war afa me fie ena me ba panimu no o Ghana me ka kire ne say onhwehwe papers no no mo so omu hia ba bia na yankofo obi asase. When she saw that, she started crying. Or say, "Mommy, this is me. Oh, who only knew your band? Me were 2 girls. Only knew your band passport pictures. No, who was as in the so." And I'm saying, "Wunti na mebre, and you be entia, and you kuna bushia fonti, and then you me bushia wunti." It is another thing. Crash so I'm doing who say, and me mama who see ya today. Me kuno ma, but you me de be an American before you think I've thought. Ukofo ba fufuro bi na na be wo be ka me ma bra ma bre na me ne wa bre ma sa oba no so mre no no so mpe no so ne de ma ne ba. And so in case you die, your daughter or your son cannot come say me papa ejapade no no so be jipi. If you na nyame dia, se mu nua no mo feel bad se o mo so be ma mu bia. Mo ne nkono mo ne o mo kaka so mo be ma obia. By sisters, by brothers no mo be che mu bia. Ba nya sa dia. Eye me man ti na me yes ade na nye be ma no. Enti before say obi betumi aye say bia ejapade ne wo twe abusuafo begina ho ne mo abeko ntokwa ene mo aye saade we nyina no enka me enkrata na eda so eche se wo ofade enti wo fa wo ho me nya adwuma na wo be di akọ na ewen enti na me say obi bodwe say eja demu anu asensuo. So when I see things are happening to people, it's happening to people. Me fana me dia to me hofo.
Kokodansuo no mpreko. Enkosansuo no
kodem. Me chairman into me ansana. Na me share wo be ma na won te saade na se na me say wonni me ho adwene papa in the first place. So I don't have to. The marriages that are broken, the marriages that are people have divorced already, it did before they even got into it. They just didn't pay attention to it.
Kwekwa say dey bia watwero. No, dey atoso. Kwekwa say ono ne maame ne papa no. Omo tena family home and dey tete nkwada 7. But by God's grace, because omo hwe so tete nkwada 7 no, nkwada 7 they have paid back forward. Woman 6 bedroom, self-contained. Edi mama ne papa no. Hwe asem we mo amugu mrochire na ehu hia me yie. Emrochire nkwada no. Enye dan a wokosi wokwa. Esu ni wo momfaso. Ekura se dan kwa nye hwe. Mimi say, me come mama kurum na say mama we japade bi wo ha e waste on me mama because me nkodem one day kura and she knows it. Me papa dan wo na kura ase e ho so me kwa me kura me papa ye ma na say kuro no kura na ye me da neighboring town guest house bi wo neighboring town ye koje ye na de da ho to koye ye ne ba nti say papa na ye ne say odi ni bibi nyine kosi bibi wo ni kurum na by force ye be ko anka akofa asema ba. What you want to invest in your children anyhow. So with me investing in Nkwarane ha, they will be able to output any amount of money they desire. We are not able to help our parents because ye see kanwa ye nyane enso yang kasa enso yen
and American loans, student loans as I'm making. Who just student loans? Echi anyama bebre na nti be de wenya bi kura de akoma ma me no.
Ama one day adeba kunu say before you can I'm saying I touch base on it. The two have to have the power. What is it? Claim be anywhere. Ekwa naba kunkose naba kukose. No. It has to go in straight direction. Bam. So for you to do these things now, you can watch them. Number one, assess nipa krona wuni nutua na mono. What is their level of understanding in this? I'm not saying they should go to school. My father, maybe papa, this year we're 96. Still, one go school because oko school no me nana ko school muho. Eko catch headmaster ni so no mom ne best son achinye because he was one of the Western regional kings in Mbiti no. I was saying about edinachi. Inti no oko man. Headmaster no one, and of course, my papa call mo bro no man here. Until none of you man is so best so ni ba achin ni papa chin. Now, what they me mama so those form 4 line they did not get any education that will make head, but the two has to have the mindset. Me sister obakrum ha eja me amebeto no. Me papa didn't go school. Yeah, elder penny or was sorry them from me papa in that day no me kai I was very young, best 7 years. Okay, chami papa said no ban so I wouldn't go school no at your baba nyem
oba worry
oba benyem now sika nyina ayekwa and me papa some me papa kan ni say oba me de no go school no benyem kra at least obewo akora when your school nim the free ni yem. Bam. That was the mindset. Bam. Not necessarily. And yes, Abia, you can say, Aquarano be free, Yamaba, no, but the saying is, entity to a bino bequacunya school, it will have that significant impact on the child.
Of course.
And that's why I don't care. Obviously, a woman will get pregnant unless they don't want to settle down. They will. So what is the difference? It's something, and yes, I say be a cause of what say mano and will be treated to be said mekum. Obviously, you know, into the one man who said me baby won't tell me it's good. I will be able to prepare myself and pray for ask God for forgiveness of sin. But the American in our question is for you to be able to get all these things, assess the way they value real life stuff. I'm a guy. Some men, what we care about is cars. Okay? What we care about is buying of new things. What we care about is showing off. That is intimate. Just have understanding, say it's going to be a little bit complicated. Me, it's sometimes my wife tell me, say, and by force, me mama. I'm busy me the coin. 24/7, most of the time I'm home or I'm playing tennis. Tennis, no, so me here sneakers, any tennis dress. Me buy me TV unless someone wants me for a program or company related stuff. Me suit na mashako. When I'm done, I'm done. All what I need to do is buy one or two quality stuff that will last long. And you know, whatever I'll pick up, I'm looking at it. And you know, I was say a fanumi no. Munya the same level of thinking. I saw a bedding. Papa can B, Mama can A. The kids will not know which one is they should go to. And then this is one thing. And found some Mama could school and found some Papa and could school. Okay, same Ivy. Knowledge and wisdom are two different things. You go to school to acquire knowledge. Wisdom is bestowed on some people. Ain't you know na? Asemba akosuya bekan very nice. Na so sasema na Eric Kokan obi abuofu. That is why
whether I can salute to the man in part one.
that is why President Obama who is obeka somebody dincrophobia temper.
Who so do at him?
Romney during the 2014 or say 12 what do you call it? Government, whatever.
2012.
You know what? Mid Romney, try to be consistent. So because you say you are not consistent, what did you attempt? At what kind very cool way. One can say, just be consistent.
Wouldn't say or you sue flip flop there and ka obe say we dinner.
Right, but it was just saying
consistent in the
right. And or the consistency by a tree kasemwa. Just a wood in trochen obia. Or someone can be.
And I make can say flip flip flop. You are flip flop.
Right.
It is a who or you sue flip flop need and go so we dinner.
Good.
I'm not trying to be consistent.
The same thing, no? That guy was speaking through wisdom level. Other person be he is speaking through understanding level.
Donald Trump and Quebec say
understanding and knowledge level. Into my men papa no. You say education and all those near them. So I value me ko Ghana me hu ema ebi mu esum niema omo yire omo to work. I value them and I appreciate them so much in the sense say they are not doing that for what they can survive. They be me can say be em say me kechere papa kura o say den papa beku. Me kechere say papa say ka de me de be survive what na we as we ma. I wouldn't worry myself so much because you know why? I don't buy things. All what I need is a computer and internet. And just, I don't have time to think about, all what I think about is what I can innovate. And that's it. But ebi mu ye di enti no, we all are struggling. And the parents don't have to get into that conceptual level of wisdom to be able to tap into sema ye kekano. Because your Ghana ni sika ni bia, di onimene ni se odi ni sika no we ma. Obehwe ni mamu no, na kwara no krampo no, onye bibibia oh, me di sika we ato ni bank account mu. Eya meti sa asem na mesiri o mo se, eh, maza, asem a wo kan hu ya mesiri o. Bank account doesn't determine how rich you are. Jeff, recently I read the Bloomberg news. Jeff is all over, he is crossing to 300 billion individual person and in net worth. And any company no, onusika ekitano. I remember say what you go akosuya bag mu a over $200 billion. And bank be accommodate such can. They can, but he has invested so many things. You know, for it to be very successful, so many things.
Ivy. Oh, Ivy. Oh, okay.
You know, niema na ye kika no ebi ne say awofo no nyina no. They don't have to go to school, but they have to understand what is at stake. And that comes through the wisdom.
Yeah.
I remember me school fees. I'm high school kakra Ghana. School fees here kono. You go to Koko Asibayre. Koko Asibayre no me komu 3 times. Na and okay,
Eric, sir.
I'm telling you. For real. What my mom
I know.
was,
I think I was kind of yesterday.
oh yeah, because me papa do kuku. And kuku as a buyer no is something that comes at a time, a specific time ever. Now, me call mu 3 times, you know, and so me papa say okay, bra. And I'll call man be your friend teacher upon no war. Yeah, like you feel near on near. On a asore castle. He went there and borrowed whatever collection we had and an offering and all the tools. So you buy a mammy were here almost appear. Woman be a friend Auntie Mansa. No, be an outside at home. I saw my mom carrying some clothes be out the common woman in an exchange for my prospectus near my maiden. Medebe to talk the reading as a for. Me call high school because they can't afford the transportation to me call me high school. First day I na corner ye busu afobia kono. Me call because some mutisi kanu subia. My sister or her sisiano ne dia no enso, so they have to economize. No be anfa basinko. Right? And on Mother's Day this year na me ufie. I remember that same clothes now, me and I went to buy as many as whatever. Me this see, I say, me buy then I'm so. Or you remember something you did? The parents themselves have to understand. Say you need be a dining as if one is good, but be a dano is good. But we should have that in Sweden right now. Whatever in your corona, I can make us a crank on multimedia. But here's the case, we have to see those and say too many or more akoda tangent. Who couldn't do fufro? The one I dream say next year, no, okay, a bear shaders now, you lie, now boys was beer. A cut off way, you know, more hay. Obi need dine, next wakako to BMW. Only baby, next would BMW. And it is our say. What is the BMW no now them?
Yeah.
Well, it's no dear canning in ano. Almost say Ceciana, ye Quarano, we should let our focus be on them. Young pet a dano back be in see you could ye being a baby idea to say see a basic baby young for entering into real estate business. where we will build it as an apartment or whatever for people for it to yield resources for us. But apart from that, no, let's look into ways and means that to me because if we don't do this, our generation will keep on having this problem. Now ya can no mo so aba be can say oh ye mame mo anye we na yen so no na we now it continues, the rich continue to become richer. Me money so ade ho ni say before I say me ma be ko college, you know, whatever insurance policy I have in mind, it should get some dividend, and then I'm not going to give it to them for free. No, they will borrow from it and they use it for their education. They come and pay back that way, no, because they will get it for free with no interest, right? And they come and pay back into that same life insurance for their case, which will be my grandchildren. That is the Rockefeller methodology of their wealth. And that's my process. Idea me be a company, say top hub yes, any kitty na Dania Bekesia. Me be a company, mammy ba headed that. No, I will not. But rather, I can give them some loan to start their own thing for me to test their capability of handling resources and handling money. And then we'll be able to know. And of course, we have to look into all these things from different dimensions.
George, me feel. George, me feel.
You guys are shaking some serious trees.
Oh,
Now
okay. I've been, I think I've been quiet for some time, but I have to go. No, but I'm sleepy.
Can be rapid.
Ghana for Adeshia Muti, Titu Muamotia Bruchino. Yemu bebre ya bre, no crep, and ye mudu dona, and there was opportunities now. Ebinum enyano ewukro yi mu ana mu di free bae ebi awako school akọ best bi obae watimi agene credentials or the abeto also akọ school yet tiasie there's a lot but the two e de beni pabrabum but se wutimi ye nyame ye wadom na wo a fa obiri bia hye wo manim wo bre wakwantu mu nyinara enye mofra na nyame edi o machew. Education should be your priority. It should be your concern. Me who say Priscilla Trubibi, and it's so sad and pathetic. And I am going to go very harsh on you men who are listening. Ghana for mema. Dodo na no. Mo yene say. Money more priorities, and you don't set your priorities right. You are messed up in the head. Where papa anshawo odi ni sika ye ma asema mo breye no, instead of you changing things and learning from your daddy's mistakes, your uncle's mistakes, and saying say me asemesi ebi aya obobu anko school me ereki meko ana mehwe se memma ebeko no na ya wokra wo no nye kokofu no do na me no me nyame adom na se me ma babruchi kra na me ye warehouse ase me wo manim bra mo bra me catch your plane ne e bra bi ni ho awo. You need to sit down and talk to your children. You need to advise your kids. And then I me baba ni ja kitchen ye jollof o jam chana me catch them say why din cause and some be cause. Now, as a teenager, no, it's tough. Being a firstborn, you could see on the girl's face, say, well, Lucy, hope. So what is going to happen? What is my future going to look like? She didn't need to tell me. I could see it. Let me tell you something. It is okay. Now, madam forget what phone. So, and I even forgot myself, say, madam for no. And I'm saying, listen to me. it's gonna be okay. Whatever it takes, that I'll make sure what I'm going through now, you do not repeat it. Trust me. Unless it be a me. Na me wumpa atie. Bo waboso mu pose. Ewiase enye fair to nobody. Now, me an examples because Sandy Pano make us who truck in the you know, near no we are very close. A catcher and say, we are not brandy in a matty. Just a day, this thing happened. But trust me, someday when this uncle will meet somewhere, some more and sit down and talk about this. When a man, woman, and Parliament and Wall Street, big women, politicians, that is where I see you to be. You will write your story and tell people who you are and who your parents were. No, I didn't show me. And I'm say, me aweni. Some wu some tiase. Kai say, abrabo and ye mo biara. And what do you so fear and answer on abrabo? And I say, Nemum, dia wo be bo trimu posa obey you as season. So do any siswa. Nyamen kwa no jefo or no helper. Let's keep it moving. Na midway kakre chato Ghana for listen. Hey, yeah, mobo.
Hey.
Abripiano ye pese obi enwon kyere no. Obi abrabo enkofom. Why are we like that? Enya ho na meko. Ye nim sabi nyansa nkwachiri to the extent say. Sabi ewiase biara eka ye ho. Owuo eda ho mo bia. Ghana ni yi aba wakobi obi ayi ase amachi dede na kan ne ho ne ye ho ayi ya ne ye mududu na ye koni yesu ayesu say ya dwere say nipa no aye lusu no. Yes, of course you departed from someone, so we will cry, but I'll tell you this, you are crying for you. Obi ayi ase ne ye ho ayi o, because obi might not cry for you like that. Obi unsun o eti wa kusa wunu ada ho no esu na wusu no ese utimi di fanyansa bi firi mu se sai na me be ya medie na daachi mi ni hɔ a machi ayesen owuo ebeba upe wu mpe ebeba upe wu mpe ko school ye biribiara nyame pe ene decide what is going to happen to you. So ubenyina be ye D90 or 100. Every single minute of your life, you must do something or push to either change you, make an impact in your life or somebody else. And it could be anybody. It doesn't matter. Either your wife, your husband, your kids, your friends. Do it. It is so pathetic of you. I mean, most of us Ghanaians to sit down and when you talk about life insurance, you will die whether you like it or not. Trust me on that. You will die. Why not now? Why not prepare? Bra, how pathetic is that? What a shame. You think you're gone, so you don't care? Shame on you. You didn't leave anything, no legacy, nothing.
Also, worry.
Those that died, Martin Luther King, them, were you better than them? I mean, are they better than you? Any of us here? They were all born from mothers, ebinum 7 months, premature, ebinum 9 months. Look at this guy who did the Black Panther. The guy knew he was dying, but she energy actually did shame eja legacy. Me yasa brantie na nanka neba. And then the nananom will someday see what a great man he was. And Mraso says, yes, sorry you. Ghana for Mama Yan sorry. and you may whom hiano, whom yen young baby. Yen to so yahu yen to a futupa, and some huno kekano, a ye.
Ghana ni bi da dialysis so odwen say wo ani yen to ayi nso na when your machine etumi ma wo kidney ne still ego obi na terminal for years or the trade or the year ya ansa na wo when ya bi kakra bi yen to nyomo fashion sorry free mpa no so no sorry na betumi aye wunya wuye nkwade you can still do something now wo da dialysis so odwen say obi da dialysis for 20 good years Okoba. Would there be a crabby and out doing sabrabon and one?
I mean, but I mean,
yes.
Sophie, my home. Sophie, I send you a message. Happy belated birthday to you. Yes, sir. So what talk life insurance the two maswa? And don't just hope so me wa damfo or year into insurance. Now, or chere mu say. Yare timi bonipa because of nnuane ne nneoma bia ewo yabrabo mu nti na sɛ woya ne ntam na abofra no ebi akyire yare bɛbɔ no a the child is locked in already no matter what or insurance wɔn yare no bisa nkrofo bebree yare wɔ kurom a wɔn ntimi ntɔ insurance bi because yare no ɛwɔ hɔ. They will check your blood. Some of these insurance companies will check it. If you have any terminal disease, you will not get life insurance. You won't. There is nothing wrong with somebody even buying a life insurance for your kids and paying for it. So that down the road as they grow, something goes wrong. Now they are already locked in. Then they don't go back and say, okay, who are you into? Yeah, life insurance, it is a smart way to invest. And no naturally ni panu ni nyansa. And no naturally say wo bobra. And no because wo dwene kwa chire. Na wo dwene so wo nwere one way. Wo dwene no bisa okay say we see a. Always have a plan B. Say ne beko no. Think faster. Me say owu eda homa yen. Wo kosi dan ana wo di sika to account mu savings no. Me akosia. I would rather put it to be paying for that life insurance or that investment in college funds and all these things instead of building a house in Ghana. And now na me mama buafu. My friend why ha idea asem and na me dan ya me sie and na ye na me ya ma me nananom. Nokure ni nananom no me hwan. Me pe obaba pani me pe na me wo ma. Iti me mana na woka. Me de oka na mga say me ma no nya de o me ene ti person kire me say o ma no mo magana dam se no kure na me ka kire no me no me obi a me come same street me ma me no me na no wo ye hwan me ka kire am ka say auntie enya fe na me be dada obi a. Let me tell you the fact, your grandkids are never going to stay in Ghana. It's the truth. So whatever you think you are fighting over, I appreciate that. But trust me, you're wasting your time. Your grandkids are never coming to stay in Ghana. They won't. It's the fact. And Mukita America passport to tell Aboriginal Makatafu, Dabenda. Mikro voter region, one to say, young crying, will see that I know. Voter, oh baby. My why? Now, I wouldn't want to go and stay there. How much more my child who comes from America? American, you're exposed to a lot of things. There are things that we must focus on and do well with it. Your manual education, like Eric was saying, what a child is very good at. Please know your children, help them and help them build. My last born looks like or acting drama or a very interesting girl. That is what I see. Bermano into computers and stuff. Obano kakra wakon wedwane or pursue investment or pursue be companies. That was penetration or pursue open colasa. I said you still law. I'm still okay. Yeah, come. By the time we high school, we're high school, we enough we won't do person. Law no one ever to us. Also, yeah, French. I like the French because it's a second language. I loved it. But Madame Fubi, I'll be school, Kurimu pa, he works in one of the accounting companies in Virginia. I said, no, Spanish, a second language. Let your daughter do Spanish instead. French is going down. You have to also associate yourself with people who can teach you certain things. Me pacho, education in kwechira and tnasa ankrofo no omu die nko yienim. And tna de owo nachinim. Step up your game. There's nothing wrong with you. I know that sometimes will make you feel like you don't belong. But it is because you want to learn. Bring that ego and the pride down. Humility, it will take you a long way. Unim bribi aminim enkoye tuno bia mobin chiro. Ubika bribi na wan tiasia go on the computer. If you can't tell your child, pull this, read, listen to audios. There's nothing wrong with you upgrading and updating yourself every day. You don't need to be in the classroom. Invest in your children, Ghana for. Yes, we all know saying easy. Me die making and your joke to go to work. Literally, I'm by myself with my 3 kids. It is not a joke. The way looking, but invest in these kids. Whether you're gone or you're still here. That is the only legacy you can leave for your children. The best you can is that. I gotta go.
Why are dear? And then you want to punch me. We've had your Thomas Sudin, I'm saying, Yamishra, or home. And then you may best say to us, Uncle Moe, so near one common baby. Or by
Don't show also, Dr. Pacho, next time, Uba Tiela. So, what wouldn't now free have answer? Me have a fawaba. Private jet, me will be a packet me diet here. Let me have a fun. Every Richmond, Ivy, thank you very much. If you're a parent, life insurance and salary insurance is a must. It is a must. Thank you very much, Priscilla. I hope you say Ghana for be a bit way. Very, very important. Me ferry na nemom mo amobo abro no. Say me ko ba makai we. Mo abro ni be yenti. Wo to life insurance no ato de yedisie wo nko ano. Mu ye nipa bone fo papa ene ko wan topra keye wo kita no ato sope dia ye di sie no ye sie ni wi a dan hey right aden oh seriously mama obi ta wo to sope
funeral insurance.
So penane how.
Na auto sope no a na esi owie e bia ekroma se wohwe ayie ka ye ne number say 10,000 se me nintra 15 there about even very you incriminate you crampo so I no mpo no nkofo fi say cheap na no kura nya easy it is the who calculate say sika we ni atiti free 20,000 no 30,000 insurance bi na wato wa adwuma mu no a Eric can was set to different kinds to be. There's nothing wrong with it.
I go to even quickly no. Ubet me tobacco by buy the cash flow. And your cash flow no you will better your permanent one you will there. But just get the cash flow one. Cash flow one no. The tiani say when you say insurance near be $100,000. Now, but me be out to $100 or something like. So $100 now would you know every time be a bit you know unya dividend free home because insurance company no use to says you cannot normally some of them borrow the banks. That's where some of the banks borrow money from. It's no bank no omoje bank for no interest no na ehun ewo ma wo a wo do sika no uchu your sika no sana. It's 100,000. No, if you give yourself about 5 years, you may make some dividend of about 7,000 to about you can say $6,000 out of that same amount. Into 100,000 but when you additional 5K or something.
I'll wait to me about and only whole life whole life insurance.
Yes.
And then the term life. It is a word GIS. So who said
Right.
am I getting the term or the whole life?
Right.
That's the two different.
And I want a whole life no Diana. I think maybe later on. I'm a bema ya who way na ya cheche more. Whole life no, it gives you guarantee that whatever you are paying is locked or monthly. No, but there are other ones that there is variation based on the market and stuff.
Me comment to Priscilla same way. Priscilla. I say we are kanaka be beka bibi na me se me kama no atu na wa be true with my main asem. Me na matoma de. Ghana for Munti, life insurance, it is a will. I don't need to disclose who my beneficiary is. I don't have to. And someone see ya dear beer, a nipa kon in some chileno, and a lawyer betina say, or be kind. No, a catcher say, Mammy, as if papa says, would I say anything, no, see and farm away. Nyabra metias and I may be catcher who my beneficiary is. Na me ahayi ni awaka na me ka say se me ma to insurance am no te be ma na wonimu a ana me mfa won to so a you don't have to worry. When I leave, definitely you will take care of the children. They say ya me man that so a they take the money. Of course these kids would definitely give it to you to take care of them. Mostly no ya na bo friend di 18 na ya di amano. Now, if I say me baba a penny, I can't infame me answer. Oh, you're 18 years. God forbid. Or if it's my calling, so be it. 18 wadia. Be me name problem is saying. Yeah, na maybe be say me ni power yeah me beneficiary with insurance because on can't them inti. Nya dia metua bi. Yo.
Na me cry there me no sa insurance na mo akwa mo ma me nkyere mo the actual complete spin on any maybe. Say me maka kire me say me ye toto by mistake.
Ayo.
Ye toto by mistake no. Na me nim say me pen niam bi say person me kunu wo ho no nim so insurance bi a me nam to ma no. Me am to.
Wow, my dear me and I was we be on.
Madam Fubia yebi. Madam Fubia yebi. Unfortunately, only okuna jai. Now, oh yes,
you keep paying it.
But on your botre, oh yes, can there be no watcher? Ben manon sign a keke. One year you one sign a keke. Now, when you says you cannot function, a man was 1 year.
Oh, say and also so no. Now who ye myopic because me no and I'm a me.
Hey, Ghanaians.
Matobi amano.
Ghanaian
me be man no. Say me nipa me ni me nyansa. Ese say me tobi so in me mano protection. Ese say me secure me income. Enya ma bi wo ho ese say wototo. Enya say wo ye life insurance ma wo kunu nko an wo wie. Ba me momu de nyame anim ni. Say sa insurance no me ye be 2 years ansa no no akra no onim say no wo sa insurance no. Da wo hunu say wo sa insurance ne ho mu anyina dwane ja no. And then he took over it. Yes, because ye di hun komo no me hunu said na idea ni radical dodo. It would take some time before he came round to it. But me no me hear said the my insurance and guarantees me here no me here sa de na me tua for 2 years me tua constantly 2 years no nim se tua. It be tua 2 years na me hu so no anka so prepare na adwen on no raise topic the back na catch say oh okay. Or say I'm so you've been insured for 2 years. Or say, huh? You have been insured for 2 years. But a honor as I see a coping baby. Say, okay, yes, I dear no. Now you say I dear no so na would ba Jessica because our reward and non so risk. It is sister. Oh yes, papa me dear no. Yes, sure. Say income insurance will be why. Yes, sure.
Why yes, with Adrian Bonnie. It's so we invest it because sometimes he said a bit to say year cano earlier now Eric can say only will be nanti na more drinking koba a problem. A trouble now who debate to me. You do certain things. Nipano when they come around now, they will continue just like you're saying. But it's just unfortunate say a do baby no na. Eso obi afane kwan na obi afane kwan na fa ade bra ade mfoni da so na se san keke na menyi me sika nyawo na meyɛ ma wo nyawo na atuaye na o kasa da bi no a de hwɛ wo wudi mu a wo na ayɛ
the risk the person man it because Marco can say meaning say man be the kabekwa koye but sister ti ha ye me no me koye saa de no me ye se me ye de ache no ti ni ye me ye se me ye e de ache se ni pakoro we enti se ni pakoro ne sign de mamia e jara wan fa mamia and non so me to be more support because investment no even insurance na ye tua no so wo kwa no wan insurance ni ye no wan check in maybe ye clauses be very what said 2 years ago me jai madwuma me be start business me nim se be $20,000 wade bi mu a me de aye me calculation pass me beji na me dey invest in business into me the sika share other places after every time I me ko claim I say what 24 months dey ben waiver me nyanye 24 months and can dey ye declare chere me ne ho sika ne ye locked in insurance anete enti wo koye with obidin ate wo ho ase say nipa koro ne se wo sign ma wansa na wonsa aka wo hwe na se nipa wontimi enye saade ne bi na nsem koye na ene ma nkoye but wo yes wo ye wo obidin mu e de ama nipa koro na kai se watade de ache nipa no ya tede
okay yasrebo yaka we ya we de yesre we de me na me ka we ya me ko me nyina so no madi 1 second kora me ka yesremo yesro yenimo ye pamocho ebadwom kasa enya de ketwa enye joke woka na obi akọ interpret no b no wodi akodi bone no abeka say ye sister asemasi enom ne kan ahaya ne ye ka asem no yese wo ya yese wo de ache no yesra mo mamu nkototo life insurance ntototo madofo no so kona na mu hwia makokunku wo mo
you
Adabi, I be different. That's why they be no sign, be no sing nature patro. Tie ha because kro yimu. Enya Ghana phone call na make a ye no we no mo ne kra no a wo mo no sebe yeso mo adwen ye clean kakra because wo mo skin ne ye no kra no. Enkrofo di omo aware ayi omo yere no no mu kru no aware ase. Wonim said that so nkwa no fani atede na be ho kwa bi obefa so be kun no. Eya go check first forensic files any idea. When you listen to these kind of shows on TVs, you know how a couples, some spouses are killing their spouses. Futika. And yet, I say money is the root of all evil. But yeah, no, yes, now black skin, no, I sign. I dream pansa and ye 3 minutes. Yet the end the nature say west. So Becca said that Becca said me uncle fee, uncle Ghana, uncle Hadi. Uko ya no, of course, it's a good the mama. We are no abano abeji nation. Yes, Remo yan kase koto. Fatu kuna na so yere so na kokuno na kojisika kodi
oh no
mema no ma ni bi nso mo amani prisika no yesere mo yanka ne sa deme enkoje mfa me ya ga akaka bensam
but
emfa meren crofo
about the cry. It's not about marriage or anything. We were talking about the children and how we are living for children. This has nothing to do. And minim say I want children but try say obebo wa brabo say you won't have to go in and borrow.
It has collected hands.
Yeah, they try nkwala no nkwala no ti ye sign ade.
But
yes,
before
I
what even happens if you buy it and give it to that person? Just think about it. Just think about it in this way, sir. Unu will be nante as even girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. It's not about what you are gaining from the person or the person is giving up. That companionship now, o time phone keke kura to me fre na minya ma anase minya kosia na minya ibino. It's priceless. See, we should understand the fundamental of life. I keep on saying relationship. If we understand all these things are not complicated, right? Bibiani who saw better life insurance now. Odi ama mama di ama unua ba odi ama obi or whatever. And I'll better no be kura and nam no so a ma oba abrochire no a oba benya de awunya no. Odi naka ho. The concept is you shouldn't let a person know because it be a bit me your bonnet. But in more serious note, no, you are doing out of Say unhu say unya adwempa bi ama nipa no. That's all what is important. Because uhwe say oba betena wo ho na ebia onye hwe kura wonu aduane ama or wa keep company or ukunu betena wo ho no no so keep company or anything. Unim eda ho be kire wo. Unim eda. Me, I have seen some things where I understand why older people no omawari echen. Me papa enya
Selfless
yare
love.
kakra. Na me papa yare kakra no. That is where the family members were blaming the nipa wa yare no say okwa afuom dodo. Ni nua be ma beja ena da bia me tufu say susukwa afuom wanyini sisi. But Yariano is not in conjunction with Afuono. And mind you, one kwa Afuona, Ankayemubino, Yeninaha. Right? But those people were sabotaging him. And the only person who can stay with my dad, G, whatever, no, within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, Nina is my mom. Ghana hospitals, we are in him say, Unya baby kranda. Na patient no kronyam pada so now wamu a wotenum. But how about this? It is any panel. Now me gonna say, me papa say why life insurance cry not the 100% amana. That 2 weeks now what millions that you can't pay in monetary contest. It you know you can say life insurance anyway no. It's for your own good in one way or the other. Oh yeah, no go beyond to swa. One that chimbi no ebeboa. Obi ka say oh me wu ana me comedian family ho boa. Ye was samantwentwen wo ho unya baabi subanya omo hu sunsum mu no. Some people tell you say obi wo wa subanya wo ye no asase we so no they connect it to you so there they have a place for you. Instead of say obi wa na wo sere obi wa na wo ye we obi wa na we should all understand say say wo kunu kura na wo to ama no oba kura na wo to ama no a
Eric, how does it feel? Sesebi wewu na waje bribi na obi a wabusuani bi wafa se wadamfo bi ka se sister simesi wi ana madamfo simesi wi sika wode eja ya o mami bi ena bi amede wi school wo de oti asese dwene ho se wowu achi obi ka ho asem se ya. Won't you feel good? Won't you feel say you are still living on? I mean, isn't that a good feeling? Just that. So you bajimba. We any good feeling now. What is the big deal, no? What at all is the big deal here? You don't feel happy giving to somebody? Obi bo dia kan sem enya smesi anka men school. Enya smesi anka we na me de talk we na me de ye hwe me mo. Na ye dey. Ena Eric Akano, relationship is very important. Maybe I'm so focused as him. Eti papa no ebre ne ho ase ama. He's the very high man, but the way papa ne bre ne ho ase because onim say sebe adwuma no wono nko antimi nye. Eti abofra kura obu no. Abofra ketekete kura no obu nipa sa. We must go beyond your mentality no ekita yen as blacks.
Me say ama
yanko stro kakra.
Unim reason why o can be say on me minim say ama zoom me ama fa me ko akire kakra
ama flo me ya uzu
me I didn't say I took time to understand some metrics in life. And sometimes I try to find out what reincarnation in life and stuff is. I'm not coming to talk about reincarnation thing yet.
May I believe in that too, so.
But sometimes I tend to understand some things. And I wish I can know whether I have been on this earth before, right? So why you be penya? Ababe hunu over and over and over. Next time, no, your approach is different. Right? Omwa reason any minimobia like Jeff, Amazon guy. We are here for it. Obetumi atogana any so called sikafo na omo ho no obetumi atomo do omo akwa kogu apum. What you say? But this man, Jeff, I read about him. To even hear him talking, Eddie, very, very modest, Amazon owner. Now, obi kura churo bibi fa no ho, and I know kind about reincarnation. Say ebia waba wiase pen, aba behu sika pen, and I was so aba biem, aba benya the same thing. So he understand the mechanism of what we are talking about. Ghana, obi wo $1 million and or even $100,000. Or see what money in I and all over the place. Those people, we don't blame them that much because they have not experienced it before. Right? You know, I got you to touch base on what you were saying. You know. People will not understand where you are coming from because they feel say, I mean, mina matoma ade and I mean mawu, right? Baby, who are no? Ebia wa ba wiase pema obe make that mistake no be. Your mind is clicking in one way or the other.
I will repeat it.
And then now you don't want to repeat that. Ama ebia bamuno. There be a summer maker we are seeing in say. And I take that from my dad. Before Sammy Baba were catching me say, a man in a pet. He said that. And I'm saying, a man in a person or so won't tears. I sat down and tried to connect one or two things. I get it. Right? Irrespective of the beauty of Amma and Kosuya and Ivy and Obia or hair, the concept of nature for Emma is the same. The environment they stay in and the lifestyle they pick up doesn't, and no more we different. That doesn't mean say, amun yape. It's no ya na me here yen boys. The time we were doing that lifestyle, you pick
Henry, we don't need scientific to prove that. We see our kids behave like their grandmothers. We see our kids behave like our moms. Where's Obia didn't believe it? But this thing nobody can take it away from my head. I just don't talk about it. But
right, but maintain a meme as a man. It's as a mema. If you say, oh, wunya sika wari bebra. The only thing I say is this: the only one I have, so I'm not going to look for another food.
But that was Eric. I mean, jumping in what have before you wrap this up, and it's tied in with it. Me, reincarnation. I don't speak reincarnation because I only speak where I am, and I can tell you the things from baby.
She can only talk about the this thing born by mistake.
Pragmatism and the yeme.
I'm at this 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Obi Kasa same way. And what I said was, do you know where you going when you die? Now me say no, but I know when I'm gone, people will miss me. That one I know.
Hey, the minimum na me experience, but you fair no example. I want to say, yeah. So we share social media, even in Kofa when we share daily. We you nipa we share psychology kakra bi we share nipa sociology kakra bi abete niema ase. Enkrofo bi wo ha Jeff Bezos asema woken. Womu a womu free sikam ana omu a yefrem old money enkrofo no. They don't respect money. They don't overprice money. They don't overemphasize money. Money means nothing to them because nipa eni sika atena they know say sikaba. Like I said, me say me papa one day. Na oye obi a wo sika pa by one coup d'etat no you hear it. It flips like that. It is a free those kind of backgrounds na when you hunu mienu ni nyina bi na wo hunu abrabo say ya. Aya wo hunu sika wo bank account it doesn't mean anything because you've seen bigger amounts and you've seen a lost like that. Or relationship and attitude to money are completely different. And I want crophobia sika and run omushiano. Afeya no money sika bon tanenta. And because it's a fe no money sika bon and tanenta, woman nim sika subai. It's one obuni se sika wo subai bi e se wanya kakra gu bank account bi nte chere se sika betina ho de bia wonya hunu sika subai.
It is ankrofo so share sika for the first time, and you will see say bibia materialistic. Bibia who be that. Any friend of Krasifo any social who be that. Obi generationally, this is the first encounter with money. And if this is your first encounter with money, na sisikane air pile up, you think sexy capital akoswa pile de bia. Sika never stays where you want it to stay. Sika never does what you want it to do. Sika does what the hell it pleases whenever the hell it pleases. Na we only pa awa hunu sika na se wahwe nkrofo a wo mni sika di mpu ni mpu kakra. No wahunu ni papa bi wo sika papa bi adakro bi for no explainable reason. And yema tell you say ya aya wo hunu sika we a bit cautious. It may be reincarnation, maybe a physical yaga ni ya ye wo hayi.
Gani.
Yaga the physical. Maybe say I feel maybe high school. Answer baby school I make me man. No din in the school. One more my query to say I won't just work at school once. Not you classes for the social mammy. Me I feel my be. I feel I may discover and I may excited and makasaka. One met to say Eric Pope I bet I catch you say you are not educated and you are not dear. What is Eric can be that? Yeah, you be a very pro elementary standard phone. Who be on Facebook? You uneducated people.
Now, education, no, and yes, school. When you say education, when you say Akosia Koda, you be sure High Life Radio.
Ocha, and you know why? I have to go. I love you all and thank you. I might be listening, but may the best me both just listening.
Yeah. Also, education. The concept of education is not just about school. Yana nanum they had education without school. That's why now omofa so kasa chire nipa we wo de unya asema oni ukunu nya asema gigi kodu papa ni ma na osere because they have seen those things many times and they have ways of approaching it. I'm say akosia na Ivy can say be say o kasa o social media. On say social media kasa no ni we no egumu bebre and me no me kasa o social media. I just find a way to approach things in a different way. Because I have stood on a stage of 2,000 people, and I'm talking to them. It's when these people are looking at me physically, and now social media, people are throwing bombs, I turn out to know, I will have a different way of talking about it. It's, where I can, baby, yentiti free no eya na ewo we Ghana okasa obi educated a nature say wako university but sani pano se okasa tumi hu se sebe wanko school not as here eno o de sika sem no nso kra ba mu is true where there are some people bia nyame ya adoma me call Ghana me ko shia papa bi owo ye area or western region na o ska papa. But I have not heard anybody talking about him like those. I'm not going to mention names. Debia and I'm me. I sit back and I'll be laughing and say, yes, you may have money, but just think about it in this way. There are two sources of your money. It determines the response you talk about it. And I kwanya sikado first so it determine your response to money.
Yeah.
Reason why I always like Jeff and say Jeff started door-to-door, book-to-book process. But no one is doing this to me e-commerce system, biggest worldwide. Now, Jeff no name the source of the money where it's coming from. Who and I will name the brea or the bre into wakasa. You'll be very careful. You will be monsua omu sika and I'm they found some dubious way to get people's money and they found some ways to cheat on people to make money. Omu kasa omu nim said their source is this no matter what, they will get people to fraud them. It's no no nipa, but reason why na make say ebia if you have been reincarnated and if that thing exists and it's true, you approach things differently. Say, from my understanding, say me can be say a man in a pen. Right? There is no human being on this planet who is satisfied. You have to understand the basis of life. Obia ni wiase mu a obe satisfied. Internet can be say pokura nsuo togu. It is if you are a man and you think say getting an additional woman because you have made money will make you satisfied. You will end up progressing and getting as many. The thing is, you don't know what you want. That's how I see those people. Very simple process. You don't know what you want, so you keep on exploring and picking and picking and picking. But if you have that concept, say, nipa biya ye pe, irrespective of or whatever, na nipa biya sunya the same opportunity na wanya na obese wono, you understand say nipa biya ye pe.
And they ask what to lumba nyum bebre.
Any amachi de cranium.
One say, it's no say nyati manasia, ye bibia mobia, you not be so worried. Oh, life insurance, you not be so worried. I understand say Chrome Hanomu, your husband has to work, you have to pull resources. But you were maybe more years sika change or mukronum,
yes.
And then they keep on saying say ancient bills. And I asked myself this question, say, like I told my wife when she came into my home, I told her, without you, I'm paying the same mortgage.
Hey.
I have a room where people are not sleeping in. I reserve it for visitors. It hasn't changed the density, and I say a bibia. As long as I'm keeping that home, I'm
have
still going to pay the same money. Internet doesn't change because it's supposed to be $100 I'm paying the same thing. All right. So why would I have to let you come in and pay with? Because how about if you are not with me anymore? Am I not still going to live in that house?
Mrs. Popo, Toto by your friend say divine appointment because a man who is a man why Toto by mistake, so you bet what at that rate because as I say, yes, you feel contributory.
It has to be voluntary. It has to be voluntary. It's not
a say, dear old Ceciano, Sebia now baby, now renty baby, and I see a united boom. And I say, what two parents one now contribute to the united bomber. Cecia says, he can't mima will save no. Yen baby being fine for the future. That's my thing. And every day, what I tell her is this. Keep everything you have. There could be a day I will go and come. I can't move anymore. So you have something to rely on. That's my policy. Say be now renting baby na $500 and $1,000. Now I'm saving you that $1,000. Keep it somewhere. And that you can bring it in. But I'm not coming to because it's not competition. I mean, I see life so in some way, but I ask myself some basic question. At the end of the day, no, nipanaba. Also, yenche electricity bill. Okay, fine. Oh my, no, uko kitchen wa, uso light, and I'm what. Now, uko kitchen was now she has come in and she is helping you cook. It was okay, bia. Trahona maminya diana. It is also so light now. It's the same thing replacing you switching on that light, and then you're going to pay the same thing. Well, it can vary a little bit, but I just try to, if we understand this because I live with my parents and I never saw my mom Paying a dime to my dime, doing it a dime car,
I'm a better
because the concept is very, very, very simple. What they be saying, who say, "See, I'm a mawari nui, and Ivy a mawari nui." The Ivy say, "A Juma say Ivy, and call Abia, North Carolina, and call ye Juma." Me, and I'm a Juma, be a mean to me and call into our call. You can say company bet you am a baby or better. Ivy or Amma is gone. Me no mete ha.
Hey, who Jana Manakoy?
Oh, me mau example. Example na me de mau say.
Oh, that become me done as so to be Jana Manakoy. I mean say you're good. Oh, baby, walk around so no,
your job is asking you to go. You have to. I mean, it's not that complicated as people think. Now, mommy, what do you say? You say on this question, say, Ghana, what to do from but to me, me call Ghana, Corona Coca, for 4 months. Every month, I pay the same mortgage, the same internet, the same whatever. Can't mean necessary, but I still pay. 4 months to maintain. So that's my concept of someone coming to live with me. And yes, it be a platform way. So I've had people who have lived with me in New York, and I made them live with me till 6 months until they told me, say, yeah, baby, man, Jenny, because my concept is very simple. Oh my, you know, me quite oh my, you know, sad that hot down tono. Me tuahuka. Into what banana bedema? It hasn't changed the dynamics.
But Eric, what I'm actually hearing in this discussion, and it's coming across quite strongly with Nkrofo and I say Menini. There are people who understand abrabo as you give, you pay forward, and it comes back to you. You don't get your reward instantly. You pay forward, and it will come back to you. Me no, hey, me di me papa ye bi hu sika pen. Me papa no ye papa ye no wanya teku wo ho. Makọ Berlin akwa Germany pen na papa ni ho. But Nkrofo na papa tua wo school fees ama mo nyina ko bu Germany am papa nim ba bia wo mo wo kwara sa Nkrofo ne Berlin. And when they heard I was in Berlin, and the kind of calls I was getting and the kind of benevolence I was experiencing, it taught me that thing. You pay things forward. Make I say, Madam for be texting me, said, make insurance. And I say it's a bit stupid. Of course, in this life, you know, if you have the philosophy of wanting to be wise, wish ya upon chia, obechiano. What you also need to understand, say, it's governed by forces. I want to see. It's by principles we're winning. And one of the easiest of the things to do in this asasia is say obey papa. Papa, because papa will precede you and papa will follow your steps. Papa. Ubedru baby ube huni senka baby bi wo kwa anka ensese wo we go through me huni sa ade ne mene me papa brabo bi wo kwa ensese nka wo we go through fidie bi wo kwa anka wo de ya nka betom. But who yes also obi de na ya bo fidie na firi kwa so
adumbi
kwa hunu se na fidie kura da ho ba nipa ni yi fidie bia no hunu se ye we de nka media eto da wo ya twade anka ebebo wo be hunu so bi de ho when it's what will say wait there obi de ne ho age me so many times in this my life, and I've just come to know say meet me at insurance. Let's say Misha Bonti so ni kura na kwamo de no amema ni bia de se me wo bia nti me kun insurance amana me ne be obetimi eja ma ware okwa obetimi di akọ enye problem dan kura na yetoye na se bi kuru decide so wo be fa wotimi fa because obo ade nyame a wotimi me ye hihye bi no se wo kwa obe hihye de sen sa ade amame sa na me ye kire me sa na me hunu no enti wunim sa wantwi about akontabuo ni sa ne mani bi wo ha sa ideology ne it has allowed me to remove stress ni bi from my papa because nipa no obe sisi wa wo ye den obe sisi hey Ivy wo patwi wo mu setai se nipa no wo so obe wia wo ebia na enye insurance policy but wo bank account no kra wo kwa wo betimi atam bank card na koyi muska nyina enti And near many be why, yeah, we need to be tripping. Why is a sort of what's
It all boils down to the understanding what life is about.
I'm telling you.
Sometimes, me need Deloitte 4 year Juma or Nashville, Tennessee. Maybe, nam or say, Eric, I would like to talk to you. I'm going to put him in because my co chair. And I said, well, let's talk about Ghana. Let's talk about this. Say no picky. As someone catch me and say, oh, sorry, you have an old soul.
Yeah.
You are a young guy, but have an old soul. If you were to be an American, I would say that believe in reincarnation. I would say you have maybe passed on and come back again because I don't care what you have. And secondly, I don't believe that if you are rich, you can help someone.
Hey,
helping someone is within your own jurisdiction. Your own mindset determine whether to help someone or not. Who wants to, right? Obi a comden, garini beans. You can decide, sir. So only no deal plate no mu krampo betumi atibia ma no. It's your own mindset. Obi $1 million. Almost sorry, I am a bua we nesu hu krofo kra mo bua mo de we ma e ma no ne nim emwa no. But you don't have to be rich to help someone. Because I have seen in a situation now, obi kura ehia just to speak to you, that help no will change the person's situation. Obi ehia just to be me wo guy be a me no wo rich mo ha. Okochro cyber security ethical hacking exams. Na afi na maba Virginia.
Yeah, of course.
Through communication, ne wife eka say obetu akotati guy. Now, guy no catch me so but only experience in cyber ethical hacking. And they require you to have a minimum of about 2 years plus experience before you can write the exam. And I'm catching say, Bema, and your problem. I'll just put your name on my company as my employee, generate W4, whatever W2 documents for you, and they will call me. I know they will interview me on your behalf and I'm putting my credibility online for you to just write the exams. I believe you will pass. Me man, me no cause a guy no say about 2 a.m. Or passing the cyber security exams, Ewo ho a wodi ye adwuma. Na mintimide bu am na ayede. That's my whole thing.
And that's the mentality.
$1 million.
That's the mentality, right?
I don't give him $1 million. At that moment, on Yesika, he just needs something to show, say, yes, when we are Juma, my name numpo, Nayana contacted me, and then I was like, okay, no problem. Yen I Ghana for say. That is all what I'm just trying to see. You move a brain, make us say because we'll be an argument. But you move a brain, you need that mindset now. It will help us in our community. Minimum be our worst so Nisikano on to me be more.
Oh, also, you don't have waiting. He's waiting for a raining day.
Yes,
one who say Ivy, Mimi say, me better have a casa. Nama saw camera, nama mama can send P. Send me $100, nam chichema nipa 125 na womo one. And be $100 no bet media could be, but we are obeni gunasa. Value can have many dimensions.
Yes.
So Nisika dear, one farm mount. Maybe say me yes, uncle for be. So benya teku me one wa bread because me and me need tekuni be. Say
oh, yeah, come on, go on.
But what say me patcher and I say value no. E wo han kwofo me tab me ne kwofo was ade ne pa sister ma de wutiri mu ede. Nam sisa. What you are struggling with is my ideology. I don't gift money. I don't give fish. I teach for you to fish. Me, philosophy, no. It is a one who know that philosophy of mine. Now, when me deal, you say cash near the charge, maybe say between wedding pa because me mano I am one who teaches Nipa to fish so that you can get your own fish the next time and you don't depend on me again. It's yen why what's a perception of acrophobia, especially sikafoni trimuending. And the one memi sikasa sikafonu should be they avail opportunities.
Mhm.
They avail mentorship. They know so what the cash because the learning which is supposed to back the cash. Your community near one chile I think say you di ya one near maybe who because of misunderstanding. Maybe they make a penny. So uhiam wa te wo ho said nobody owes you help.
There
You
be.
have to help yourself.
Mhm.
If you live your life like nobody owes you. So will be ye be mawa ne ye jara. You appreciate it with all your worth, with all your heart, because na wenina. So wokɔ baby, next will be ya dear. To one sissy nipa no so wadring when you mean. Obia would ya we yena dear. A
Yeah.
toda won't in a seer. A toda won't in a toda one tears you just keep it moving and
That's
allow
it.
everything to do their own. And you live and let live. Say your community ni ebusua that simple thing. Live and let live and ka ye ho betoyen. Me kuno obetimi abɔ me koro no. Ɔbɔ me koro no a TV wo fie ha nyina saa da me papa ni nyina. Sɛ me kuno wo decide sɛ wo mpɛ bibi mo kɔpɛ small girl ɛno nso me papa ni me wo ha nyina. But ɛno no o move on we are means so the next 24 hours me papa ni me ni nyina we I will reconstruct. And because I know I will reconstruct and I will do everything to reconstruct, you know. Aya akontabuo over takuni sempua na niema nketewa bi a yetimi de clog yadwen. Na emma ye space me emfa nwen niema akese ho no. Also when you start accounting for the pennies, you never make the dollars.
There be.
Yes. Ama make asem bi. Obi biara opese onye sika no. E was say sika mum HAC no.
It's so profound.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Papa bi.
O pese onye sika. Enye wo na wo chesi sika because
Sika
wo
to chase you.
E was say wo ya ade ma sika chesi o. Sika
Of
be
course.
chesi bi ne say nkrofo be ye nu wo ti hai every day me no ti e ma order ade bi kura wo Amazon. Enye me na me make Jeff rich. Enye me sika na chesi no.
Aye.
Funny some me share me bottom se me nta ade won ho.
Mm.
But here's what ama eka sembi your community na your team no. We have been built in such a way say bibia ye hiamwa to do it.
Yeah.
And then here's the case is what omo ya building is say omo and no they want something in return.
Yeah.
It can be physical, it can be spiritual, it can be anything, anyway, anyhow. Now, all what I'm just trying to say is say ye tears yes say life or no. It say yawu obi biara na yamano excuse me $100,000 say on famobra obi di ni de obewi ni nyina obi be yan faso so obi be ye we ni enti no it depends on nipa obehia no any wo concept say click here you are good and click here don't think say nipa na amwa inversely no excuse me so o switch ba na eni se wunya sika so ansa waboa obi se onim se obetumi aboa obi a what you say you will be a o will be on famwa but se onim se obetumi aboa obi a boa no because here's the case I know perfectly say me ba krom ha ye teacher fo bi mu a na me hia moa a mo dedicate wo ho boa me right man to me anya kra me wo mienu a omomma they needed references to go to graduate school and I had to write it for them. The instructor, my professor not just says, hey, call Eric, he will write it for you. And if a friend said that I have to sit and write because oyebi no mamisika but I'm paying it in kind. It is the American say yeah, you are brochire no crap there, yeah, boa bebre. It is Debbie America say, yeah, you are brochire no. It looks like say, you trimu yemre, ain't na yame maya, quasi me pia. Bisa when dan was yes, you one at them.
Ubi let them.
What be no and to me ma bridge because on no bedru ha on could be on see him ma bibia. It's no in any way, in any kind of way to me abu obino yet. But so who approach you will be nasa wamboa. No, sir. At that moment, no, it be any pan who soon.
Nyame kra mpene so. Hwe.
And I said,
Come on, Anna, make
Nyame
a
mpene so.
go
Mame kyerɛ wo,
ahead, say.
Mmoa no a yɛ a Ghanafoɔ pɛ no, ɛne na akɔsi atwerɛ, ɛtɔ da a mmoa no a wɔrehwehwɛ no. Sɛ wɔn nsa ka saa mmoa no a, wɔn mpuntuo ɛbɛtɔ sini. Akɔsi ɛtɔ da a ɛsɛ sɛ kɔm twa wayɛ ase. Na ɛkyerɛ wo nsa na wohunu sika a woahunu so hwɛ.
yes.
Sɛ me ma waduane di abra kɔm ne de wo no a mate wo nhyira so. Ɛkɔm no a ne wanwie ne wansua discipline a sika ba wo nsɛm a ɛbɛhye. Ɛno nti na nyame bɛma kɔm wadew. Na obɛma kɔm atwa wayɛ ase to the point ya wogye wo ho baabi a ɛnyɛ. Minim about the rest of you and your life experiences. But me no. Abrabɔ de me akɔ some very cutting edge positions bi. And some positions ni bi wɔ hɔ a me mitimi duru kwan bi so mete me car papa bi. Me driving nyina na me su. Tumi su wɔ traffic rules. No me bi sɛ nyame sɛ menya kwasea ma ye ntutu ye nyina amane na nneɛma a matutu nyina wa mani nyina feli mo ana mo tie me earlier me ka kyerɛ me sɛ me koye business bi and I had insurance policies bi a me de mathematics ato nneɛma ho ɛsɛ sɛ bibia ye full proof
na madam
welcome back insurance for say aka 2 years wo mo fa sika ne mame now say ade a mahyehyɛ no eni nyina dwiri because sika no na me twen free insurance me na me tua yo me nkɔbɔ abosia wo ɛyɛ me na me insurance policy me tua ye because me nim sɛ me de be business capital no na me de be me ni nkɔfo ya ka bibia obo nyina show me sɛ bibia ye pepepe but a true time I make this scan dey abɛhyɛ business nim a small clause bi ɛna we me munim saa da ne na ma me kɔtena sɛ na me kɔdwen ho na me hu sɛ saa bibi bi wɔ wiase ye friend crowdfunding sɛ wo ho wutimi etro sika out friend crofo so wo mo fa sika mrew na fa show business mo and for the last 18 months mo am wo ha no hu say my yet 3 crowdfunding calls crofo di wo mo sika bre me na me di sika ne business na matuatua wo mo nyina there is one person aka wo no ne de which will go out on February 28th the year 2021 or no pen and de aka but wonim me ye bibia wie ye no a mituatua crofo nyina aka wie ye no and that insurance ni back on the frame no katem say madam they say yes you know that clause did not apply to you clause no abo de we me no a yeah ni me hu chire me traffic mo na me su na me hu ni de me nyame ho sa clause no it did not apply to me woman hu ni say it did not apply to me me ankasa anka drop de bia me kohwehwe niema mu me nso so kra me jitu I me hu ni say it did not apply to me and you knew what I learned say me saka says kanwa enka the principle of crowdfunding comment yes
enka wo kra nyame ne
the principle of multiple streams of income asesa mabrabo in the last 24 months enka mint yes da the kind of business coach and mentor as they say me ya minya ho ntafrement edidi nka mensa nka sa nimdie ne da
but when you cry so emre wo be just say you sika ntino ayi na nka wo de be hyemu a wunya bi de obi ade ma ho no enka nya ade anka wo be yes ade in all things we should give thanks and ebi ni no
me no reason why I do
mama me angasa meda wo muso
okay kasi me yanko akosi ho beba ho hold the marriage
odonya abotre ma me 1 minute wate dia me chiro ye no ama dia wo kan nyina mete wase yeste wo be chire wo bi ekwan a won fa so a obenya dodo edidi da yes edidi preko no doubt about that but sometimes and I me kan say semfa nse komodi obi na akoma ne book se won kokenka no nsu ase de enu aduane a wa ha nipa no
sir
yes sometimes wa ha no enya bre nyina na wo de o discipline and o toughness so de kire obi ade e be kire because and me kan hash I be nyo and streaming so ama no ontie because you cannot because sabe mihia biribi aye biribia. You can't tell me say koko because me person no. Enya bring in na sa de na apply. When a person is hungry, you give them food to eat. Then you teach them how not to come back to you for the same food. You don't just tell them jibuk. That question no. How is that? What if the person turn around and go and die? What if the person? Oh, I mean, you said no, was I'm no, I didn't straight because not as who said may want to be. Yeah. You can't. I mean, we agree, we understand, and all that. We all have something that somebody needs that we want to tell them. Say, with every way, that to say you always want young other girls now and you say we should all get into some business you're doing something is yes, thank you for teaching us those things, but me say me catch your place and me marketer. I'm not a marketer. You will not force that thing on me. No question you want force ya mama and so results no am I are you helping me? No, you are not, because I mean, with all jokes aside, let's face it as it is. Oh, because say Obi here bribi. Obi had sorry kicking. All I need is maybe just listen to me. Don't say nothing. My fro, I'ma just stay on the phone. Don't say nothing. I want to cry. Then you want to talk. Sister, trust me, work done is zero. Wow, you know, you see, because you must know. A bibia wanemre osenkafo woman a womb. And when and how you must do something. It is message dina me. Now we no adam phobia or fremia that menyate the boy no kasa or fremi keke me tie baga on can hello aminim so and pass me jump for so obeso for a while. Na me jina so be ready so person kasa. Na so frey ana hello and I then I jina so na won you can't do that. It's never done anywhere. You cannot. It is okay sometimes but so one balance no one it tends to be something else to other people because exactly that is not what they want. That is not what they're looking for.
Word in season. What's the word want? Me de bia na me catch them social media so say me wo me ni boafo and sa na ebo me so no me ya ba ya ketewa na mkohia sofo bi no simpra na me nka wo shepri mu asem nkyerɛw na minim ni ba bia o mete VIP mu na me free UK makoduru a me kɔ sunya ne me kɔ akɔhwɛ mabusuafo ti makoduru station a me be fro car na makɔ abaya me de me headphones ahyehye maso o tapping my small girl hey abaya bra na me ka shepri mu asem nkyerɛw. And I'm a young girl, not really into this charismatic yenka wo shebri mu asem nkyerɛw no. But somehow me headphones them tie papa no. Papa na some catch them say mama nka nkyerɛw, don't waste money buying a lottery ticket. You will never win. Big statement for me. That me hwɛ no. Say wo man ya wadwen say nyame be ma aboafo da because ochite talent he gave you more than your fair share. When you man say wo the talent ni be ye adwuma. Now what the talent na boa nkrofo aka, you will not receive help from other people as long as you maintain these talents. Enti nkrofo aka nyina esu pe boafo a ensu bi enti me na sa de o mitrim de bia me se me ni boafo enampa me se abrabo mo me nhia boafo.
Okay,
me de me ti be pempem na woni makosia no kure wo da make sa season ya make ho asem kire wi a me se niema ma ye nyina fail me no a me hye dan hu ni de me nye me ho no. When I had actually hit rock bottom and my talents were completely useless to me, and then me who say nyame ti me ma aboafo ampa. There were days me baby abon say obi ayiniti no aye bibi ama me. What am I trying to tell you? The days you think say wo hia oboafo no anyame ama nipa na mboa wo na wo hia mboa na wo pe mboa but na wo hia.
Na wo hia.
The day you will need, and actually the day I needed help and the help came calling from all angles, no, I understood the difference between when I wanted help and when I needed
help.
Okay. The day you need help, I promise you, Akosia Williams, Nyankopon de nsa benkum be hwinasum nipa what say me ama no a wose won chesi kano something will prompt me to give you money.
No, I get all that, and you see where you say you have been told that. So sometimes I'm sure yes, any negative impact on us.
You could.
when Ivy spoke about nyansa, nyansa, wisdom, no, it's a very deep thing.
Absolutely.
Sometimes, because you process it and you may be a course in a different way. And we look funny before people. You will not have waffle, but you are the type that you have been given a lot. No. As I'm kind of sorry, you're kind of me, just so the say okay. I be trying. Because of that mentality, say you have that thing. You are supposed to impact people. One your impact will become some way to somebody else. Because foresee no into obi. Because this is my calling. But then again, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about timing and what not. You must also seek that thing Ivy spoke about. Not you, Amma, but all of us.
All of us.
Because one share, whatever it is that you have a good intention of, will turn into something else to somebody that will be a relationship. And now somebody might read wrong meaning into life. What idea? One said, I'm just being real. And I make it. It's never my thing. At the tongue will never be my thing. But let me look at it, okay, in a positive way. Okay, let me try. And everything, then I'm hey, nothing for me. Bring something else. Maybe it will work for me. Yes, although you will talk to me.
The reason why I like to speak to people is something that I have to pay for.
Okay.
Anyway, the reason why I'm me work school mono college ewa America ha me beto mo right na me mom na me san so kire made
Okay.
right freshman na many seniors for me kire mo elective maths nipa baako I was TA and an assistant to more than 3 teachers including even chemistry class at Enisa Mefa. Because when I read that and I just get it, I can explain it to you and help you out. And then I was like, man. So if that is there, what the heck? I don't know who. So I was having that level of understanding. Say, and I just say there's something wrong with you.
No.
So then I was at that time, I'm talking about 18 years ago, Then I like to kind of like think everybody should have that capability. Then me we school. Me baby we school. I mean, Google media is all CNBC news came news. Me uncle talk coffee in the morning. Or Starbucks or in the boho in the newspapers and
a farmer's son.
All over and then.
I was
things should roll out for everybody. Now, Google for internship, Microsoft for internship, whatever. No, I'm promise you, Juma. You am catch on my way school. They told me we can pick you up.
There you go.
Now, Juma nyina esan ewo me ho. Me apply to Walmart. Okay? Walmart Juma keke. Ako omo uduru take it. Uduru anim ho omo check say what you are the no receipt no. Omo frame interview akwa no catch me say your knowledge is above what we need. You are over qualified. So I will not hire you. I'm Panyampa, African American guy, no so hire me.
Of course.
Me call Best Buy, me call pay Juma. Me drive all the way from that time I go Namwo Byron, the southern side of Georgia. If you want to buy making area,
yeah.
Me free now almost on me from Juma Rochester, New York. I drove 9 hours to 10 hours to New York. Ufri New York, Yankees, baby, I'm one way called Rochester is extra 6 hours. Besides, drive all the way could do what? I must see manager number. Me ban me bua for me was you know what? I mean, Nipa, warrior school. I mean, you apply to job, they send me to an interview. There was one interviewer, Indian guy, be say, why did you solve it like this? And I'm telling him, say, your answer is wrong. This is how you say. The bua for say, I will not hire you. And penny and power and hire me. In a bandwidth of 1.5 years, no work.
That's
Obi I would say warrior school udi what TV so obi animo or more publicize and a Ghana way guy way news media for because of you to just shoot you. I still have all those
okay, Eric mean chawan ma miss watem. On say na wo pay adwuma no. It will go and one where the anidia can depend.
And he will not become Eric Pope. Is the point he's trying to make. He would never.
Oh, David, point in that. Me say, so now a human now open.
Right.
And
I'm saying Eric Giadianity. I go any better. Ediano no tie, Ediano no bed you're right. But I catch him Sakusia, we in pub on your phone.
Debbie,
me Juma ye. Meba. Me per Juma ye. What time with Diana Mammy? As soon as you understand, Mammy. Mammy, you
have a point in one way.
What's the point? I say, at a particular time, your need or your want.
Yes,
the people from our it will never make an impact.
If I land that, it be your better. It's 2 years, whatever, minimum. Obi a ukita degree, master's degree, whatever. Our computer software engineering. If you tell anybody, I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Me catch them who say I was me go New York compare Juma. Go do New York miniska me de beto diani. I slept in my old Toyota, which is still here, 1997 Toyota Corolla. I slept. I slept in it. No reason why Ivy Mentorship and say anytime I see that car, I pay insurance. When I see that car, it just click my mind.
Where you come from?
Now, and then I realized, you know what? I give up. I mean, I don't know any you know, Maminjai. Now, me last job now me co-interview Best Buy now Maybank. Me the speed a bit probably so like with this old Toyota now. And Toyota now so when Jamie Muda as old as it is, it may ban on me speed sana. Mahundi me hu yana police fre. Now make us as a moon so no. That the same green card no my mommy back room hand. If you have student green card, you can say now your student advisory for international students have to update your record for your I-9 to be always updated every year to show say you are in school and stuff like that. Now, 1 year, so then I was having issue on that record also. Now, so the green card also, but still, now you were not even in school because they've got to do it. It means I'm number one. Me pay you man tell my mama to me fix that issue not clear. 2. Police look at me yende. Me sure my chief police nini. And Ojirami. And Obizam say, where are you going? I mean, because me ban my be me shirt suit me go for me home to the maximum say adding 2 years adding. And then the police officer look at James say, look, don't worry yourself so much. This is to teach you a lesson. Bam! America need police in you. This is to teach you a lesson. You, when you were coming, you were thinking, say, that was in my mind because I was fed up. But, and yes, this is to help you change your concept. But I'm going to follow me. I will lead you to wherever you are going. Don't overspeed, whatever. Akwano komani mama me be pan ho ye ni say bra me be pan ho. Odi maji in about an hour time, my honey be a horse of money can be any hobby. Now, into me, by if you're not a business, say, what is it that I can do? Now, I have gotten some concept, be said, and yes, sir, Obi any my DSM. And yes, sir, me yam one make
needed humility, and you had been taught humility.
And he said, me putting people on the same pedestal, say, I was say, where you say, and at the same time, so no, and yam wabia na ye seeki.
Bam!
You know, that changed the whole scope.
Kabiam, please, Kabiam.
No. I get it.
Many are koya and say, at the moment, Bino, we have some mwabi ube a need,
But it's not.
But to that person now, walk on hono, who say I want. It's never put on mouse out here.
Yeah.
You rather try to tell you things that you think you don't need to every
Let me have a crabby. Sad, no. Me wouldn't say, Ama, also say, if let's say, Lamami use a warm funny example. Also, be woo or bush, will be woo. You see, our process, it will go through the grieving, you know. What I see, Ama is at the acceptance level.
Yeah.
Obi or why so go through this, go through that, grieving, the creeping, the process, and I say, will come one son, I will do acceptance. Na BBI. I'm no or acceptance in Tilipani, we are bem, no, I tell them. She doesn't have to go through that process, but Nipana or ba course one or no, and so wouldn't fast process anymore. And nothing our course in a say before say the book never man ready. Before say a bet to self for the ye nimu that anank ye bet me a straight and see a man a drian need and I am money be near the course our process no more and son I what said yet
What's Ivy? Ivy, one baby Anna Eric and Ankasa or say. Or G say because or no farm mat and I know I. Everybody must get it. Okay. And psychologically, if whether you exposed whatever you thought of them as shallow to them, spiritually, that came back to you as karma to teach you a lesson. Say the fact that you do your chemistry and you were able to do all those things would not guarantee you a job. And I can bet you that those people you thought had jobs and you were still walking on the street.
Good.
What good. Life is very interesting. It's a please.
All those people now, me know we school no. Send your go pepe. I saw they were working.
Yeah,
they were working. They were good. Some were moving to their own apartment and stuff.
Yes.
Me buy fear whatever na me cramate na obi storage na minya baby na niema ye den na na omuka kire no no ma me ho me di mani yaga ni say me hu say emwa minim say na sika no pi mu like when they bite you omuhu nwi no kra tache wa etumi ma osu kra che ho saa
six and mites beboa
everywhere in the room. That time, the only bed I was on was that the pumping ubina.
Yeah.
Air bed. It's better na me nipa bia. Obi personally bia any efi. You can take my things. Ope we misika unhunya mahi. But obeye
abrewana from Mrs. Dia was even friend.
Me question.
I go friend bra. Cobra.
Okay, never.
Ebani sano na mitiwo me kwa kujare kura bathroom ni way na don't forget say na me me uncle na tie. My uncle had a very good 4-bedroom house where I have my own tent and everything. So I was into me baby school I was like, oh bubu fu adwuma no nya koma kwa nya ko be and stuff like that. Now when all these lessons came baby a utumi hu say roaches ni nam baby a wo da no airbed no ho no mo ne nam ho because any pan storage. Either you go there or go and sleep back in your small Toyota as you slept in a couple of days before. And I maybe someone say, so what do I have to do now? And I did be catching them me say, you don't need help. Bam! You have everything to change people around you.
Need
Your own personality, and then everything you want has been given to you. But you did not understand the principles of life.
Bam.
That was what Adibi culture me imagine.
But I was say, well, Jen, you know, I am glad to say me na make na Eric Neka story. If you guys know me very well, more money me, you know, story Eric Eken. Mube say it is the story of my life. He is also telling you. And you hold a lot of promise. I more expected that the promise will become delivery instantly. And it's very important we make this point because I know say Mumubi Waha, you will be at that point in life. Yeah, promise so. You are the star student. You are the dear Ben. You are the dear Ben.
I'm a quickly. Me, I still have the record. Me teacher in China ni. Me na mama class nasa me ko research program.
Yeah.
A company be a me kasa me kona me catch teacher ni na. Mama class no. Say me past quizzes na and say me 92 and 100 and 80. She'll give me the same grade.
Yeah.
But
that is the kind of promise
that teacher will me buy me be no catch the class in pain say if Eric is here, that's the grade he will get.
That's what he will get. And you are the promise student.
That was school number 1. And then number 2, so no this Nipa me school, the entire you can say president of the school no etu ni kan na yire vice chancellor no nyina ba me uncle fee.
Why will you not get a job? And for a boy like
I did me trim kakra.
Yeah.
So what God was trying to tell me is
humility.
It's not like that. You got to chill, man.
Humility.
I was say oba form.
That's what you needed to learn. Humility. Bam.
That's all. See,
bam.
At the end of the day, no, and I Rosemary.
It really humble them.
It will.
Because minimum can say, and yes, I did not own.
Okay, yes, minimum.
I'm telling, okay, so much. Sometimes meet me who anyone I'm into we are so bad, can say wrong. That thing were all over my brain and
I was like a year platform you so ha Emma will make us and can we be a you see and
good and can check you'll be degree class.
The caliber of companies calling you. Google pay me one night in a New York hotel. $1,200 a month a night.
Yeah.
Go and sleep there just for a research work.
Yeah.
So all these angles were coming in, and don't forget where I come from, though. I come from a village, a very humble person. My dad always talk about humility and stuff. And you know that tradition, no buy, you know. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. So I was thinking about it. Hey, and did you come from a big sort of background?
No,
from a very humble background, but somewhere in your life, somewhere it changes.
Oh
good,
yeah,
because at the end of the day, no, nyame den krofo bi mu be associate me ho adamu. And then instead of me sitting back to see how humble they were before they got to that transition, I thought their brain power made them those things. And if I'm on the same level, because
also yet to say
the president, Miami school, the president of the school, let me frame one of his sketch. Eric, I would like to have a board discussion with you, so we think about how we can help our student body. 10,000 students. Who mom now you are on the board? The vice chancellor for and all those.
And then
they call me and we could do presentation. Sometimes presentations I just read about me. And you'll be say, where do you pick those things from? I can open young cancel way. Now, obin from me, say, I'm in the mood, obin from me, say, me program, oh baby. Being it whatever, I'll go and stand there, make it. Many do be at them, but I'll talk. And when I speak, there's one thing that I didn't know because when you speak, some people listen.
There's wisdom.
You know, now I didn't meet him type of thing. And then the funny thing is,
a honey na mumu do no amonti ase and me say akosia ba amon kan kire ne say wo ho kire wa aya na nyame pese wo kai wade bi eti se onipa bi a wo begina saade ne ntem no watu sintidua because wunya lesson ne fully eti me na say I'm very careful me who will be ho kire bi mu a I don't intervene by hatically as say me bom pa ye kakra hwe niam bi answer because one ye careful in your haste to help you will hinder somebody's progress. The person will drink
I can pepe. Na omuwo me ho no. And don't forget, those people are not my age mate.
Nope.
That time now in my early 20s, mid 20s, they were not my age group. The president of the university is about 60 years plus. Or no one can say a students body no. Okay, so and yes, be my age group, maybe I peer pressure, but me move to that level. So I was like, okay, now there was a time before say we me basically baby school. Yeah, dance it was a go. At the and I dining in our store building in us. And I me papa me no kasa na me papa asemo okechire me say, Mr. Hunipa nyina pe.
Hey.
I was like, okay. I said, yeah, Mr. When you pay in our pet. And for why dream Susu say, Obiana, why dream your pet? Yeah. When him say daddy advice and stuff, and all these things came in. But the funny thing is this when I changed, I started changing. So it started off a little bit. It message no buy, and whatever it is, and I started say, okay, now, say, Nipano, Mihuno Krana say, or you say, you can't some children to me pick it up. I will not underrate them or whatever, or think that they should have that level. And
good.
It started off, and a papa be home, or so him, me, Juma, Home Depot. But so bit we are Bahaba be Juma. Now, if that message didn't come, and come in for order. Adana you quit a degree we me go Home Depot Juma overnight. And okay, and I'm sure okay. Da me da say. Na tambe na me no wenko. Oso o chirambra. Me ye Juma ho me ma recommendation on befa. That was a test to prove say you can handle that humility.
You have learned the lesson.
And me ko ye en me no amu ye until I started with the electrical senior day. Electrical, but the funny thing is, me why I died that me name senior see why I died, but I'm the to her. If you want me to one through some stuff, me go pick you a more electrical book na me study. Now, Obiba now pursue senior see wiring cry. I cannot teach the person how to do that. At Home Depot for manager no catch them say, okay, you make you the department leader for electrical. Nipa maba juma 3 months.
You were born a leader, and me
free no na me call Best Buy the kakra me free omo and omo fire no me assistant manager for their electronics and stuff.
Baby, mommy say what at the end on for nana. Best Buy no what?
Oh, Best Buy previously no man for me. Okay. But later on and same way see and then me free Home Depot na me say okay mama ko anim kakra
before no interview na work on attitude ne some person be a what they call and no cry no e man yourself but what form say see na dey ade afide adwuma no
what enye say if you cry eno no ye one obi a be interviewer o profile it is a type within Abia Ivy internet so that's on who the caliber of Avia or baby say Now, I don't know. Ebina Walmart manager no catch me pay say memfa and penny and pounds one for me. Because why would you have this type of all this stuff? Now jinanim ho bit ya we are mum now science ne receipt so say. I mean the math doesn't click. It went on and on and on. And I'm a call Best Buy koye kakra. Me free one and I'm bad back we say. Each and every time I say me could do baby, I realize no, that is not where you can't say I was a midru. It me yet bibi kakra more number catch say I want to improve myself, so I want to go. I have left companies and companies and companies. Me wana minya email in my LinkedIn. Me Google recruiter na. Me throw an email kajam say we don't have any job. Hey Eric, it's been a while. How are you? I wanted to touch base if I'm so old that woman into my fino. Me one of friend. I say I emailed you, did not pick up. You were among our good interns that came, so we like to bring you on board as entry level engineer and stuff. And I'm so okay. What is the interview process? So no. You have already passed through it. You just have to come
correct for 3 points, and then they will come as Mbimami Eric. Hey.
You just have to come in. The managers will evaluate and do one or two things. You don't need a phone interview or whatever. Menu can say, I say, okay, will you be able? I'm say yes. All right, I'll send you your flight information and go to the airport the following day, and we take it over. It's okay. McCoy, and I'm going to share. Now, your manager, no hear many say, Eric, you don't have to do engineering. I know you can do these things. I want you to shadow me managing people. So you be working with me directly on management level. No coding, no software things. Even though they will give you some. It's a course, different companies, Microsoft came in and stuff. And then later on, one and BBK said, it's enough.
Remember what was is enough in the hold. May cast him your way and because the sense of will be never cast as him way. But the third
is say they maybe can
or decide to say he will make points and he will not use the clerical, but obey using the permit. Story Eric would have been let me go through the stages with you. You are assigned greatness and you are told from early on and you know. But and you are not delivering what was promised to you from the early stages. You know. I would say, what Bible no more Israel for no more one kwasum ye woman. Yeah, the one more promised land, and one more crosses are see no emu pie no. So we Israelites and now free Muslims our time no. Nyamya yanwanwade e de akere eyi wa free nkwasum mu until you are expecting say bibia be rosy bibia be straightforward bibia be ko nanim said ye wo wodi wani bu no and that is not God's way because the start is the wo ya de sa no ekwo witrim you begin to believe in your abilities and you don't look for any external validity until one person be also wo na wo ye yeah ss ye de wo fagam ye discipline wo na wo sua discipline.
Yep.
If you Eric can be said that in
by the spirit that is the Lord.
You know, all these things came in and I'm catching me was okay. It's about time I do things for myself. And then it was like, no, don't do it right now. I'm so sometimes what you want to do and what the obo won't want you to do are two different things. I don't need a pastor to tell me what you want to do and what whoever created you. Me, I know what created me. But you say you know, and what that God created you. No, hey, one open say, say, you don't know you are challenging him. It's common sense. You have to come back.
Come on.
Well, and I'm saying I want to leave Microsoft and stuff. Because I accumulated some money, and of course, then I don't buy things. All what I care about is get a very sharp laptop that get internet and get a car that I can ride in, and that's it. And so I was like, okay, now me try it. Send me, tell me who be something for myself. Oh, and click it. I opened it, did cryptocurrency business, whatever. The money I invested in that before Sikano Babeshen, I had a dream. Na I say matoka foforo na anwea na ewom na nsuo ehi nsuo fa ka ni inside nyina ade tie menti ase. And I'm saying, what the heck is that? Following day na nyumre na the cryptocurrency transaction whatever boom bam all that whatever money no me nka amount no me kechire it all went off. And then I sat back again and I did be kechire my jum say
What's it?
So I went back again. But
the
cool thing I did was this. I did not tell Microsoft what's me. I told them I'm taking some little bit break. And then they had that policy. So when you want to come back, you can come back. And later on me buy. And I'm so okay. See idea. May you humble.
Yeah.
May you humble whatever I need the time for me to move. I did not know I have to live working for people. It just came natural. Now Professor Bia from here, Eric, you remember the research we were doing some years ago? I would like you to help me build a technology for it. Now, what they say, you can say, contract no amame. Now me yen kakranka. May we no maybe sorry because say, hey, we want you to build an app for us so that it will help us to be able to get things going and get our things done. Now my build it. Ain't no nkitten sa na eche say minya client a metumi ayeden ene omo aye adwuma etiani na mo. So the time that came that I don't know, yeah, so
yeah.
Okay. The time that came for me to move from and have my own private business that I want to do, no. When that time came, and you me pen and me free. When that time came, it was just a smooth process for me to just transition because at this time I have people that will give me tasks to do for them, of which they are my clients. Then I can build things for them, and then they will pay me for it. But that time, you know, I was thinking, say, me to me client. It, you know, I always say, one year one near my and now people that I do public speaking with, sometimes they take me to some place a year orphanage, whatever. I speak to those people. Sometimes obi kura me far no anyway, and everything. But I was speaking to them. But if it was that time, no, me nyamre kura. What are you talking about? It's, you know, all these things teach you a little bit lesson for you to say. Yeah, we're gonna painful be more. Niema sister ya mati me ho a me ye app wie me ko mo nche so mo nso mi mu. But now I understand what Ama is talking about. Me hunu say a positive side. You know why? Sanka omo fi me a. Aka ebia baby ame. Aka yen sa na tie.
Debi. Omo fi wa and how
Omo fi me.
Omo fi ma ko be business. Abi we the business then you dey.
Omo send dia mame. But as a human, I was like, Namupa, do you see the future of this? It will be better. Always, when something happens, your emotion will come first. That's human nature. But what you have to learn to do is to sit back. If you sit back, things will change. If you go with the emotion, it can give you problem.
And no wisdom na make wisdom.
Akwa Naka may request $100,000 for him to own a percentage in my business. One feel me? No problem. My main family now I have forgotten the same language that told me that thing.
Yeah, handkerchief. Yeah, do
I've forgotten that language that told me the same thing. Say, you don't need someone help. Bam! You know, some about what say you baby mommy. That's a one, yeah. So see, I did about my trimone say, I don't need
hallelujah.
No, you are not because of say be a mean here ni pam. But here is a was a sad dynamic person me and it has been given to me.
When you ask somebody for help and the person says no, now your brain tells you that is not the person to be helping you.
That is not your helper.
And at the same time, so no, I see it say nyame say yaps and connecting with me now. And found him mredodo ebeti yaps. That is what I see. It but I'm a mebel.
Because again, remember, say, we are talking, Mr. starting free one topic, and I am like that. A toda, Mr. starting free, baby. Remember what Mr. Wambosa, Mr. Hunina goosebumps. Mr. Hunina goosebumps. Mr. goosebumps because there's a direction, and it's usually that way because Obi was so assess what is no. There is a point which needs to be made. And it's that Eric may say post what was
I didn't know you were live.
It will be restored unto you. What is
yes, it will. No, na me loading new movie before top up. And I'm say about live nam say. Now I'm at this time on die, and I'm saying okay, maybe I did more. Me, my intention is just to listen 5 minutes. Be now I go. But that time it has to.
Same to me.
It has to. What you say? Now, this is what we should understand. If you go to someone for help, but the price tag you are in now, Nyankopon per se, and whoever created you, I will believe so creative. You want you to get to some elevation. I will go
I'm a level now. Na make no earlier. No say nyame wa dom. Na who some level be a wa. And no na what is any manasi o.
Hey, you know,
say nyame anya wa dom wa.
Because at the end of the day, no, imagine say nkrofo me yes sinners too. Man, human being, we sometimes forget things that talks to us. Let me tell you, whichever spirit we are forgotten, we are spiritual. We are not just human. We are two parts. We have the human and we have the spiritual. But the spiritual, if you allow the spiritual to work, your human will balance. If you allow the human to work, then you have issues. Me yes, sinis too, no. Can we say sinis too? App no, nyamia dom ordinim die no mame. Miana me ye. Sika ye de tuto ho ne ma miana me ye. Mantie, and I'm sisa nkrofo bebre kam. It got to a point they were fighting with me now. For omu sen to subscribe $1 whatever no. Me ko be bank account no omu sika ebam. Omu ye Ghana for. And it got to a point nipa bia me de no kan ho. Say na she is a spiritual lady. I never knew. But Otimika from Kofi TV. And oba me chena me ye bibi man app bi man. And also obefa madam for. It me wo na da bi ofre me say Eric, I have to talk to you. I do we ask me swatch I have to talk. Minimum for 2.5 years to 3 years. I'm say I didn't ask you so I say look, I have to tell you the truth. Things that are happening, I see them before. Now for you to believe me, I'm going to tell you about your wife, the woman you have to marry, who she is, why God connected you, and then you will believe what I'm saying. Time I was a worry munina. Okay. All right. So now tell me what you wanted to talk to me. Because now I set this up preamble, no?
Yeah.
For me to believe the Obabekan. And okay, James said, oh no, Sankrofono. I'll do a market sinis too. I post in on my file. A market anyway. But Nyankopon say main Kenchira will say he has given you that knowledge
Bam.
and that wisdom to deal with them. You don't need someone to fight that fight. Omu ni part 3. Men kwa me no omu gina afo ntokwa. Ekosi na me se menye biem. Sinis too no. Menye biem. Monfa. But I'm telling you one thing. Abe so kum abe a ubetumi anya broom from it. Ubetumi anya bibi. Ubetumi anya nwo. Ubetumi anya we. So me no most money me fight here me just sinis too na man. I will make something more than that. Give me 2 months.
Hey.
That was why Top Hub thing came in. And here's the case. Who is financing Sinis 2? Who is developing Sinis 2? So if you cut me off, and I left. 2 months time, Top Hub is in. Look at this. Time and I Sinis 2 on Yenya movies. Top Hub buy and one Nigeria girl. Or the movie buy. And now, Meje, what the Nipa 20 different movies. They see movies, if I have more money and I want 100 movies right now, I'll get it. That tells you I don't need help.
Pause.
I don't need that human help.
Pause. You have hit that note again. Pause. Well, when you said, me say story ya working. Me na nan can pese because I said no. But I said no. Eric, di ya wodi ba ye atoto so ma me pep. Bisa for me ba. Hold on. Eric, me ba. Odia can story na me ba. Me sha dia ba.
The things that we go through thinking we need people help and stuff. Yes, you need people help, but at the right time. That's the difference. Nigeria did the movie bar first, and I seen this too on young fan to so. For some other reason, I don't know. When things went on the other way and then rebranded that Sinis 2 and rebuilt another one, that was the right time to connect with her. So you have to know the time and then the season that you
me de ade a me hu no my don say my din metie wo ni nyina ba de me hu ne say Nyankopon no de waye wo kese dada. But there's one thing I say at the kese ne ba na say humility ne so ba mu kakra na say wuti ye kese. The more na sika na eba na ase wuti ye kese nti wo de nkrofo bibi ne niema bi betwetwam no asan so ama down. But what I love about your background, which is the foundation, is me say thank God for your father. No? When you have a good foundation, and that's how you are able to go back and bounce back again.
Yes.
Obi wo hono ma on come down and one no on to me sorry bio. But the foundation
the people even you connect with before you marry someone or anything. Like I would say so ye nyame sumni oji nyame dia bon ho pai. Well, me yes Sinis too. That time now my wife told me, said, you don't need people.
Bam.
She told me. I was like, But one thing that at that time I didn't know about her was her spiritual level. She is more on spiritual. He doesn't like connecting on physical level with you. It was you have to sit back. I said, well, I'm telling you I can give you their lady number. She will tell you. I never knew. And God connected me to some women who were spiritually inclined. But now Amukasa, I mean, till massive from that perspective until I came to that level with them. It's then I have to rebrand things to change things, redevelop the app again. But the back one if I said say I do a million in 1 month, oh boy, as long as I have life, I'll sit down 24 hours to make it work. And then here you go, look at top up. Says here to me movies from Nigeria for Bebre to the point that Minyesika Kra and Pantio Muka. Ebimuka Jam said, you just keep the movie on the app for us, and then Ghana for Bebre, me connect or Mumi Hiamwa. None. I sat back again and I realized, no, at this moment in my life, I need help only when the right time is in. If the right time is not in, I don't need it. Because in one way, me yenipa, ebi ame here amamoa to do promotion for me. Now, I'm my own profile. Me culture will say me from to do.
Hold on, because more about a story, no. You don't know the background of what I know of Eric, and it's amazing how much of it he's actually willing to tell you guys on record. But hold on, and those of you, and this is one I want to share really, because I think some you will experience these things, but you will miss it. VIP. And I also for be frame and also come shebri mu asema kire me. Okay. About 2 months ago, a month ago, just before I able to know 6 weeks ago. Me wa ha na brante bi a one me kunu ni nuanom nso bo empire wo frame. Na brante ne frame no. Me ni di nkomo no again ono nso ma me hunu you get enkrofo a omo confirm wa assignment o. But most of you don't recognize those people. Most of you disregard those people and confirm me assignment ma wo pa. But one tisa ni nti wo say wo de wa hoden hye baabi amfaso ni. So that type of nipa, and I want you to be aware of them. They come to you and you will not know them. They might be stupid looking people like me. Nti akosia, I hope sakosia beba no beba bite. O akosia ka chem say me ha no about any maybe. Or assignment be a make actually number one because it does not align with the Wadina dream book. It does not align with the Wadina near Susu. It is as no be a yasma me see and confirm me assignment in the man may confirm me ma okra me who be ye because enya ho na wadwen wo. Nti nipa ni bi wo ha de bi wo ho sese wo ye. The people who caution you about baby a man kon wo be kan e bia na enye the kind of people you expect to some be confirm ya ma me say was when him 2.5 years enye da wo hu no kan asem kire wo. But no. About wanting to relate and want not or holding, waiting until the appointed time or no nebeka sembiachero. But some of you nipan webeka semnacho because or ya ba why madam for kakrache. Minim say yaba we won shed anya spiritus bia. It is a yabaka sem chiremia. It's difficult for me to accept it. Says asem no yabeka no. It's coming from any point apart from the ordinary
especially yeah no Daniel see kasa will be anti cause like
I don't mean the idea of
yeah, that was how was wrong. Oh, Eric,
as someone me who says now say Nyakupon ama wasudi bia nkrofo de beba o nche no unhu omo ento omase until some point, right? And I keep on saying this because as I was saying, say me here nipa moa, yes, me here the moa of ABR ama to help me promote Top Hub or something. But there is a time and season. That's why there is that numeric way of, if you understand that numeric way, and
that's why we've not done anything.
And maybe and your right self will be because the spiritual level of that person and you doesn't click.
Not yet.
You know, and Crofua, Amanim woman. Me free Ghana by my Busumi Nani, my friend almost Top Hub advert.
You don't need them. You don't need them.
I call them.
They will not mind you.
They need have my messages. The message go. They have not blocked me and everything. You know, me a free Ghana buy. just recently, something told me, say, look, connect all those people into your pipeline when you are praying. And
when you are praying.
When you are praying. Me, I can't sleep without praying. Me, but in a day, I have to at least pray once in a day and connect everything. You know, I'm so okay. Asumasi. My friend, me. But I'm connecting you guys. At the right time, you guys should call me and let's talk. Just last week. Back of friend was your boss who me. Fachemi na niema bebre. We de obebo me. Mu messages no me humba me to me anyway. Okay, yankasa. Ede na obesa me ye. We no okay. Mesha asia promote. Washa asia. Anya me na me de nhye na man. So now I have seen another dimension of people I need. If I know say I need Amma, I will not connect Amma physically. Me call Amma physically. Say me hear Amma, I'll just have to pray. Connect the spirit of Amma to my prayer. And as
what you say, empire now wo bono so na wo bom Amma na Amma 100 years no what you say Nyankopon better Amma beba in the first.
And I won't say I didn't know so say like I don't think say Nyankopon bo bia no ntina me ka asem we Amma program no say nipa bi o wasase su bia no Nyankopon de adwuma ama no or the adwuma ma wa oman ho akande, being it angels, being it whatever you can think of. So man ho akande na those people come, they will not leave until your job is done. But here's the case, you may not see them. Me, to be honest with you, what do you call it? Those, especially lady, she saw me from Kofi TV. She drove all the way from Maryland to come and see me in person. At that time, I did not value no. When the time came and then she revealed herself, and I'm saying, oh, and it just me do bonianka, my hear me baby. All what I'm saying is, if you really need someone's help, right? Don't connect the person. What do you call it? Physically. When obi connect physically, maybe it may not work. Sani pano or spiritual being that force pushes him to do things beyond.
Papa Posso, me man to us. I want to say, well, when you made the top hub of Hong Kong,
right?
Who want to say me about top hub metihudi?
Right.
I mean, the way I operate and who wouldn't me, no wouldn't say way no. A bear also my ignore. I've told you guys many times. I mean, I thought I'm sorry, and me get it up, and my spirit will tell me say, "And nefre Eric, me friend Eric here. Adia me pese Eric. Yema me sa deni yina edem bang. Se me nyanya sa instruction. No, na me dem share ni mu friend Eric. Me bra de nyendo baby. I top have sorry. I'm to be the medicine. Me could sort I sa de the person. Hey, mo app no. What videos now? So be the many to akoshe. Time on swing. Ya wo me see there be time on swing. That time no be so no be say that kro me sorry nti that wo beba wo mpaye no a wo mpaye ne me spirit de be hia ne saa da no me sorry no wa me top haba me honto me. And that's a very interesting thing about Sadi way. Eric, where is he? Twaso.
The American United says, me tis any man I say no. Me bow be was a me no one to me me mammy boom for no. That's all. But look at the channel though. It has to take me many years to understand all these concepts, to understand, come to a full realization. Internet. Also, if you can say, so may be more. Look, when at that time, now me that guy, I may not. No. No. And yes, if you cry, and yes, if you am no and Kasana, I'm a main connect you. Unyame at that time.
Kawoma Facebook.
Some other people have already occupied that space.
Kawoma.
Okay, now, and then when all these things happened and it changed the situation, that made me to understand say nipa bia ye pe.
Hey!
That's it. Nipa bia ye pe. Wo oye bubu ani o. Oye whatever wo sika oni sika o. Onimu ana onimu nipa bia ye pe. So with that mindset, you know, me befa oba. What must here? Na meneno etia. Me hu ni so a slave. Me hu ni say me nua na meneno etie. Eti no de me meya ma me hu eye fine no. Minye bi ma no. Di ono so betumi aye de aboa me no. Nti bin ne say me ni obi ba na etie, bin ne say me ni obi adamfo na etie. That's my mindset. Eti no, but it has to take some angle though. Eti na mene ya kare saying akosia ya adwen no because enyo bia no wadru that stage no. Eti no telling them things. For example, obi say nyame abie na ni sesia no hu bibia. It's up to only other people who so nyame abie o money to see the same thing. Yeah, ni akatakata no o kan enti ase.
You have to get to that level.
It has to go through that. And I have not publicly spoke about meme life on any media platform than this. I haven't. No. You open Google. No.
Honestly, me and many people
and listen. Why is that?
Why is
because Ivy wasn't there. Appointed time. Ivy had to be on the platform that he's there so that me I
like you already.
Yeah. To be honest with you, me sorry them be a dance here. Listen, I'm telling you.
Oh, sir, listen, I'm listening to you guys because I was listening behind me. Sorry, and I'm like, this. Hey, now where else? Now me my phone. Yeah, normally I just sending me link. I will never want sending me link. Hey, now then, now Friday, and who's listen, if not for nothing, everybody on this platform should ask yourself this question: why am I here today? And then video mission. I 4 hours. You know what? If we have the opportunity, we need to replay this back.
Oh, yes.
Why? Because me, and I asked you a question. Why is it that you were brought up in a humble house, but somewhere along the line you deviate, you explain yourself? Because me, for instance, me, my name we went back to Ghana, and because when these such topics are being spoken about, the person that comes to mind is my mom. And I will always, I don't know why, Mami no kwe school, and for some funny reason, when it comes to humbleness, she's too low, she's too down. And because of that, and the way she brought me up, never in my life have I gone somewhere and see, oh, Winnie myself, maybe the way Eric thinks near. But the difference is for me, you know, the small things that even God does for me, you know, I see it as massive. Now, let me give you an example. We went for a holiday, mini Marco holiday or Denmark. Yako holiday, no, I booked for a car, rented a car. And you drew on Madame for Bisam say, Yaba then can now rent here na me see VW app. No, see Yaba, nipa kakraka. So sorry, I will car rent car kitwa. So I got there, we were doing the paperwork, we finished the paperwork, the guy goes, okay, go for your car. Me call yes, car acquiring demand. No, see your car is not ready. This car we have for you. But be a can we a fee poto. I say, no, see, no, I can't give you this. Or see, I'm coming. Or call your co-huni manager or buy no, see, you know what? Because of the whatever it is that has happened, we're going to give you a brand new Audi A3. You don't need to worry about anything full tank. Now, with myself, for the life of me, I just don't understand why. Me drive here, baby, me drive. I say, Ama, the car, ya man. What's what yaba? Automatic. Your friend is saying, a sat nav room. But it is very small, but I value the thing so much. I kept on going on and on with me, man. Another thing, baby, there is a shop at Tonyama, very cheap, and you need a car to get there. You need to work in certain industries. One of the industries you need to work in is the NHS. And my mom is a retired NHS person. My mom got a card and she gave it to me. But I've always wanted my card. Inti eja yabane na do ye o ye ya obi peso tuba me area m hase. Inti I help the person inti na buy and eja covid one fear the social workers account. Madam for the social worker. Me see go and register. Na ye ma o card ni. E register na me see wuni ma say na ya ye bisa o say who person will nominate you obi a. Or see your matiminya email that could be me too. Then 2 weeks ago, no sending me message. I've got this one. File details, mommy. 2 days ago, na me card. Minimum and it is just a normal to say credit card. Mark, me see you ready card and I as mommy can that 3 years. They be me ya ba me to share me card. But for me, you know, I always say, I am grateful for the God I know. And whatever God you are worshiping, if you trust that God, you need to have faith in that God. And the thing that God has given me but not proud for me. So I tell you guys all my story. And you know what? For me, the God that I worship, Eric say, the first time I heard Eric Kassan, me say, Amma, I need this guy's number.
Okay, Eric.
Winnie Masem. For me, there are certain people, and not behind the Facebook, we want a number. There are certain people, when I see them, this one I need to miss away SSM for skinning. And I have no shame of saying it. I have never contacted Eric before, but at the right time, I would know. When the thing comes, I will know, say, hey, this is Eric. Yeah. And for me personally, I must say, I'm a on Facebook, I'm at the Unim. And I always tell people, me see, the sort of friends I have met on Facebook, many I've never seen them. Never have I seen them before. But me tiwa obi timi fa phone yaba yetimi bon koma. We need to say we need to take ourselves out of the situation and speak to God like you're downful. Yeah. Because there is a reason why everything happens in life. Trust me. I was not working. Let me say, now me only myself, me benefits. I'll tell you, me benefits because I've paid into the system. Into me and then me too say send me email. And there's one of the things that I also don't do. I do not stress. You know why? How am my stressing? How is it going to help the situation? Because if it is not God time and you stress, you are stressing. Who's stressing? You are just stressing. Who's stressing? Because in Yakupono, next year no be born now be na. Who's stressing now? You are just stressing. I say me see me treat me car. Next time me car say, I'll be like, okay, what's the next thing we can do? What's the alternative? Until when I have people call me and they me say, look, you stress, you're not going to solve the problem. There is always an alternative. What are you going to do? And someone who said stories like Eric's and Ames, you take it now. Also, when it gets to yours now, you use some of those things because those things, maybe me should share you maybe. Now, my apply for you, man. First thing that will come to my head, remember, Eric,
no need to cry. Yeah,
don't cry. Life goes on.
No need to cry.
And me bet within the last week, I've been watching programs to deal with racism. And you know what? Me say, I have a son. And I said to me, I would have never watched these programs. But now, I have watched the program at the right time. Say, as a single mother, I am adding that to it. And when oh, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, it has opened a kind of worms I have never thought about. Because I have a son, a 2-year-old son. Now I then reflect, and I said here, Meba girl, I took her out of her school and took her somewhere else. I told Meba and said, if I knew what I knew now about this racism, that school would have not gone scot-free. Because what I saw, and said, even though me banning akula papa, they were picking on my child and I didn't see it.
Me de nyame asese wakofaba.
They were picking on her and I didn't see it. This girl went to a primary school and the head teacher was Brony. My daughter was not the best at school, but the head teacher saw the quality of Mebano. Oh, see, you were a true leader. She got to the secondary school and for some funny reason, Mebano or coffee cry your friend Yaba Ubana coffee why bonnie. And for me, I wasn't seeing it. And it will be, but then no, listen, I sit down and I say it had to happen. Because
so you moved her to a better place.
Yes, when I moved here, no, I was like, don't apply for this.
Oh, you moved her to a better place.
What is the worst you can hear? She didn't get a space. Me apply then. Tell the mommy no class send me email, send me cramming. Then I got the phone call. Miss Kujo, we've accepted your daughter at requesting. Missy what? Where? How? When? Me call you curiosity. Come say, how did she get the place? Was you 10? It was a lottery, and she was the first one to be picked. I told my daughter, said, you are here for a reason. Because normally when I do things for like this, I tell them, say, look, I'm applying for this for you. If it's meant to be yours, you will get it. If it's not meant to be, she wants to go to university. Or person, actual science. She wants to choose Oxford. She wants to choose Warwick. She wants to choose Leicester. She wants to choose London School of Economics and then another school. But out of the 5 schools, the school and Nakuma Pesa Okon, Warwick. But Warwick. But everybody else she speaks to goes, go to Oxford if you get Oxford. So I said to her, apply for it. Pray about it. Whichever one God gives you, go to that one. Even if it's Leicester. Because you don't know what God they will fast. And then again, me mommy, because me back penny no ni my pa, but and I'm so feel so ni my she looks down upon her. Nese me 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 catch and say, and be very careful. Me ba no want here, but my friends stand behind and they don't understand the passion in what I'm saying. Missy Emma, you need to be very careful.
Translate Eric story do fama ne mame. One who say na be catch them say adie binti na ene yes our discussion. What do we about? Hey mame. For the woba na catch them say enquire ye from to great assignment no. Do one they fall off assignments from pride. Because people probably say
it's not even now. She does things, and I actually give her practical examples of telling her, say, Asama me cut Debbie, I catch you now. You don't listen to me. Look what you've done. Let me give you an example. Ninia Piketwanu, because of Senotinity, Wokobonit or Copeso Yebia. She only book knowledge, but when it comes to Ghana street knowledge, which Sebiota Frache Wuyawa Brochin, A1, Wokoboniti. What be penny style? Be who you beto? Obey who last week about it. And I'm see corner, who's the pay me? I'm see corner could be saying, one year you know who research be out through how me pay me black. One would do a mobile me black. My爸comes to me black, me Tony, sir. It's your back na hairdressers. If you just sign your Tony say. It's your man, I'm sister. As my catch on. Who feels the wooden to do no research, no nothing. Who call a papa go be sir. So
Yabs, ma adeba kwa meka ne say. Nkwara no motisa no. I'm using myself as an example. The mind no one. For example, like me who example. Me no way din koma. Before say me no ba be din koma. I think about what I will say, how you will respond. If you say this, if I tell you say Yabs so want to say, obviously Yabs be can say okay, me ho ye. I'm thinking about the next thing to tell her. Okay, what is my purpose? So I do like if else conditions it's obviously no. The oba cano multiple choices are medical world.
And you know, before you think I have thoughts in Ibino.
Yeah, you know how I know what she's saying. People, no? Eric, you know how I know what she's saying. Wouldn't it me cry me any moment? Me need a bon coma. she talks to me like she knows too much.
Oh.
The way she's thinking. Oh,
and this is what it is, though. The risky part is when pride dive in. But the mind, how it is, those people, maybe I won't say 10 and 6. If you're a 6, I'm having that 10. You will get in one way or the other. Now, the way to get them to let you listen is to let them to talk. Said they will get to a point. Yeah, because this is what it is, though. Me, I didn't know that. My dad likes to talk, and it's a Debbie crime. And papa not fighting. Just because I'm clenched to both of them. On me, mammy did ya metchanya no mood did intina my business. I then I didn't know we Mada now one for we mammy type of things. There was a time me to calculator. And me papa say I then sika me de ma self for school no. What's yes ye be a calculator. Na me so. Won so calculator no unhia. Me bram penifo na mo GSS no be. And I maybe so me business ain't no idea na ye bone say the word ya mama no bi no masiesie bi. And I say okay, let's go. It was 2 questions we na ma 2 way. Na mama me to hold no bi say wo akwa ba na said. And I say no. And I'm papa say no. Allow him to talk. And yet to ya and papa bi say me question me say. It is a see a man first kana ma ubi ma. E dey na obi. So there is an urge for all this case, and the thing is, and more photo.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
The nerves and obiane time and the brain pick it up.
A gift.
And you will be more. Me who be I said it on Ames program the first time. No said I don't see things like a normal way. What did be chira me say ya? Me who say okay, paper, paper. I think there's other thing that I can manipulate that paper to do. And my mom told me point blank, say, William, do not manipulate people. Because see, I can make someone put in life savings, to do some business.
Eric Popo. I said, your baby, I didn't send me corner. Yeah, issue. I'm a friend from some of my politics. Now I am a come answer.
Most people they have been given that talent, but they have a job and a responsibility out of that talent.
But
I was there.
Mimi Diani said, I understand that, and I know she's unique, but I don't want a situation whereby, and maybe she might have to learn it the hard way. She says,
Debbie, that's the only way.
Want a situation whereby just because you think you know too much, the one man,
hard way, the only way.
You can't say yeah. The thing is this, or what? Obekwa kweshia,
yeah,
and the challenger,
yeah,
and that's where the reverse reaction will come in.
Yeah, and it has to happen. It
so
has to happen.
See, who catch now? Because I was because of the first conversation, you know what? Among ye fear only past 6, mention I'm your last one. Now, so the mention me papa ni me sinkonya. Say ye kasam obi di na warrior sembe to me papa ni. Omuko ye no wasi ye mobo. Obi amadi 10 years. What is our? Now, so na me no kase. Say I was a man yes say I so yes say think I say me na mawari. That people, it's not like they are special, they are regular people. That but how their mind is, the processing of their mind goes faster than an average person. That's what me person what he has here. It's because of how their mind goes faster than an average person. Everything they see, their mind picks it up, store it, process it some way. It's and I you may see something similar to that thing in some situation. It's the moment I can't be a fan on the mind click it. Say, look, I have stored this thing here. You saw that, then you did this. This is the information. But The reverse reaction is so okushia and situation no ba no pim wia. The mind retrogresses and comes back and be like, you know what? We have to restart the whole thing again.
But she's already living through some of those things because I tell her, she knows too much.
Mamika, yeah, Bill Gates. Or build a computer, yes, there was there was one small guy being build a virus to run on top of the software, and the software locked up. It took Bill Gates many hours or 10 figuring it out. Later on, he found who did that. They connected and not answer ni yakitueli. And then he paused. Now, so what your biggest story ni guy no man paper ni we no nyina. Or experiencing those things, you know. Okushia obi na or man graphics, you know, graphic paper. He valued that.
Yeah.
Atmosphere. It you know, mean that's how I've seen it say. At that time now, even though even as much as there were very smart people in the school, no, that thing was just clicking in my mind because and I didn't say me was school more on so no my teachers were my friends. My teachers were my friends because me who be students no more him. And there was one time a guy be man in Sasso said, you think you are the best person, or can I point blank in the class? And I'm saying, so why? I say because the teacher, and there was a rumor crying Nigeria new student Eka said teachers for no mama po. Ain't I'm to me high grade. And I me who and I'm busy and say, how would a whole lot of different instructors that I don't know give me a po and stuff? It's you know, I became isolated in my school. That's why maybe school no students step their foot there, but professors no president no by because they are my equal in my mindset. My first students are not my level in my mindset.
Eric Apostle or back. Apostle
he was
I would say Yaba as the mother of this kid wants to prevent Nebano from pain. Yaba Kujo. I mean,
not prevent her from pain.
No.
Her to be aware.
Awareness creation is a waste of time. See, what one casano when the time is right.
I wouldn't say it's waste of time because me, certain things my mom taught me has lived with me throughout my life. Indeed, listen, and I always say, sir, you always say, yeah, no. Say, I said there's certain things you wouldn't say to our kids. You put
there are some assignments in America. I'm just referencing the story he's saying about one casa coming to your humility point. And there many people you know them all superficially. It's there. You know, and what will brain you know. Say you don't look down on people. Those things are your values. You know them. But because of the way your life takes a path, I thought that even though these things are superficially there, you have to be confronted by your humility point, and there has to be
them being there. One of the things we don't seem to understand is what we say they're there, but she says send me little things because every time they are me PA shopping, I go for shopping and I come back and I see the house I live in. I thank God. I thank God. But Obi Wahwa, they don't see it. Sometimes some of these things you are just literally scratching the surface. And you know what? Because me bandy are making me and I'll cut your yes again. I bet you said me explain action and she must be thinking, when you know they're part of her. Because it doesn't. But for me, it is the little thing she does. Even yet, if you it portrays some of the things I'm trying to say. It's one in reality. That's what you be. And I say, I might, and it could be a situation whereby I will not say anything, and where it will affect her because her head is so big is when Okakoshi Sheduma. Whereas maybe me titi hun kakra kyerɛ no no. Instead of a bed train be 20 years or and I say 5 years or pay man, it will affect Oko University. Now starting to before not realize
Drew one na you rejecting now.
Hey, I said when me mommy kind. So
na America say the wuye ni nyina no ni say we jano.
No, you don't leave the person because you need to bring the person's. Say Eric, if he had somebody to tell and say, "Hey, Eric, Sheniyo.
I remember, also my papa friend me catch me say, my papa that time no Ghana. Okay, me say, I should value all people.
Yeah.
My dad was speaking on a spiritual level.
Yeah.
He saw whatever he saw, right? It no, the yaba kano yaba catch say, baby, I would be a grow on a hoya true. But here's the case. Oh, here because of you say a normal thing. Obo form we are.
I know be.
Ani nambe buno. I want me ko hobby no. No, because I say more me
and say yeah, but
and for me personally, even though she hasn't got where I want her to get to, sometimes she does certain things and I realize what I say is working. Not is working, listening. It's a bit, because sometimes when we get too much carried away with ourselves, the implications are detrimental.
Of course, every time.
And because we don't, and because
God doesn't come in at that time. You know why? No, and yes, Wada. This is what it is. But no, say Kowe. Also be Kowe. One thing that makes me love God so much, say me so I have tasted God. That's why always I say to taste and to suffer is two different things. So be tasting chine no kachiro say and onim the oka. See, God will not allow you to die, but He will let you pass through the pain. But say He will not. Just yako gana ya. Now, meba miko kumasi meba miko gana swamiana me driving to meba. Now, nkrofo bi mu ye overtaking say omo ha adwen suo so utumi wo se storm pa na free wani ma ebe. Me pese me dru mani mpempensuo bi ye ho ye kakra na me ye den mijina na nsuo no tia na matumi akọ. Something clicked here just recently. It just clicked say look the cycle we achi. Other thing clicks say o mo de afa ho fafa ho. Me de fa ho. Me de fa ho no. Me tiasi because the yami pese me ye no. Me nye. Me de fa ho no truck di manim. Tipa car kesiya wo be pasu a wo sane. Wo have Ghana kra kwan ketua bi. And then mission finfin with this my car. So asem we am no okay me kachire you can say me so for penny. I told pastor say look I knew that I was dead. Obia omo wo village wono enim say truck no ba be piame because ekwan na ekose na ka wo se midi so no sai kwan no nyina ayema.
So you didn't listen to your intuition.
My babefa ekwan no so kitua say. So I closed my eyes and all what I heard was just stay at where you are. Naka nisi wona me nansi break. Minim say obe pia me ade ma kopom ho. Na ho be dia talk no fire or farming chema. Like just can you window cra ante. But it was a warning from that time no me cook must be a mijai I take a flight. See, there are some things, right? There are some things you need. Once any human being be or was see should be yes, experience is the best teacher and stuff, no, and advice and correct. Nipa bi o was
rather than advice.
Ewo angel a nyame asoma no se one no enante. That's why I don't believe in all this suffer no mun sema amoka. But no matter how we said then, who angel or no nati. It's either you let that angel no more distance be wa. Ah ho chire wa. Onto me moa. And I say be very close. It BBC just take it. Sir, as incident with just me call Ghana ya Ghana ya kamuti yanka my funeral. Like it me free one me call my name. Krofo bi mu ejirejina ho omoton you can say bush meat and stuff. Akwa ba akon me pack can no ba me je. Asemo obi za me say we are wine. I'm so boss, I don't know. But yeah, ejira han nyina himself ebe moa because won chen a wo kono ye traffic with big buses akese no almost wa cover mo enye say via three-way kra na ye nyina ye nim ekwan a car akese we tumi fa wo ho ekoye that time that guardian angel wherever they took me to I don't know because me no meaning say I'm gone so I close my eyes for that crash where enya sema is someone making a me. I'm telling you. So sometimes you know all you have to understand is that bibia ye bia no
Goosebumps.
ben yanko pon one dia.
Yeah.
It speaks to you.
Yeah.
Now yeah mona ya adwena kwakoye sa no. Yeah, it takes a while for us to get to that click.
When you myself intimate this time around, no. When I go ahead, say fancy be a me call party be na will be ye bibi na me come me same and maybe me call me cousin back who ye graduation. I can't bear 10 minutes, me draw na me car breaking down. I don't let those things get to me because you know what? There is a reason. There is a reason and a purpose. If I have me see and you me can't say me who are I die no I applied for another one and they called up in the office, so I didn't get it. And I was like, me mommy, yeah, better me see money. It wasn't meant to be mine. Me money you now me see the thing was not meant to be mine. That is why we didn't get it. Those things ne beba nebia yebeka who say errors no. It is God's way of telling us it is not ours. This is not yours. This is not your time. Wait. And me, I humbly have the time and the patience to wait on God.
Yes, you are those type of people now. You are blessed with that. Okay? Some of us, our journey to execute what God wants us to do, we think say we should get it done. To get our job done and go or whatever it is. So it becomes different. That's why our mind can work because every day no me who be like me Shark Tanker. Obi I a meat pie. But the babanya 500,000 investment money with 10% equity. These rich people paid money into it and they are doing business with them. My apply to Shark Tanks right? So then I begin to be like, I don't even get it. Anytime I say that, my wife, my name was away. When that time comes, you will get it.
Yeah.
It's a dynamic of the purpose. I say, would the name me no should be, so wouldn't fool me no should be so mondo. Obi person done it the entem. Oba na wado. Obi so no person to ne bodo at time I with the man. It's two people. Who are older the entem, you could have issues on the way. The autone bonus on every issues in time to obedo do or no year. It's kind of like that balance. I know obviously say in some of this case they are going to emulate my lifestyle and that stubbornness thing and whatever it is. But
in
as much as yaps obebo mpayama atu no. You tell them. Trust me. 100% of the time, they'll just let go of the Okano to be 40%. Because, and don't forget, at that youthful age, yes, that thing comes in. Hey, we are mommy the omochum level and things. It's an on one experience here. Anytime you be experience back can be a bit ringing or night you mommy. So you keep on telling them.
You know the funny thing they said. The second one now, what bonus? She holds my word like World Cup. She take what she said.
The truth of the matter is that what you fatu with him, and it's no disrespect.
Oh, I
know. Now, process here, only send the processing is superior to you, and she knows it.
Oh, you don't tell me.
What can't say? Yeah,
you don't need to tell me. I know because Pudding. Even tells you what the person is thinking about. I will say Eric Kassem, sending Papa Kassé say chen. I will say, yet yeah, buy your bro. But you know what? There is one part of it we cannot take from them. It is priceless.
Yes.
It is priceless.
Yes.
Nyanse bi wo one penny for Ghana for can say oh akola no bia ye bi da penny obi nye bi da. They might not have the money that you have or even the common sense that you have, but there are certain things when they tell you life experiences you cannot buy from anywhere.
And that's it. Me call Ghana no. I was with me shared that anyone more all what I wanted to ask my dad were a couple of things, Bimo. Now, first and foremost, in my heart, to honor them for the things they have done, even though I keep on doing that. But COVID no change me see one, and I'm saying, you know what? In as much as I keep on doing that, let me make it a full thing, a full package for both of you. Now, me know amo kasano, and my dad, me papa no. One thing that for about 5 years time now to about 10 years, I have come to fully understand is okasem. Na wanti ya that's it. Right? It means your village war. Na only what
because they say this is getting confusing.
No, your western region, western north.
So that is the one region in Ghana I have no connection to. But said you're working cancer media,
western north, uko yosu.
This is getting freaky, very freaky, because some of the things you are saying today.
Me wasem me papa ni ho na beka kire no. Fine. Obetie wasem na ba otufu said de uye no. Se wanya ya ochina way could happen to you. Mami, Opia 99% it will click. He advised my senior brothers. Oba we men ware no. They want you ko ware no onya program. Ni money nyina she. The sika nyina gone. The business now gone. So when all these things happened in the US here about 15, 18 years ago, and then I went home and many times, I was learning from all this, and the most recent one with the COVID thing. And then he was telling me that, and this is how baby. I'm just saying, I said, no, you don't have to. I'm so okay, Matt. All what you need to do is just listen to people.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
So now, if someone, in as much as someone will get me upset, I just listen and let go.
True. Very good. Very good.
Me no try can't say okay can't and telling me man and the reason why people marry and it's not successful and things and that, trying to give me advice and all those no. Adibia or say me say when I decided to marry, I took a flight just to go and tell him before I made that decision. I told him on Good Friday, okay, Jamie said, me man of 3 days now on more home pie. I'm saying, now come home pie, but now say, lady, but I wasn't worried because I was like, okay, let me see how things will go. Okoba, I said, okay, I've given you my word and my blessing. Even if I'm not alive, you succeeded. I said, okay, Germany said, just because you recognize me as your father and took a flight. Me call Ghana just for 1 week. And I came back. Last year I went to Ghana 4 times. Just for that, to just tell him, say, this is what I'm thinking to do. And I said, okay. And you know, everything and it's me call now the moon, man. I said, okay, you know, and I said, listen to people. The reason they say, in as much as you like to talk, you will make many mistakes. But when you listen to people, there are things that they will tell you which could be a solution to the problem you are going through.
Yeah.
And then you will not make many mistakes.
True.
Obi adwene na wodwen say ye keto a wode ye ne ye kese no, but still listen to that adwene no.
Yes, and listen to those people that you think that unim
hey,
listen to them, because here's the thing. A kwanye faso ko yaba ho na unimo. By a kwanye faso ko can say Ivy ho no ama nanim. It no say me pese me ko Ivy ho. How do I go? Into me ko yaba because yaba nim o kwan.
But I was say case again, I want to tie it down.
You said everybody is unique in their own way. It's what I will get from Amma will be different from what I will get from Ivy, and will be different from of course. Your friend. And let me even make it a bit down. When you be crying down for so near kono ye what you cannot there obey obu krana. You needed to know that person at that time.
Yes.
Because you didn't know that person. That thing now why you're negative, no. If you think about it properly, next time ebema unyansa mani awude be yeno.
Hey, that's same way. Make us the same way. Make us the same way say. Who are down for? Now we're down for no equity konsa. It is your fault. It's not the friend's fault. I always say, would just idea no etumwa. And no nebema we next time. No what to once say. And komo be na menini di yen sem be na me keka kire no meni na akwaye sa adamfo na keka sa asema ko be ye de anya bi e de akodi sa nkonkonsa no enti se wote sa ade ni tum na wogi tum se eye wo fault na enye de bia obi na eye wade na wo point we na eye e de na wo ye wo mu a that one will make you learn how to this mouth no how to open that mouth and some be na wo beka na obeye
Ivy, the American say obian to me nyo obia.
Nobody
can. Unim nipa oya opa.
Wana we yo.
Yourself.
Mirror no more.
Makano. Wana we yo. But people obiana madam fupa no ye me say. And I mean yes say no ye Debbie. Nobody did anything to you. Wana we ye. Cause asem na wokaye no. And now one come na say one fa na be your best friend and ka wonya bi nka wo.
Maybe asem na wo kind it is a wedding season, but after be about so what is asem ya me person me be so about the na Eric kind of earlier on. I want to say nipa ni bi wo hwa aya na e feel say ye nipa bi esen nipa bi. Na social media you so what hunu sa ade nipa me ka asem start say me kasa wo ha no. Obi frame me say eti woni uzongo for no mo hote sen. I say, me zongo for ben no. Yeah, mo amo hwe me wo Facebook na mo ni me di nkomo no mo ni zongo for no. Me zongo for ne ho te say. Odo ho afrafra zongo for we. MCU mate. Zongo we nkoto mponchi de wo ho, nipa ne wo ho. Na abaye ya wabaso ya me pese me kana semi. No kasa ankrofo no.
Abaye me.
Me money di there bi wo so.
Me kasa
wo ye me yonku bi a wo yi ni ti wo ha. Na no waka sa asem na about social media zongo for no. Afi sa ba ya no wanya assignment bi. A wo hia social media zongo foi. Ti me wo ho na no frɛ me. No se opese me nye bibi ma no social media. So nam say opese ye zongo ha ne ye ma wo.
Hey.
Are you not the intellectual academic? Nah, intellectual academic.
Ah.
Was zongo ha was so ne research assignment ye am 100 also
But
ba
don't some of us realize, say, me, I always tell my kids, whatever it is you decide to be the best at it. And I always use this as an example. Renticle. Muamuti UK munim renticle. It's owned by somebody. You're cleaning. Me street, if they don't have people who clean the street, my street will be dirty. I need to value that person who cleans the street. They might have the credentials. Now, we'll be credentials. So we'll be in a no separate in a new background. We'll get a PhD.
That's what we were talking earlier.
Why do you think, say, in your life, because me, said, what do you assume in you are here? Obi bet me free, and what about the power?
Many pakura ya many kind. The one group on Facebook who can help her. Hey, tell it, moms. This intellectual academic no or yen who she ye so ye rabasa or ya pino. SS will tell it, moms. No, ne manua, a good tell it, moms. What would the garlic is what to do no more research?
Aye.
What was said?
That's who fear BB war. BB war. Why? So
Ghana for Ankasan Pono. A lot of people now betting, and I mean Ghana form, and I mean yes say. But even within that, no, there's some people are me Ghana for. You cannot exchange them for anything. Even not for nothing, Kran. Even if you are going through normal life experiences and you can pick up a phone, hello, Amma, and rant. Now, Amma will just sit there and listen. She is something you need at that particular time in your life. This is the person you think, say, you know what? This person, I can pick up the phone and call her and rant on her, and she won't judge me, she won't question me, and she will just listen to what I have to say. Do you know what that alone does to your spirit?
Yaps. The Etienne said, Ninano, the Okaninano 100%. I was say it nipa asset. And life, no, life. I keep on saying, say, life na ewo and kwana one I was so tia say. Number one, so ye koye chipa. Minjin this from biological point of view, no. Ye no totro to come to be given birth to. Ye went through that millions and billions of eggs.
You have to fight
to connect to that particular sperm and you know, number one, you know, fight a similar battle. It could be say ebia now dano and a mau to me bonded with no you can say sperm no enter. It could be so say me tsunami watch it, but me struggle through an ebia back embryo back and ye na many secondary alternative and I made pick it up. It is at the end of the day, that's one principle you have to understand. If you understand that, that gives you the idea say every human being is equal and should be treated equally. That's because there's no way apart from Yakupo commanding you can say angels no. Nipa bi ani wiasima ya commanding na ne maame I will know free nanum abba, right? So the equality starts from that level. That's the basis. Now, uko school, undergraduate, I went to school which was not top school. I have friends that parents could afford to go to school, which were high-level schools. Now, the same graduate school pet. You know why? Then I was here through the same graduate school entrance exams. The same course material now no musuan or more. Sabina now moves me and with school now. Never say yes school. But the important thing is nipa na osua de no, which is the student. Eti no obi wo omu school mu ho a owo sikafo school mu okotwere exams na obefeli. Meme wo hiafo school no mu no me kotwere exams na me pass. Is the same material given to two separate people from two diverse backgrounds, and then they are able to execute it differently. Yen nyina ekohia o Penn State eko MIT programs mokoye programs. We were all competing each other. And here's the funny thing. Yen nyina ya epe. Oto free hwan abusuam. Me so me free hwan abusuam. Esi yen nyina ba be hia o ba bi faako. Executing the same thing. Now, advantage omo woni omo won krofo omo frefre omo for references. Omo krofo omo bie kwan ma omo ntem. Me no na mahu se minister nipa no bi no. I have one thing too, which is to pray and commit wherever they are going that I want to go no into someone who has a bigger upper hand than them hands. So there's also equality there. You get the steps, right? Who papa was ska? Ama papa niska. Fine. But ama papa bompaya ebam. Who papa so frɛ another sikani na oyema no. Yen nyina ye pepepe yakodru baby faako. That's another equality. So you see the steps you are building as life.
Very fair.
Yeah. Now, what we by worry, whether so be a wedding and also be engagement. Ni nyina wa worry. The important thing is say abusuafo ni nyina ba be hia. Whether say wo na also papa ye hwan. No mo aso akas. Waware no begina enye niam o mudidi wachi no enye sika no. Eye wo the persona. Enti no seme so ma mi hia ni no maware no begina eye me enye mi hia no. You get it? Because before I say me share Ivy no, Ivy nim say me pechi with obi. Ah no ba me change na nim say me pechi with obi. Enti no say ene Ivy ati ase say yen ware Ivy knows where I'm coming from. I say me share Ivy 2 weeks ago na me see yen ware. It doesn't happen. Well, it happens, but that's the crazy things folks will do.
They too shall receive their judgment.
Enti no wa wanya sikataru wachi a ya say the whole we are so dear Mada. And the value is the same because why? We are dealing with the people involved. Right? So we are all equal. Where? We are all married. Your friend worry for yanka says sika for worry for numra. Just get that link. That's one another equality there. Well, yaba awom. Oye sikani oba oyire awo. Me so me ba me yirawo. No problem. Ebia oba beto duane permanent. Nyankopon yansam no onim se mi ni sika me de beto sa nuane baby food whatever international food amom no. Inti no ma me yansa bi se me ndofu. Right? Ti me koba de me so menya no a me de ti ase no. Na me yire ne me ma no so adibi. It's what we have here. We all have life.
Another level.
Okay. At the end of the day, say Yankopon so wajini wiase ana wokumwa ana wokumia. Onka so yesikani. Onka so koro. Mframa me de mamu nyina majama majai obi anya bi home bi. We are all the same people. So when you evaluate things on that target, you tend to understand say obi to me sorry was say me papa ya me hwe omudi na me say hey
mama so I will say corona ibai. What is funny? Corona buy and na abrofo no ka say TC Africa ka be white population.
Yes.
And this is the equality.
Yeah, before class, we thought that.
And the funny thing is, what when you say oko Nima, cholera to me be Nima, not cholera Johnny free Nima, no another estate. Because Nipa no wa beto wa mo Nima, no wa mo ye more infectious, saying wa no. Why when they say what to estate, make us say we ya no wani ade. There be about estate no it will wipe you because you are living in your privilege and you don't have the resistance. And nipa no a will not take bread line or what. Mo amanye sika no amote te mo cars ne mo nyama kama kama ye yi musi abonten ne osho kakraba no akoma bo to shit.
I know that is the uniqueness of Ghana that we don't even realize it. We have a and we need to look at some of who show who we are saying. Take the good things and make the good things good and stop dwelling on the negativity.
Yeah.
Ghana, Missy Ghana, yet Ghana, let them spin the globe. Who to Iceland, you will survive.
Hey.
You will survive.
Hey.
Because the street knowledge that you know, I would be with. And just say,
and then there's me back. Because at some me mommy can I don't feel guilty. Some of them in my organ.
No.
They said do so into your black out to America. Wouldn't even that.
Sister, you fun now, we went to school. We call Ghana. We call Ghana. We are secondary school. And Ghana, there are plenty primary schools. Secondary schools near reduce it, but still when it gets to the university, as a time I mean Ghana, there are only 3. In Ghana, and now 2, who yet there is so bad actually. Every visa and you will be there. The same nonsense now within me and one I do back visa. Look it will enough for bed 3 contact details. I would be survive. You go to Ghana first obey a year.
You know, at the end of the day, I think if you understand what life is,
yes,
and then it features life, features no be ne ubebu nipa, features no be ne aware musam, features no be ne. I had a friend and he told me that Pope Unya Kasha or so worry become not even a friend. So me call Ghana last 2 years now. I said my sister say Unyano uyinipa kasiye pa onunu hunu hosa. But I was say senior ni suni ni bantino. I was say worry bebre na utumi wu bebre na. And I'm say okay, so I'm in Casa. Into my friend, and I'm so boss. So we have a course. Oh, Minia says a breach says I'm so okay. So my sister so can say me children now. Also, yeah, boss. Some American in an me who found home. Who say with 2 son and more. And I'm busy say, okay, very simple. What is it? And I say, what for dear soon boakwaji bibipe. Also, yeah, me come in Bible school, no. Na me mame niska, me mame a ton a japadie no the boy me mame de koi. I'm so okay. How do you value that thing? Also, I will not do anything I can't compromise anything for that because I really appreciate the me mame ye mame. Okay. That's the same way when God give you a man or a woman, in a way, per the concept of your Christianity, is something that is virtuous to God. Our diasha unsa. Onimso bet me handle bakono based on your capabilities and your skill set in intino. And no ma bako. Now, in your own concept, so what page me say? Utumi di bebre ka home because nyame etere wa hie mu dia. You are getting it wrong. Also, boss, and this says I'm so just yafa Bible to ho na yenko common sense kakra. Se uti sika koto Rolls Royce a. Sa Rolls Royce no, hwe e car ne ho maintenance a wo bo. Se nyame tere wa hie mu na okoto car bi ma. Do you buy more Rolls Royce or you reserve and use that same Rolls Royce? Also, we be to me to count. I'm so okay. Those who buy that more, at what condition? Is the same Rolls Royce? maybe new model, but features in a woman are the same. Or tram no drive where they no appear almost a Rolls Royce. So in a way, does it really make sense for the person to go for more of that Rolls Royce, whereby a appear back pen or they call? I say, I say, okay, I'm see ya. Maybe some. Answer what to tico. Answer what to Toyota. And I also see some. What the highest level vehicle in the world, which is Rolls Royce. $250,000. Now, nyamia to some also per se unyan yama bebre. Now, what's as wakoto that same Rolls Royce no BM bebre, nes upia, family no saso, unkwana
Yeah.
bakona. Ain't here any rational person Becca say, any mammy person cannot to find out the fulfro because at the end of the day, I bought the topmost level, and then I need to be pleased with it. But one thing that so for me person say human nature is not content with what we have, and we can never be always satisfied. So when you get this principle, now the car no to one car no ye nipa nyame edi ama wo say one no enante no oba ne bema na nyame edi ama wo say one no ntu anamo na wama abusuafo ahyira so ama okane na one ne nam no ono no Rolls Royce no. It is sesesi enam sa nipa no suntinu watre wa hiem na sa niema asesa. Then what is important is say you keep and maintain that, and then at the end of the day, no, you what? You progress with that person instead of adding more. How about so kotoni wana usika na ewo ho no asen? You know, and the more you become, you are not satisfied with what you want in life, you continue to add more. You know, when you understand all these basic concepts and all these basic needs of you can say human level now, you realize that niema nyina ye pe.
Yeah, true.
And you know, any say wani bre obini die. And because of say wani embre obini die ni ntiru unya nipa ho adwenbone. And because of so unya nipa ho adwenbone ni ntiru unya depression bebre. Unya stress bebre, because you focus on what needs to be done. I see people talking about people, I see people stressing about people's situation and stuff. Can you say there and then the abana wokan or that same people will fire with you.
Yeah.
You have to understand. You have to understand, say, sanity. Where Opia, marry as many women that you want. That's your money. But if Obi and Fanya will be the Bayer or Baba or the Bear
Pastor Eric.
They said the evil that men do, does what?
No. The evil that men do chops their wives.
It's I would have the American and say, Yente, we are saying buy, Yentiasia. Yentiasia, near my baby, very, very, very easy.
And I think in a situation, we don't yet we are which you are on point, we need to pause to reflect once when something happens, because sometimes when something happens, it might take you a day, 2, 3, 4, even a month for you to understand why something has happened. The waiting period or the giving yourself the break for you to or self-reflection of whatever the situation is, will give you more understanding of what Eric is saying. Because things don't happen by it happens every it's for a reason. It's for a reason. And if you understand life that way, and the more you realize it is for a reason.
Yeah. Obi fro ketro say nyakopo ketro say ochina obewu. That's good. I see that as a good news. Why? Because say ye nyina ye bewu Na ka enye obi ma no notify aka ebe hihye niema yi.
True.
And I'm saying you be notify anything, no. It comes to us in a way that we are not prepared. But if you are prepared, if someone tells you, say you are prepared, say BBC ABC, it to one amount, I think you will not make mistakes on it.
Guy Nancy who you cry 4 years. Look what he did with 4 years.
Yes.
When the doctor told him, say, you are going to die.
Yes.
4 years.
So he prepared himself, asked for forgiveness.
Yes.
Whatever it is, made amends with things that he was having issues with, and then was able to what? No, I totally na.
And to say, yet and wants to say, a yamia kwaya, or no only the obedieno, or teano, or champagne, or gene chemotherapy, or taking the medications, and or champagne all soon. God, why me? God, why me? Obitiano, Wakwakwaya ne Black Panther, Wakwakwaya ne say, oh, you know, look what everybody is saying about him and what is going on. It's a tia semona. Ya beti ya mwase say, ye nyame nhyehyeye. Ya me de bia meka say ya mama so say, you know honum, first expiry date in the boy ye na ye hu. We are there kwaya ya befa so akono no na problem. And we're not supposed to know.
You've gone to
me. Say minya crisis. Ness I'm in pain. Na me da ho na me so. Me say God, why me? Then I hear something say, why not you?
Why not you? Why are not finding to happen?
What do you want? But Ivy, Chadwick Boseman case, and I mean, can't say that guy, he was about to die. See a story from another perspective. He was about to die. Papa no oniba. Senka Chadwick Boseman when he was that time and one. Enka obia nimposi wono. Enka nobody would have known. So on nanti asasi so ha. Time I want more the film ni na diagnosing no.
Say 2016, no more diagnosis.
Not ya diagnosing no. Now can you see the wonderful nature of Onyankopon hu no say wa ba brabo mu ha. Wa be pre wo mre ya so fast wo bia nya ma wo so until let me give you the greatest assignment in your hour of need. And let me give you something to focus on. Let me give you something you can use to celebrate with Nkrofo to forget your pain. Because these are Black Panther no, and the kerfuffle that happened around it. And Ananka what them or feel sorry for himself and could be deteriorating a lot faster than he did.
Yes.
No okoko cancer unit. O wuye ya fe na mate niema no ye ni biase.
Yes.
Unit. No one nkwara no more ye. And at the time, nam kase be a publicity keke na wash. But can you guys see the blessing hidden in what is the darkest hour of his life?
Yes.
That in the darkest hour of your life, you have the opportunity to write your name in history.
Yes. And
I make from obscurity to prominence in the darkest hour of your life.
Yep.
At that point, will you still ask why not, or why me, and why not me? Anyway, me namo de me kwa sorry o, baby, I'm dem nam no. And the mama me boom say me could better have 5 seconds or no say the tribum.
Hey. Oh, I'm on a serious note. On a serious note.
Me jam
what on me patcho before say obeko. My main can dey me and Sabi, and I know say since we are in church now, I know God wants you to hear me. I know say me and for my for a reason. May have seen you on a bigger platform. Who am I? And you better say, who am I? Say who am I? To be on this platform at this time and at this moment. Me come background crash the muamunti ase nyame. And near mommy and Sabina a guide me or life one. I have a feeling say, Auntie am here be, and I also here be, and Auntie Absu here be. Number one is who that lives in me is bigger than who that's in the world. Inti misramo adwuma na nyame de ahye mo nsam. Se nyame kasa kyerɛ mo a muntie mo instinct no. Mo wontie de nyame kasa kire mo
Ejuma bay, mami jaisa.
make the purpose of what God brought you here at the kronti awo abrabo yi mu no enti ayatie wo instant no de nyame e ka honhom na kasa kire wa listen because God talks on can prophets no almost say I prophesy no or kasa kire wo tie wo ye din wo trase din sa meditations na crofo so mo ye ya you will hear and only wisdom na e wo mu na e majesty da nyame ne wo kasa. Secondly, it's not by might by sight by the spirit that sees the Lord enye wa ho ofe ama wo ho ofe pa enye wo nyansa bi ena enye wa ho odin bi awo na eye nyame eno na be ma wakai the humbleness na minua Eric ese de bia nyankopon san de ne ba ho ma ne besua no eto de bia na ne wura fi na odwen se yo no a na adwene no ete se de yete na ese nyankopon keke wo na wo ba back no hunu se eyo no nyame na eye de oye third one they say I love when you say me also I am a pa me din na me tie it's good to listen than to just cutting but sometimes watch out take a number 3 yensom yeni nipa wotwu mu tan a wiase a wo ba ye ni yensom yeni nipa na nipa na ye behu no no na ama kase se nipa na wa amwa no ti na esa wote wo ho ase se na enye sa time no but wunim se nipa no behia na ereko papa so ka kire wo say listen to people. That's where the whole thing is. Meaning sa na ma miensa we na me dan te me bitumi ye na ma bi na me amete wo me nteme ho ase na makai say enye ma hoden enye me nyansa na ye nyame ena me da me ka say oh bi ye me bibi oh me father mfo bi me nye say me ye say ya enka ne ma bebre hwere me. Some people will come and go. Yenesa obi aye wade no wonka say oh ade we nipa ye mentimi nye sa ade ni bio obi aye different fingerprints we ni nyina aye different.
Ivy, let me take you to another level. Me yaba say na metino
yes yeah now me check here the view with my sister computer no I finish it me jam na
Matebe da se wo gira wo tie mi ensam na me shira
sure na yebe kasa
mate mate
me see I'm going to take this further me yaba obi ye made anya kona dia wa ye me no ahye me hu sa anya na di aye me ya if I'm there nipa no begira me pochi I will open the door to the person and I will treat the person the same way I would have treated them on oye made ade ne nyame ya. You know why? If I am correct, Christo na yes no we are meant to be walking in his footsteps, or am I right or wrong? We are meant to be walking in his footsteps.
Christopher.
Nyankopon say if we are walking in his footsteps, let's say yeah bonnie yes 9,000 no so the chain. Why can't we do the same? Because Nyankopon do bonnie chewa on
77 times 7.
One can say maybe bonnie natural, but who bonnie are we this time around? Who background now me show you. It is for me, no. Will be crying me bonnie. Next when Nyakone comes back, and I'm sure Nyakone baby, I will treat the person like yesterday I only Nyakone. That is how I am. Because I believe I would say I might not say your friend say me can't send it no waka baby. I will tell you because and the wouldn't say the truth is one. You can't change it. If you know say you are being honest with the person and you are telling the person the truth, and because of that, are you gonna lie to the person? If you lie to the person, you're not being honest to yourself and you're not being honest to the God that you're worshiping. And you have to be honest with the person. And you need to move on and try and move on with your life as well.
Bam. And then me baba camera. Me saw camera no. Me saw ya no pa bi huri pe mu first thing about me trim. Ne se me starting ye ninkomo. Mo starting with me, I'm what here be that time. Mobile who is some common. I come many levels. So what power we need that na we who near me ya a better or set topic na sasa. Topic is
Aye.
the topic remains one. The topic is about humanity. Onipa knowing your limits, Onipa knowing your gifts. But knowing so what gift is different from my gift. Obia what gift. And Anna Eric can say depending on your pay. That is one of the resounding things that are striking me. The fact that we are still alive and count as a life. Etoda awomu a ewo onipa titiro ho. Ye mu dodo no aye problem no. Si ye hwehwe moa ewo nipa ho a aya ye ko nipa titiro ho. Enipa titiro no abere pii ne na enye wone ne wo boafo. Nti wonim se wo sewa ne yaba. Owo sika bebree so. Eti wodi wani bubu a esese yaba ne boawo because wani na ehwe ade. But enye yaba na assignment se wo boawo. Se wo pepere wo ho kra ma yaba oboawo a obesisiw. Ebia adepa bi a wo no esese nyame ma wo wusu ho oma wo sign ho fifire oma wo pre wo mogya ni esese komodew na next time wo hunu aduane a wabu aduane se time so se komodew e wona na me ne akosu ye ka no me maba full circle on saade no wo hwehwe me busuafo mu anka nipa titiri wo mabusua mu pa anka sese na anka nipa ti bi bua me ma me ye niema pa. At points in my life when what do when you bubu anka wo hwese se obi bua ma wo ye bibi no wo approach nipa no onye receptive because nipa no onye meboafo. And the rare occasions that ma force se obi mua me chin no e dia sembre me de bia se my ntie enne no e ka kire me say leave yaba alone na me de by force say yaba na wo skantie se me tutare yaba. Ese biti nti ato da metimi atete yaba saa nyame se okay de wo pani age na yaba aboa me wo be hu ne se business no am ya mete ye ne bi na Eric Popo ka kire mo no Steve Jobs de ne bi wa wo business na wo te ye no wo de nhwehwe ne mu be kwa kofa wo bia beka ho so wo me your partner because wo sika no wo de ka age wo adwuma firi wo nsem nyame mpese osisifo gi ade firi wo nsem enti wo kɔ hɔ a osisifo wo mmua nyame asisi naso onti de woka nso asoɔden nti wo bɛbɔ mpa ya tia nyankopɔn si why be som je sa so pɛ som afa ye de ma wo wia na afa akɔfa nsɛm de
Akoya ase
I be som wo som abusuafo wa amfa hwe amfiri me hɔ na me se ɛkɔm de wo na te wo ho ase sɛ ye polish ye si wa no wo ye sekan yes ye de sekan to afidie so ne ye sharpen wa wo hunu sa ya na ya sekan no kra complaining wo te se dadie ni bi twitwa
titija
the painful process when you are being sharpened. It is painful ya ube na mom se nipa no a wo polish sekan no wo sekan na no wo ye ne mobodo jai sia wo be wie ne na wo ye dadisne na wo nye sekan if you really want to be a sharp knife, you have to wait until the season is done. Sharpening has to be finished. And Sunday, you're polishing. It's a sister. Auntie, if me tenyamia se wa sister, abraboni wu twa so say. Busuafo nyina se wo mu ya. Shut up and get sharpened. Bra.
For me, I understand what you're saying and I agree. But for me, that process now you are getting sharpened, it is also important for you to realize I'm being sharpened.
Yes. And wunim. So who to say you are being sharpened? I mean, that is what I've come to know, Nancy. It's when a sharpening season happens. I'm very in tune with the seasons in my life, Nancy.
Yes.
When I am being sharpened, I have learned to shut up because I know says the mekati process, maybe not outcome the same.
And how is that feeling? The feeling of you knowing, say, yeah. Look, I'm on a journey. I'm in a process of going somewhere. Where I am there for a reason, and I am appreciating where I am. I mean, in natural fact, I'm actually celebrating where I am because I can see the bigger goal ahead.
And sometimes you celebrate in tears. And also to say.
Yes. Oh yes.
Oh, sometimes you will celebrate. Sometimes quite tears of show. But you say, oh, say, here or paying more here or paying, you will not understand me. Say, here or paying, wouldn't yes, scada. Your cast has them to pet now, Ukokwaba. But
Asamba
let's go a bit deeper.
Say utumetu sanyumwe nierade demi besi biara
Let me tell you what happened last week. Now, before that, I'm gonna use 5 minutes. 2 years ago, before me bewu insurance, my car that I was driving was an automatic car. Fresh car, me papa toy me car na, and then I decided to repair the car. And unfortunately, my repair car, only I call repair car, mommy, literally messed up the whole thing. Until I had to get rid of the car. And I remember saying that's our time here, my full time. And everybody was like, yeah, but buy a new car. Why can't you buy a new car? You're an accountant, buy a new car. I'm like, no, I don't want to buy a new car. And I don't even know why I said I didn't want to buy a new car. So me not buying a new car extended the period of my maternity leave because if I bought a new car, a car next me borrow, I wouldn't be able to stay at home and so I didn't have that burden on me. And they be a me catch them in must say, listen, when and I bought in your meeting yato. Me who beso minim say ja. Busumi should be any semi coach with me tree again at Senate. And I've actually told you guys before. When I say me car yeah, me go show light, me doom light in a battery for. And I'm afraid will be one jam starting car. And then the guy came, and Madame Funikum Brony, the guy said to me, why are you driving a car like this? As an accountant, you shouldn't be driving a car like this. What kind of pen am I saying? I say, yes, I know. But everything at the right time. Yes. But he didn't understand. And you know what? For me, my laughing was, hey, Raddy, what's wrong with some sorry here? If you say it to me, you won't get to me. Because I just said to you guys, I am looking for a small car. Me cars are me pay. I know the certain cars. Now me baby dear dance will say, I have managed to get my car because and the thing is, the process I'm in. No, me see me here you 3 years. Ama said if can me call supermarket na me to mola lighter me call my cotton as that smart. I have no problem. Me call my cotton my ya be go na my baby. Corona iba ye bi wo ho a wo hwe I always say think nyankopon even the corona that came, if you sit down and you ask yourself the question, you know your part you played in it, you would actually know.
And
more baby, and you think, hey, me here say, you go and you open your freezer or your fridge, and you think to yourself, say, I don't actually need to go out. I have more than enough to last me for a month or even your friend saying 2 months. And to some of these things, it made me I go through the process. Say, see, I'm way. Me part-time ejuma will be and share me. And I wouldn't have been able to do that if when Uncle Four can assembly me, I was listening to them. And I enjoy it. Even Christ saying here, I enjoy it. Because I value Nipa Nyaman kitty be a hunya, as you say, Midi Bobrano. Nipa na Ahania Betty, baby, shebe way jaco. If you may be na make sure and apply for you, man, and family. I say to myself, say, it's not mine. It's not meant to be mine. And I don't cry over it. Let's move on. What's next?
Yabakujo, Chese, Meno, Ene. Munina, me kofa we ba na mudi extra deep level. What you've all done for me today without realizing is a confirmation of an assignment to be.
Yeah.
You've confirmed assignment to be for me. And Eric Kasada me hunine gwa was saying. And my husband is here. Oh, how about send my mute to me when maybe send the reason why is that it's a season, but when you enter a season, validators. Me catch them say, yeah, who enter season, so will be confirming your mama. All of you are confirmants of a season for me today. Ahwefo ni nyina mo amo send me text message ne hwan. Mama mesua ade pa wo wiase about the humility, and I still pray say mo amo wo so no so mu bi wo kwa matie sa asem about humility. Etoda nye se nyame mpe wasem. Enye se nyame twe waso. Nyame pese o correct ahantan bi a abawu mu. Eno ti na wo te se Eric Pope. Ye twere wo ho nsem wo newspaper mu enso wunya adwuma. Dakro obekwa adwuma mu for no apparent reason obekwa ni yi wadi. Yeah, you're redundant. Na wunti ase na wunhuni de ntia because God wants you to go and open your own business. One castle business, like happened to Steve Jobs. Ye beji wa business if you want them. Say be ya ube hunu loyalty, ne value, ube suye ni pesumai. Nti da wa besa, and the funny thing is, nyame ne ma ho kwan sa asem ntowa. This is the difference between the nyame ma ho kwan ni the nyame nsoma wo. Na wo hwehwe ni mu bia kofa so twe abre wo so. If it was a correctional assignment, wobekọ journey ni bewie no de wo hwere ye nyina obeside amaw edibia kan wo. If it was a punishment for bibibia ye gifri wo nsem a asa. They are two different things. Ahochere ne nye ni nyina na assignment. Enye ni nyina na correctional assignment. Ebi wo kwa asotwe for wo boni bi a wadi. Waso odin bi a waye. Wa hantan bi a waye. Dia me fi waso eno nko. Nye ni nyina na correctional assignment so.
Mama is absolutely right. And just to add to it, when you are going through anything that you think, say, hey, Raddy, wait the before you even go and question, pray for forgiveness. Because me, I do it. So if I am going through something in life, even though I accept that your friend said, to say, you say, Missy Yami, so my yo big bonny will baby a miss. I might not even realize it. Miss Row Faboni Chem. You would go through it. But if you know that, now when him say, it makes the process of you going through what the hardship easier for you.
Nyame pese oji ade free wo nsem a wo beje. Ba momodo do no ano. Wa hwere niema bebre wa brabom. And it feels like a punishment, but it's not. Or polish show. So what side the show one side wo hunu so hwe. I want to say, yeah, ye siswa ye niche, no young cassa ye bre ye mujeni, ye timia party, and one saka dear and 10 free ones.
W.
One more, ye did a friend inheritance, ye be quitty be to no. Ah, one cassa one fa ujadu no shia discipline no. Ye the $1 million ma wopera wo beshino because we nim sikasofe.
Yeah.
Ya brenu a won nam no a mo a moye adwuma ya wunya sika no. Wasu sister. Ye chire se de hwade so na da chi nyame de bi hye won sa wa hunu so hwe wai. Kasa chire wo ho ne jesu. Usua de. Kasa chire wo ho ne jesu. Usua de. NIV. Ya je o ma wo ba bi hu hunu wo na wusu. Nyame chire wo otwen. Da chi mi hia ko a aye wo mobo.
Oh.
Say de ye do preaching. Baby, asem na duru na. Ani se minim de ye free man no ba. Me free man no ba me yam share me. Wa hu se de msi bo pli na me ho. Asa bi free man no se de msi bo pli. Asa baby. Na we de free man no ba. I be minim ba be free. Me de ba be kura free me nim. Me de maka. Free man no we se ma madwuma wie. Hu se wata wanum. Say. Minim ba be free. I don't know.
Na me kasa what dey.
Me te won kapa.
Wo se me man aye dey.
Me see yan kan kire me say wo ma ne baby a wo makodi no wo de twen na wo hunu obi asem ato no a wo no so ni nsa watimi aka bi de akekire ne wura ka kire say men so I have been there. It's a testimony for you.
Oh yes.
Anyway, yes. I don't know where it came from.
See, recently, my uncle passed away. And the way my uncle was so close with the children, I was like, oh my God, what are these children going to do? All of a sudden, they're hitting me and they say, okay, instead of saying, I'm a row, it drove me, say, me, say, okay, what if this thing happened to me? My money, you're okay not being with me all the time. And I should be okay. So my money is not with me all the time. So in someone's grief, I am finding some. I know that mom made comfort after then. I'm okay with you. What would they make patching?
But yes,
So every single time.
I am in control. Who you say if the man waba? If the man,
Oh.
I thought I said to her, once I physically shook because I didn't know where the hell that came from.
Hey, I won't come chrono. Some are catching.
My sister
You
just
see the 2 moon, so see the Orias.
yes, and I'm one day, the Akaka and the Jabania Bridi Bonnie. When you have them in Bonnie, when area. When you be
oh, Emma, there be would you baby now cassa and I be a so yes off for and I'm said they are soft for Mrs. Jack Daniel see. Come on. And then I made this off for Baba count. Then I'm we.
I thought for your pretty some more clerical, almost no man, no.
That's what I tell them all the time. You better you want comfort. There's no more. So, and you know, the idea bebo you come and I said, you nyame adwuma ni bia na ye. Because me sometimes as someone obia onhu me say me yes so holy. Betumi ne me atena se aka ema me sumetumi etu ne for some level no ebia ohu osofo obi akola bo ntumi nye sa ade no enti me so me de anyankopon de ama me.
Yeah, and it's a very marvelous gift. But who said we've come to a lot of learning for me. I will hand my rephrase be a paraphrase be, and I want more and more also to take something out of it, like I did with last week's session. A bit piece, so that you can see the various, because there are about 4 or 5 different themes in video. Yeah. The 4 or 5 different videos that it cover specific topic, so that more later and anye woman so na anye difficult to grasp. One fahria me say nyankopon onye na de kwa.
There you.
Ye eto bia na ya na adesua wo.
Yes.
Ya isu jai de bia obetwa adu atwa sister ye shopping wife wo ye sekan.
Yes.
So what better we sekan nko ade se ye sewa no. And san ye besew ne se ye de ne matwiw na wo ho hyehyew wo ho yiraw. And san etimi apolish wo. Na mom unya otwan honhom utimi ka wo yam emi yetwiw wi a ye bewie na wo ye sekan na wo na wutwitwa neema. So wo ye dade a wo so nim fa so untimi ntwa hwe, but ye siw wi a utimi twitwa neema nyina mu. In order to become powerful, pain has to be inflicted. When you are walking through your period of pain, in order for you to be powerful, you will have to experience pain. I mean, I say, only power your phobia and you have won't hear. Aya, oh dear, oh, you nipa, share and for lifetime stories. When I was told boss, and I was more. Even one more, ye family inheritance in your mama woman. Aya, there is something that distinguishes them from the rest of the family. One more Sikawa woman seminar. The general thing they have in common, they say they've experienced adversity before. Say be yes, cannibal one someone 1, ubetimi afreso, and 2, ubetimi dia sakra for brabo.
Yeah.
Says well here we pay us the wunu na here no ma common no.
Yeah.
Establishes any pakroni in a long-term, meaningful way, not pitiful the goodness and poor. Stories, baby. That's the general thing I have come up with. And you have really warmed my heart. Yes, Mada. It was some bopitry because my baby be mashime.
Oh, some what can't someone in the be a dim come away and after what to wanna and I'm watching musa. If you are say, then I'm a crime, can't we? Hey, I don't know, next time I say me can say. Next time I say me, oh,
and put the made the American crunch and family hosa. ɛyɛ deɛm na mo ne Eric no mo keka nsɛm no a mo keka yɛ ni bi wɔ hɔ a ɛbɛma madwen akyɛ hi but me bɔ mpa yɛ sɛ te sɛ deɛ me mafa me die wɔ mu no me sɔ camera ne na ɛyɛ me sɛ me bɛyɛ mo adɔyɛ ne mo abɛdi nkɔmɔ pɛ sɛ deɛ ayɛ Nyankopɔn ne me diili no ɛyɛ me sɛ me bɛyɛ adɔyɛ na me nso menya akyɛdeɛ nti lɛ me sɔ camera ne sɛ me yɛ adɔyɛ me na me fa mu akyɛdeɛ I hope sɛ mo a mo nso mo hwɛ mo nso mo nya mu akyɛdeɛ bi fa yɛ me deɛ bɛnya mu adesua no pain no gain adwoa no gain it's a fact, an established fact of life. Mama from Ivy, and then we see about that show so body Nyankopɔn we shiraw.
Ivy wait for.
Me were Connecticut this year.
Okay.
Go to the United States of America. None of the team is serious and come here. United States of America. United yeah, but also practice.
That's what basis. See, the Facebook status and the WhatsApp status and the you know, or didn't I status
or Arabic, Dini states. It's what kind of status. So you
I'm a me patch sending me what address. What's WhatsApp?
Sir, Brian, me address.
Mundi mo address. You mailing that you were me person me to sunglasses in the brew. I don't pass sunglasses in me. Who you and I'm saying right there, I'm a bekunipu. I'm a bekunipu. It's a bro, yeah, baby, man, you be my wife. Sunglasses, Miss Robert.
Miss Sunglasses, no more. How many
and also my pay attention. So didn't I count? Didn't I care in the movie?
Why want him say Jesus? I be white to him. Jimmy for white sunglasses. I mean, you made my day. I was going to glasses. Or back was when you had
no, I block a son and quadi and one in here.
Mona Mundi, Mimi Crom Repro. No, saya, Mumu, I had a masha white linen, and a white shoe account.
There be you.
Boga Kupali Nimukru. Boga Kupali Krumono. Was white linen near the spray starch and a shiny up to Pana Edin net from Moku. No, a
bet to me a chow.
A bet to me a chow, not a white shoe, and a white kiki. Boga Kupali for will be crum, yet a white kiki. More who white kiki, which is Semonia Boga Kupali. And that was the one there. What's the after?
I don't know. Show my more serious.
I be here, what? Yeah, but could you watch me at all?
No.
I be watching me white kicking over, can be my mom.
You don't need me.
Men are more people are menu.
It was your cheater, did
you computer, so
come here, with your power, come and pepper was a Cassadian come and
it means the fact that we are talking about it, it means a year, Juma. That's all. It's serving its purpose. And yet, Juma said, I can't once.
My sorry, church, dear Minyayo. Videos, that said this week, I mean, you know, and that make her with me copy my time the many because we are too many. Now sometimes the videos I mean I'm quite so I'm recording in as I be in the shame.
Anopanai.
No, no one a hand for me comment about.
Not just a me na ma confirm again.
I be have one come start to share yen. To say how did that though? When you knew, 25 years me boy. Me ya ba ha first no. And I'm for shop bim. Na omoton sunglasses, almost designer sunglasses. So that time na insurance be a cover say be nti ye koje no. Nti ye koya ya select sunglasses na mkacha kwa ne say aka bi sika ni kakra bi wo we ni so. Esem de to glasses. Ma to de ye me fe.
Yeah.
Kakra bi ntimi nto bibia. Na me ka chen say ade we ya aka wo card no so no. She go be me because we are part of a Juma entitlement no. Once a Juma for our entitlement, a part of who pay. When you want to chase Ashiegu. We catch up and say, but glasses are can you be anywhere. Says, many imagine say, me to sunglasses, me to one pay, will be entitled to 111. Just that means I walk and they take a crabby at also. I needed to meet the Hamid, me could be Uncle Facey came, money came a baby, you will come here. Who said, I could work with you, take this one ticket.
The cornerstone.
And then when him said, the neighbor, they know, and no, Michelle Dakotones at time, a book, Miss Swiss, and come you. Penway, the mamma to swan. And
I make him say the cornerstone, and then, yeah, life, we can't once a me.
Rejected stone, I'm sad that or the mammy, your white meaning, like it was a toy. Yes. But somehow, over the period of time, there were one I'm in question about my time. See, now no me quack or Naka, no, my time, I'm Jaco to current. Is any sunglasses at Daka no more. Let's say, who says, say, a shim with any say the uniform. I'm not. Mr. Paulina. And you made us measure because my who says, Mammy Penny Moon and any moon was just sunglasses white a harmonia.
How be how
when you said sunglasses, you're white. Find the cost shop for yeah,
how be
I Tuesday to be handcroft for hey, Alithia. It's the same. Hey, Hansen shall have me who's what I shall have. Hansen, that is saying, Majo, Maju, or Homoka de manager. Maybe had the man. I was here for and me Konama Konenam, me could see me shepherd, a moment pie, my matter. And then
be more.
Momo de more day because and tutorial, many be tutor bay and Muja and Shia, but me match assignment to the what to the near my me was soon was I the Bremen. The Nebian Toka many Brunia for Crabacon, Hanibini, Momon Pie,
Yamemo abutre.
Yamema, my butrend, Mancubruni. There be a feedback sheet to the head near my watcher was a
memo about say now Julia the crunchy amaburo nini ya the oil rather than say ube full say oil sadi. Memo about them.
Now wardrobe, my sister, and we don't
make a say obey you ube full yamemo about say banana ni good ne papa mua no ya the oil.
Oh, bro, Yamian ni Sabroni, dear walk out to the meet. Already, so you me tutor into a woman found. Let me wear when you now make up with young crophone or woman in my fanwa, or mobile premium mujab. Oh, or kind of dead say to me at least. Me facing crophone in 2.5 weeks.
Oh, what face prairie?
Woman, Jamie, ni woman, into a dear woman banner, a woman needs sympathy, no mercy for cripple. What would it say when I'm saying? We not one castle will ego, I a bruise, not to suffer up a social. And woman, may shower end of this month, 28th.
Oh,
dress rehearsal and I'm need to into the moment home payment. And then you remove who recorded videos, ne cut videos, say, yeah, say, be how much you beat me. And yes, I watch an panso. They said, I think America for 1 year, that time is you two better.
Na say and then my say me man do about 5.
Say dey bia me sa na momo de ye me nti ne wo so nyame atua ka wo so jo she say dey bia mo no aya dey ya nwumre wo mo ho na ya ahomache wo ye ha ne ye ya na
Ai
say dey say ya nyame atua mo so mu nyina ka America fo no mu nyina mo nje
ya be fa ne sa ya be fa ne sa
ya mu nyina mame
nyame nhyira wo bebre ama nyame nhyira wo maame ne wo papa so.
Amen. Amen. Me papa de won fa de crazy mame. Me mame sun ka de we ya me ka kire no.
Nyame nhyira wo mo ya ade dodo.
Onso ma ba nyankopon nhyira mu nyina. Ya ba na ja tiri mu titi na me nya oba ba na me fifi wa no kakra wa.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.